at a certain point, regardless of political footing, and of course I'm no expert in this, but we as a global community just need to get together and take a stand and say, hey, this enough is enough. Wiring up nuclear power plants in Zaporizhia is not okay from a global community standpoint. Obviously, that would be a global disaster, not just a localized disaster. And to me, it's shocking that atrocities such as were committed in Irpin-Bucha and Hostomel were not the line. And now we're seeing repeats of this exact same treatment happening in other occupied regions around Ukraine. So certainly there is that same question that exists, I think, in all of our minds, is where is the line going to be drawn where in-kind aid is no longer the solution?
See, I for one am quite confident, Chris, that in-kind aid will be enough, and there's enough in-kind aid. Simple as that.
Because certainly when enough, yeah.
Right, when there's enough of it, there's enough Bradleys, enough main battle tanks, hopefully some Western made main battle tanks,
absolutely,
way more artillery, etc. I think at some point there will be enough.
Right. Yeah. Needing to ramp up that aid and that involvement, certainly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Axel said it best previously. If you have it, you ship it.
Yeah. Truth. Yeah. Dusty tanks don't win wars, or I guess cold tanks don't win wars.
No, and I mean we've said this several times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So much of this equipment was bought in the first place to stave off a Soviet/Russian invasion of Europe. Well, that invasion is happening, right. And who else is going to roll tanks into Germany if not Russia? Right? Let's let Ukrainians destroy all the Russian tanks with the German tanks. Easy.
Right. Yep. Well, yeah, certainly none of us would like to see this war progress any further through any other borders. So,
well, it won't. It will be stopped where it is now, and it's already being repelled and reverted. But why does it have to take so long? Why do the Ukrainians have to beg for it? Why do they have to wait for the kind of equipment they could actually use? And why should that equipment stay where it currently is? It makes no sense. It is immoral. It is completely beyond belief. For the first time, and I've said it here on this space, since the very beginning of the invasion, for the first time in a little over 110 years, Germany, which in the run-up to the First World War, just like Britain, just like the Tsar, made a huge amount of mistakes. But for the first time in more than 110 years, Germany can be on the right side of history. And then this guy and his regime and his coalition comes and dithers. It is absolutely immoral and beyond belief.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the lackluster approach worldwide has been atrocious. There's certainly been others that have jumped to the task, I think, more readily and effectively. But we would be absolutely in agreement there that it's simply immoral. I mean, that is probably absolutely the best way to put that. It is immoral to have resources that could be put to effective use that are not being so.
One of the largest investors in Germany, a man who has made his own fortune, Mr. Kühne from Hamburg, now domiciled in Switzerland since many years, but still one of the biggest supporters of the football club in Hamburg, well known to many people in Europe, one of the biggest names in logistics in Europe, from Kühne and Nagel, has said so, that it is immoral. And by the way, Klaus-Michael Kühne has donated the capacity of Kühne and Nagel to transport goods into Ukraine, has been supporting, sanctioning, and doing things both quietly as well as deliberately and loudly in that regard. There's many, many people in German industry, commerce, and private individuals who do not see eye to eye with this useless coalition of the imbecile and immobile and immoral.
Amazing. Yeah, and from a historical perspective, this was one of the reasons that I got drawn into this effort. Honestly, is I wouldn't call myself a history expert by any means, but for sure history aware. And certainly there's an element of this that we all got, well, I guess in a global term, we got the bluff called, or we failed to call the bluff, really. And it reminds me so much of exactly what happened with the League of Nations, and basically having no teeth in that situation. Is I think as a global political body, failed to act soon enough and in such a way that could have potentially prevented this atrocity from the beginning, for little more than issues that could have been solved over time. I mean, I think that having the ability to ratify Ukraine into NATO, or to help to find a way to secure their place in the global community with more allegiances, would have absolutely helped to prevent this atrocity in the first place. And it infuriated me that more action was not taken on that in the beginning. And I watched it happen. We all watched it happen exactly like it did almost 100 years ago, and now we're watching the same story unfold.
100%.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Chris. Let's go to Dryfly. Chris, I bet Dryfly might have once ridden in one of the planes that you were piloting, if I connected the dots correctly. Dryfly?
Hello. I just wanted to give you a quick heads up on the water systems. I worked with guys who were doing startups for the developing world for water systems. And I would recommend you give a call to the people at MSR, that's Mountain Safety Research. They're a backpacking company in Washington, but they had a division. Oh. They had a division or a group that was developing water systems after the big hurricane in Puerto Rico. Now, if they didn't finish developing their system, they would still have people there who would know who to talk to, who that was handed off to, what other company or where the effort was. I learned about it. I learned about it because a friend of mine was doing a startup for solar, and so he was looking for water solutions to couple to his solar panels. And the people at MSR had something, and it would be an incredibly good pair, I think, for what you're doing in Ukraine.
Amazing. And I'm sorry, I was finding my pen.
MSR.
Mountain Safety, what now?
Yeah, Mountain Safety Research is the name of the company. They started out as a nonprofit themselves. I think they're for profit now, but they sell backpacking equipment. So if you go to REI, I don't know if you're familiar with them. If you're not a backpacker, you probably won't know. But if you go to REI, you'll see they sell tons of their stuff. I have had their portable filters, and I have gone incredibly bad places. They had one filter, I used to refer to it as the mud sucker. I could go up in into northern Minnesota for a week, hiking in the swamps of the North Woods, chasing trout, okay, in these little springs and brooks and stuff. And the water in some places was so bad it looked like a feedlot, and yet those things would purify it. Now the products that they're doing for the hurricane relief was much more significant. It was for small communities and such like that. And what they were doing is using solar power and a catalyst to split salt into chlorine, and then the chlorine.
Holy crap! Wow.
Yeah, and they did it remotely, and they did it on the back of small trucks or on palatable products. So I would reach out to them. I don't know where they are. This was before COVID, so it could all have been shattered, but they would know where to go, who to talk to. I would talk to their product development people. And if you need some help or guidance on where to go, ping me through the DMs, and I'll try to dig through some, do some work with them to see if I can find out where it's left off.
Amazing. Yeah, that would be extraordinary. I think and those kinds of organizations are exactly the ones that we want to work with.
Yeah, it's the real company. I mean, MSR makes incredibly sophisticated backpacking equipment for mountaineers and recreational hikers alike. Okay, so they're a real company, but they were doing this for the developing world. I don't know where it's at. It's been years since I've looked at it. But when you started talking about solutions you need that are portable, robust, affordable, that's the same place they were trying to go. So talk to Axel. Axel knows how to reach me. So does Battle Moose. All those guys, they have my signal, and you can also DM me.
Awesome. Yeah, and as far as REI is concerned, I grew up in Portland, and I think everybody's baby Bjorn is tagged with an REI logo. So yeah, we're all familiar.
I've had an REI membership since like 1975, and I actually got it through my wife. I married a person with a membership, so that tells you I married well. So anyway, yeah, I want to let other people speak because you're talking good stuff, but talk to me if you need that, because that just hit me when you were talking about it, that I remembered that before I retired, that was a project we worked on, and it fits what you need perfectly.
Phenomenal. Yeah, we will definitely reach out about that and be very interested to see where they're at.
Yeah, and Axel knows how to get hold of me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Draft Lacey. It's a wealth of information in this space. Learn stuff you never thought you could. Cancer Killer, go ahead.
Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful today, hearing how Renegade Relief Runners, and as a small NGO is doing so much good down there, and in the same sort of scheme that was talked about before with respect to why aren't countries doing more? Like, it seems immoral and unethical. I'd just like to pose a question based on something that was said earlier by Renegade, that there aren't as many NGOs down there as you might expect. It was a small community. That was the sense I got from what was said. What is your opinion, or what is the opinion of the small NGOs about the larger NGOs, and why aren't they doing more? Specifically the Red Cross. We've talked on this space a lot about that, how little they're doing. What is the opinion of the smaller NGOs on these larger organizations that could be doing so much more, and they're just not, from what we can tell? Thank you.
Sure. I think that the general affect of a lot of the small organizations out here, of our friends and the people that we work with, is I guess I'll say this as we very much like to be a thorn in the side of these bigger organizations to try to motivate them in some way to do more. And I, especially being sort of corporatized now as we are, I try to be a little bit careful so we don't end up with a defamation lawsuit or something, obviously. But certainly, there was, for a long time, there was a suspicious absence of large NGO activity out here. And one of the ones that I want to delete from that commentary, because we see them everywhere in mass, is World Central Kitchen. And those guys will go just about anywhere. And I was talking to somebody about this, about their volunteer structure, because they have some sort of clause, basically, that the people that go out and do this stuff actually in Ukraine, I guess, have some sort of special situation, because they're at a particular level of risk, right? And we do know that one of the sites out in Kharkiv was actually blown up sometime back in April or May, and a few of their volunteers were killed. But those guys, I do want to delete from this commentary. I do think they do incredible work, and they are everywhere, and they're moving hell and earth, I think, to get as much stuff into the country as they can and support refugees. But one of the organizations that I think gets a lot of guff that might be deserved is probably Red Cross. We've run into enough people who have had, told us stories about dealings with them. They have warehouses full of stuff in Poland and in Ukraine and stuff that's just not moving, and they refuse to let anybody have access to it. And here's really the big picture, is that most NGOs out here and small organized efforts like ours, it's extremely dependent on this cooperation basis. People don't generally bogart resources when they know that it could be sent to a location where it's needed. And that is an operational philosophy that us and all of our friends and everybody that we run into, whether it's a Ukrainian organization or Polish organization or some other small relief effort, if you have something that you need and you're somebody that has that, generally speaking, people are extremely willing to share their resources. And that has been the biggest stopgap, I think, with some of these larger NGOs, is that whether it's because they have their own projects that they're working on, or because it's too complicated paper-wise, or there's just not enough, dots to connect to get the stuff where it needs to go. I don't know what the deal is, but these organizations are not willing to share the effort or share the resources for the effort. Whereas we can reach out to large Ukrainian-based NGOs in like Lviv, for example, that have 600 volunteers and massive warehouses and all this kind of stuff full of aid, and say, hey, we're going out to Kherson this week to support X village, and they need this and this and this, and these people are extraordinarily willing to jump to and to help us coordinate and provide us with supplies and do that kind of stuff to enable what we do. And I guess in the early days of me trying to figure out what I was going to be doing when I came out here, I tried to reach out to Red Cross, to even Doctors Without Borders and a few other larger organizations to try to figure out how I could get involved and help out and volunteer. Even UNHCR and a few other, and I made hours and hours and hours of phone calls trying to figure out how I could get involved. And there's just not a lot of direct information, especially at the time, but even now, if you want to go volunteer for one of these organizations, it's, unless you're willing to like drop your life and take it on as a job and go through their onboarding process and all of this, it's really difficult to get involved. So what I will say is recently we have been seeing a lot more boxes around and trucks around from Red Cross and ICRC and World Food Program and stuff. So I have been impressed as of the last 2 months to see the increase in their activity in hard hit areas. But until about, I don't know, probably second or third week of July, for example, we hadn't seen barely any involvement out in the East. And I think the only exception to that would be the Ukrainian Red Cross has been doing an enormous amount of work in the country. So we certainly, I think, just like everybody else out here, are frustrated with the fact that there's such an enormous operational overhead that these NGOs absorb an enormous amount of resources and finances, and they have the outreach and their household names and everybody knows them. And it seems like the amount of aid that they're giving as a proportion to the amount of aid that they're receiving seems to be extremely unbalanced. And I think that that's the final word on that, really.
And as with Amnesty International, there's a massive difference between the Ukrainian organization and the international overhead.
Yes. Oh my
the
gosh.
International Red Cross and its activities, its proximity to the Kremlin, its support of filtration camps, its tolerance of activities in filtration camps. So many things which could be said. We've discussed it here ad nauseum. It is astonishing. And when you then see that the volunteers of some of these organizations in their country setup, such as in Ukraine, are doing their damnedest, working themselves into the ground to give good help and service, it is so utterly detrimental that the international overarching organizations, as you just said earlier, in regard to the League of Nations, show such a failure and such an overarching political concern with potential power plays that they can't get it right. Or as a friend of mine once said, these people just need to get their heads a wobble because they haven't been violently shaken enough recently. Obviously, please, everyone, never ever shake your baby, never ever shake your kid. That's not good. Brain damage and the likes, you know what I mean. But the good old Scottish, give your head a wobble, means a good thing. As an adult, shake your head, get a cold shower, come back out, do it again, Sam.
Yeah, and that's that's the frustration. Really, is at heart what should the Red Cross be based on its mission statement and its supposed frame of existence, if not a humanitarian organization, when you have humanitarian needs and you have a humanitarian disaster happening. those guys should be immediately ready to deploy and not have to worry about the bureaucracy and the political sidelining that's happening. At that level, it's asinine in a way, in a big way. And at what point do they transition effectively from being a relief organization into becoming a pseudo political lobbying organization?
Yep, there you go. Luis, a question.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question. I don't know if you guys remember, we discussed this a lot here in the space, that you should search for an NGO organization that assures that your donation really goes to the ground in Ukraine and doesn't have a lot of overhead costs. I shared the story that I was donating to the Red Cross for years and discovered only after the war started that it's about 60% what they are charging as overhead costs. That just shocked me. And can you talk a little bit about your overhead costs? If I donate $1, how much will it will go to Ukraine itself in the ground?
Sure. So none of us at this moment, to start off with this, none of us at the moment take any sort of salary or personal gain from this effort at all. And so that's obviously a big elimination of cost. But the one of the, I guess I should say, in our day-to-day operations, for example, we tend to, as a team, stay in extremely cheap locations. We stay in hostels that cost $6 or $7 a night. We are in the process of trying to track down a donor to pay rent for a safe house out east that we can use to stage our operations, so that doesn't take away from general donation space, but also will improve our efficiency and decrease the overall cost for being on the road, rather than paying to stay in accommodations night after night out that direction, for example. And improve our ability to plan and coordinate and house supplies and equipment and all that kind of stuff, in general. But as far as operational costs are currently, other than the nightly accommodations if we're out on a mission somewhere, or food purchases for the team, which I tell you, I have probably eaten my body weight in Ukrainian gas station hot dogs, and so have all my guys. We I'll be transparent. I think the most expensive meal we ever purchase is generally after we finish a big heavy run like that. Generally, the team will go out and we might have a couple of, like, we'll buy a plate of ribs between us and a couple of beers and do a little bit of relaxing. But the beautiful part about operating in Ukraine is that the average price of things is so extraordinarily cheap out here that even a full team meal, which most of the guys that are on our team do support ourselves anyway financially, so a lot of those food purchases and meal purchases are bought through personal finances. But even at times where we do elect to support our guys in that way, it's extremely cheap, $50-$60 or something like that for a meal for the entire team. So if we're doing anything like that, I would say that, and I'm actually in the process of putting together a public ledger right now, for transparency's sake, that's going to be posted on the foundation page that will be updated regularly, with every transaction that comes out of my the corporate bank account for what we do for the foundation. And you'll see that we don't spend a lot of money outside what's actually going to aid on the ground out here. So percentage wise, I'd have to really dig in and do some calculations, but I would say, for example, when we went to Zolochiv last time, we of the things that we actually purchased, we spent probably, let's say, we spent $1,300 on produce.
Yeah.
But everything else we bought, how much were the hospital beds? Like 300. I think they were like 300 bucks on hospital beds. A lot of the other stuff that we carried in that load is actually donated to us by other organizations. And to get those vans out and back in gas was probably around, because we had 2 vehicles with us, that was probably around $600 in gas, $600 or $700 in gas, diesel rather. And for accommodations for the team over the course of 10 days, I think we spent, because we stayed with friends on 2 occasions, we stayed in a very cheap hostel on a couple of occasions, we maybe spent $100 on accommodations. So I would say that for every $1,000 spent on aid, we might spend less than $100 on non-aid related or non-mission related expenses.
If you think about it, that is actually a comparatively low ratio for disaster relief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a ballpark. I mean, I would really have to go in and actually do the math on it, and I'm in the process of putting that together as we speak. But yeah, generally speaking, I mean, there's many nights that we sleep in the vans. We group up and try to find, cheap accommodations. We actually purchased cots to carry around in the vans, so that we don't need to get separate hotel rooms. We might get a very, very cheap B&B or a very cheap apartment or something like that, and we'll throw up a few cots and everybody will kind of crowd into the room. So we try to keep our operational costs extremely low, and we do also ask that each of our volunteers, that's like one of the first questions that we ask when anybody reaches out about volunteering is, do you have finances in place to support yourself when you're out here? Because we do want to ensure that we're not, especially as we grow, we do want to ensure that we're not spending an exorbitant amount of money supporting day-to-day needs for the people, for our volunteers. Of course, we're going to make sure that our volunteers never go hungry and never, have to sleep outside well, actually, I've slept outside a few times. So anyway, but yeah, we do want to make sure that that everybody that comes over here to volunteer for us, for example, does know that to an extent they'll have to financially support themselves. So.
Thank you for your answer. Yeah, that's exactly what we keep saying here in the space. I mean, we do not want to bash big organizations, but it's a total difference to small organizations that are on the ground and are able to be flexible as much as one can be. I mean, think about the chairman of the Red Cross sleeping in a van or eating hot dog from somewhere. Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. I'm actually gonna open a Ukrainian hot dog stand in the States when I get back, because we do not have that kind of delicacy. It's a travesty.
For our listeners, please don't forget that it is end of the month, so your paycheck just arrived. My donation has been made. I hope you saw it, Chris and Julia.
Thank you so much.
So donate everything you can to MryiaAid, but also to Renegade, and let's make a better place out of this world.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Luis. One last question, and then we promise we'll let you go, Chris and Julia. And I have to ask you this one, is that I have literally almost a dozen DMs from listeners, literally, asking exactly this. What's the story behind your avatar? What's the story behind your logo? The raccoon with a dustbin and a stick. Who are you trying to beat up on? Why are you a raccoon? Why are you black and white?
That will be a little long story, but it sort of started as a joke. We were thinking about the name for ourselves, and that was back when we were just starting to become a team of volunteers, not even talking about NGOs. So what happened was that we were throwing around some ideas, and we really liked the word relief. And at some point, one of our teammates, Drew, said we should name ourselves Disaster Trash Pandas. And out of that, we actually thought that was brilliant, but definitely not very serious.
Yeah.
And I threw together a quick logo in Canva. And what was the tagline?
Cleaning up Putin's messes since 2022.
Yeah. So I've made a little quick logo with a raccoon in it. And we all loved the idea of the raccoon and started looking up.
Unfortunately, the original iteration of the logo was copyright protected, but
we can definitely show it on our profile at some point, maybe as a throwback kind of post. Anyhow, we just love the raccoon and thought they are a perfect kind of animal to represent us, because of how we operate and how
yeah, the connotation.
Yeah.
Connotation of raccoons just being kind of scrappy and
resourceful.
I don't know. Resourceful, there you go, that's a good word. Yeah. And just I don't know, the imagery of it, the connotation of it sort of seemed to fit our origins.
There is a saying, one man's trash, another man's treasure, and we definitely turned some of those supplies that some people considered trash into treasure. So that's another factor. And then one of our teammates decided to run the idea. His wife is a graphic designer, and she created two versions of the raccoon. This is the official one. We also have an unofficial one, which we use on stickers and some other stuff. It's a raccoon on a skateboard with the same items in hand. We can definitely post it later on our profile. And she just made this amazing raccoon, which we all absolutely loved. And actually, the raccoon was first, and the name was second. So that's how it all came together.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you for being with us for 2.5 hours today. It was great to hear your stories, your testimonies. It was very valuable indeed, and I hope that you got something out of it as well. If nothing else, a recommendation for a water purification supply company, because whoever expected you'd be getting this out of 2.5 hours in the space today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely, it's been wonderful, and we truly appreciate the connections and the opportunity to share our story and to provide a little bit of perspective on what's happening out here. So thank you guys.
Much appreciated. It's just another milestone. Keep in touch. You know how to get us now.
Wonderful.
Sure, we definitely will.
And if you're bored and in the car, and before your colleague actually manages to, kill yet another mile marker, give us a ding.
Yes, indeed.
We'll keep you awake.
Amazing.
Actually, that's smart. Actually, I'm going to use that.
Alrighty, thanks, guys. Much appreciated.
Wonderful.
Good luck and Godspeed.
All right.
Alrighty, I think we have, Dolman, a little update coming up from our dearly beloved British Army baritone, Tim.
Tim, what's going on in Ukraine then?
Okay, before you start talking, Tim, do you actually sing, or is this another one of Axel's meanderings?
I do actually
Who's
sing.
singing?
I think you're asking me about Battle Moose. Yes, I do actually sing. I was a professional singer for a couple of years.
And then what happened?
He met us.
No, I was a lay clerk at St. Asaph Cathedral for a time. So I actually managed to get somebody to pay me to sing. I'm so many things. Banker, soldier, musician. I'm practically the Renaissance.
Tim, do you think that maybe there had to be a be a bit of tithing involved at the cathedral. Perhaps it was a bit of a charity, a kindness they extended to you.
No, we had a straight up nutting squad for that.
Bring on Timmy. Come on, Timmy, you know the hymn.
All right, okay.
It's personal, it hurt. I'm sorry. Jeez, Tim.
Kind of wondering why I'm doing the military update when there's I can see at least 3 people on the panel who vastly outrank me. But anyway, you asked for it, so here goes. Some updates. First, I'd like to start by stressing that everything I'm about to say is very much in the public domain. So the OSINT ghouls who always crop up and use the term OSINT incorrectly at this point can calm down, can take a big deep breath, because everything I'm about to say is very much in the public sector, very much in the public domain, rather, not the public sector. A lot of it does come from Russia's own sources, so nothing I'm about to say will be of any use at all to the Russian side of this conflict, of this war. Sorry, I must stop saying conflict. From an OS.
Tim, did the grammar police get him?
Yes. Tim, you need to come back up.
It might have been the sexton or the Eucharist minister. Sexton. Oh, gosh. I don't know why I'm just going to keep doing this. It's horrible. I found an inn, and I'm exploiting it. Tim, come back.
He is from Wales.
And you know what? The fact he's a singer only proves one thing.
He's a sewing machine.
Now that Wales has got talent.
Oh, Jesus.
It's from Britain's Got Talent. It's a TV show.
Yeah, we got it.
Let's try to get him back up.
God, I took a wrong week to stop drinking.
Sorry, guys.
Every week is their own week to stop drinking, Badamus.
Where
is Tim?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
here's
it
Tim.
just closed because I'm using the app on my phone at the same time as Twitter, I'm using my phone to do 2 things at once, and apparently for a fairly new iPhone, that's just too much to ask. Or is it too much to ask for Twitter? How far did I get?
You didn't even start.
You didn't.
Oh, for the love of God. Okay. Well, I'll try again. Please send me a text message if you send me a text message if you can't if I suddenly drop off again. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Did I talk about OPSEC?
Briefly, but not really.
All right. Okay. So I'd like to stress that everything I'm about to say is in the public domain. A lot of it does come from.
Yeah, you said
That
you
I
got
said.
public sector, and you're just about to step off on the actual.
All right. Okay. Fantastic. Can you still hear me now? Fantastic. Okay. So as of 2 a.m. Zulu time this morning, 30th of August, there was a general advance across a broad front, particularly around Kherson and the surrounding areas. Ukrainian forces are reported to have crossed the Inulets River at Snihorivka, which is a town about 70 kilometers north of Kherson. Roger, so far?
Tim, are you there? No, I'm just.
Are you messing with Tim? Okay.
Who's Tim? Who's Tim? Tim, go on. Come on.
I even use voice procedure and I still get jokes back. This is ridiculous. Okay. So there appears to be a salient forming to the south at Tomnya Bolka, where Ukrainian forces have advanced to within around 10 kilometers of Kherson airfield. So they're really quite close to Kherson. In terms of strikes, there have been multiple strikes reported, particularly on Kherson itself, where ammunition dumps and command facilities have been targeted. Also reported are precision strikes in Lvove, which is about 70 kilometers upstream, in Novokakhovka itself. And
it's just downstream of the dam.
Yeah, just downstream of the dam. In Novokakhovka itself, and also in Kakhovka, presumably Old Kakhovka, which is about another 10 kilometers upstream from Novokakhovka. So it's a less famous older sister. And also just across the river in Berislav. Now the OSINT is reporting that various OSINT sources are reporting that this operation has involved several brigades. The UK MOD has reported several brigades have been involved in a broad-fronted advance, and that a number of bridges have been repeatedly struck, including the famous Antonovsky Bridge, which has been hit 4 more times today. Now the other targets include various ammunition and various ammunition dumps and command posts. Hang on, I'm using my phone here, so my thumbs are getting a real workout. Now the update as of 13:45 Zulu time today was that sources indicate that this is a multi-pronged advance on several axes of advance, particularly a large sweep to the north, the same advance that presumably crossed the Inilets River at Sinhorivka. Now, the Russian Orbat inside the Kherson area of operations is estimated to be around 25 battalion tactical groups, which Chuck Farrer, a great friend of the space, assesses to be between 15 and 20,000 men. This, of course, creates a, shall we say, a bit of a bind for the Russian armed forces. This is a very significant force that must either be reinforced and resupplied or withdrawn, and they really have no avenue of resupply, or rather, they have a very inadequate avenue of resupply, and they have a pretty much non-existent avenue of withdrawal, simply because they cannot get across the Dnieper River because all of the crossings have been destroyed, including the famous Russian pontoon bridge at the Antonovsky Bridge, just upstream of Kherson. Roger, so far?
Yes.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, in other news, this is fresh information. There have been a number of strikes in Crimea, including, and God, I really should have rehearsed these words, Krasnoperkopsk and Voinka, as well as, bear with me one second, as well as in Yevpatoria, and just outside Simferopol. And it's reported that Mikhail Podolyak, who is an advisor to Ukrainian President Zelensky, has stated that Ukraine is creating evacuation routes for civilians who want to leave Crimea. Now, this is quite important because it indicates that the Kerch Strait Bridge is going to be left intact. This is, according to Chuck Farrer, this is basically, Ukraine is signaling here that it is very serious about liberating Crimea at this point, simply because they are providing this opportunity for civilians to leave Russian-occupied Crimea. So that's really what I have. If anybody wants to come up and tear that apart or add anything to it, then please do so.
I think that was very helpful.
Thank you, Tim.
I think we lost Tim.
I was just going to say, next time you're going to have to sing it, though.
You couldn't afford me.
Well, we can always go to the church and ask him to pay. I'm just kidding. Hey, Tim, I have a friend named Simon, and he said he was not expecting that. And then he said Wales does have talent.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Okay. You will do this next time.
But Wales doesn't have talent, by the way.
It does. I saw one episode where it had talent. Anyways. Yeah, so that's all open source information. I think some people got mad. We were actually repeating what the Ukrainian armed forces were releasing. So if they're saying it, I'm comfortable saying it here. I mean, I'm sure that the bad guys are listening to the Ukrainian military's updates and the British MOD. But yeah, that's pretty awesome, and I think it's grand, Tim. I think it's grand. Multi-pronged. Look, three distinct areas. You might want to qualify that if they share similar echelons, they would be a separate effort. I mean, a similar effort. If they had different echelons completely that weren't co-located, they would possibly be a different formation on different axes of events. So just wanted to share that because as these brigades are moving, the sustainment plans behind them actually, there's set routes that are taken by those brigades, and within the brigades, the battle groups themselves will have their own sets of MSRs and avenues of approach, and all that good stuff, and lanes, and we call them lanes. It's an open field, for example, and it looks like the Ukrainians are doing what they are trained to do, which is very, very refreshing.
Hey, Yehuda, remember when you're going on about me talking about calculating antenna length? You're doing it.
I don't recall ever criticizing you, Battle Moose.
You do it like 13 times before lunch.
What time is it now? I'm just kidding. All right, Battle Moose. Well, anyways, it's very important. It's all very good. You're right. Maybe I have an exam. That's why, by the way. I actually have an exam coming up. Okay. Back to the books for me. All right, and the Renegade group there, that went well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The lovely people. That's for sure. Working hard to get. Except Douglas doesn't like them. So puts a thumb down there, but then a heart. I don't know. That's confusing messaging there, Douglas. Make your mind up. Yeah, no, it went very well. Very interesting. Very insightful. We have a hand up from Prince. Do you want to hear her out, maybe?
Sure.
Hi guys, I'm hoping that I can talk for more than 30 seconds. My question is, I've seen some reports that the Antonovsky Bridge has actually collapsed and part of it is now in the river. I'm wondering if anybody has seen that also, and if there's any confirmation of that. I'm just sort of thinking, if it collapsed, the Russians would know, so there's nothing wrong with saying that. I know people are really touchy about that, and I understand it, and I don't blame anybody. But I think you guys are doing a really good job of making sure that the wrong things aren't being shared, and I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate your update, Tim. And that's about it. Thank you.
Heather, sorry, that was 38 seconds. I'm just kidding.
And we also don't know whether the bridge collapsed. We really don't know whether the bridge collapsed. What we can see, what everybody else can see at the moment, is a relatively dark video of a heavy-duty surface explosion on top of the bridge, which, from the looks of it, could very well mean that something has gone boom, because it's pretty damn wide. It's not just something which has gone through the bridge and somehow, went into the water. On the contrary, this looks pretty impressive.
Yeah. Every strike on the Antonovsky Bridge, for some reason, is extremely exciting. And I really admire, I think it says a lot about the Ukrainians for leaving the Kerch Bridge alone, as much as I'd love to see that thing go boom. It's showing the integrity and respect that Ukraine has for the civilian population to give them a way out. And I think that's great. And by the way, I think if Yehuda doesn't bother Battle Moose, I think it's only so that he can get a little bit of that maple syrup reserve, because Yehuda doesn't want to go without his maple syrup. So
Yehuda has his own. He's Canadian. He gets some by right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Queen delivers it to us quarterly.
With the stamp. We get paid in maple syrup. Get out of here. I'm just kidding, Heather.
I know you are. Thank you guys. I'm going to drop back down to listening. I've appreciated everything that you guys have been sharing the last day. I realized I didn't speak at all yesterday because it was.
There's a madhouse in here.
It was a madhouse.
Whoever was the engineer of that bridge, they need to, if he's still alive, he or she's still alive, they need to go out and buy that dude a beer, because how many times has that damn thing been struck?
Yeah,
Not enough.
This looks different. You should look at the video.
It looks like one of those airdropped giant things going boom. Just saying.
If only.
It's a bridge, not a dam. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
No, it's a day dam.
Tim.
I had a maple syrup question. Do Canadian soldiers get maple syrup in their ration packs?
You get them at the mess. And you can take little packets of them with you in the field. But why would you?
But you don't actually get them issued to you in the field. I feel like this is an oversight.
Could be. Not sure. What are you, a doctor? I don't know.
We're vitally deficient in vitamin maple syrup.
We own the.
How could you?
Canada has the largest supply of maple syrup in the world. A lot of people don't know that. And the maple syrup you eat in America or Europe is garbage. It's fake. It's actually corn syrup with food coloring and poison.
We never asked for you to export that stuff. You know this, right?
Google maple syrup stolen in Quebec. You're going to see an article that'll blow your mind. Maple syrup, Quebec, theft. This is what makes news in Canada.
Can you please save us?
If it's not 100% organic, and if it doesn't come in either a glass container or one of those non-reactive plastic beige containers, then it's not maple syrup.
I had hoped for something completely different. I will now switch over to Portland. Portland, save us from the maple syrup debate.
It doesn't get cold enough in Portland for maple syrup.
So I haven't seen the video of whatever was quite large hitting the Antonovsky Bridge. Also, quite interesting, I have been locked out of all of my satellite imagery portals. It's like all three of them, 2 British providers, 1 American provider, and that fact alone, I think, tells you, like, I can't tell you anything about what's going on the ground in Ukraine because I can't see shit. But even if I wanted to go take a look, see, I can't tell you anything. I'm locked out. So I don't know if anybody else is locked out. But this tells me, assuming that everybody else is locked out the same way that I am, this tells me that the Ukrainians are taking this extremely seriously. But you're not locked out?
No.
Huh. That's annoying. I wonder why I'm locked.
Maybe it's a cache thing or something. Password reset.
So I already went through those processes. I'm getting a service temporarily unavailable warning, which I find very interesting. But in any case, if anybody can shoot me a link to that video. I can
Already
take a
have.
look. Okay, fantastic. I will take a look, see, and I'll see if I can tell what it is.
Pixelated is the word that comes to mind, just by the way. It's really bad quality and very dark. So have fun. And actually, I know you will.
I think I know why.
Is it censored, Yehuda?
No, it was at night, probably. It was very dark.
It was at night. It was at 7 minutes past 8 p.m. local time.
There you go. So half the puzzle is solved. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm being a little cheeky.
And we know when, we know where, we just don't know what.
Could have been maybe a Russian vehicle, maybe something with gasolines, or maybe those are the things that go boom rounds, and the Russians were trying to make a run for it, and the Ukrainians saw it, and maybe they thought, "Oh, it's a good time to hit it." I don't know. Makes more sense.
That's
to
how
me.
it looks. That's how it looks like. Something with a lot of fuel, going a lot of boom.
Interesting. Ukrainians like to hit the bridge in the daytime just to let the Russians know. But we shall see. We shall see what the Ukrainians have in store for me.
You know what the cool thing is? If Portland is not locked into those 3 portals, he can actually take the time and go find the kebab shop.
Not drive all the way to Seattle.
No, he said there was only one kebab shop in Portland, and this was only open during the daytime, where he couldn't go because he's busy looking at satellite images. Right, Portland?
Portland's busy.
Exactly.
He's trying to log in.
Yeah, I am actually still trying to get in. It's interesting. Some of my other friends in the OSINT space, they can't get in either. So I'm not sure why you still can get in, Yehuda. But that's really interesting.
Have you tried emailing your provider and asking them, letting them know that you can't get in?
Yes. And what they are saying is they are not being drawn on the subject of this service is temporarily unavailable. I can look at US imagery, but I can't look at European imagery.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't log in at all.
No, there's Satellogic has a separate portal for Europe at the moment.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I'd email them and say, "Hey, listen, you know who I am," and then you tell them, "You better give me that access right now, Mister." No, or you could just say, "I pay for this. Why? You know, I need an explanation or get a refund at least."
Yeah, I was more wondering if maybe there was if there had been some request made by the Ukrainians / British / American governments, but maybe it's just a technical thing. Anyway,
Maybe it's just bandwidth. Maybe all their subscribers are trying to look at the same thing, and it's just too heavy.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Right?
I haven't thought of
It's
that
like
one.
7 p.m. on a Tuesday evening, the internet slows down because everyone's logging in at home. Right? Who knows?
Who knows? Well, let me not divert the whole space into my technical woes.
Yeah, that's right. Twitter gives us enough technical woes as it is. We had John Howard coming up, and then we go to Evan and to Chris. John. John. Okay, maybe John can't hear me no more. M.
I'll call it first. The Russians are retreating. I'll be more than happy to be proven wrong.
I knew you would say this.
Like father, like son.
No, I knew you would say this. Unbelievable.
You
Bad
heard
boy. You're a
You
bad
heard it.
boy.
You heard it here first, folks. The Russians are retreating.
Excellent. Thank you, M. Let's go to Christopher and his new harm tobacco advertisement fella.
So I have a real quick question. What's happening? Do you guys have any update on the IEA committee going to Zaporizhia, or there's nothing from them yet?
Well, they said they're going, and they haven't arrived yet. I think that's all we know. They've not been saying a whole lot, or at least certainly not a whole lot was audible through the deafening silence of what's going on in Kherson. But they definitely went, but it takes a while because it's not entirely sure where they were going to go. They were in Kiev today, I can tell you that. I don't know if they've gotten much further than that yet.
Alrighty.
I think the Director General actually went to meet Zelensky, if I remember correctly, a few hours ago. But yeah, I don't think you would expect them to be there today, that's for sure. I think they'll travel daytime only. Okay, thank you, Christopher. John dropped off. George is still connecting. M, any more bold predictions?
Not really predictions at this point, but fingers crossed. I would like to quote a line from Macbeth. This was said by Macduff, Act 5, Scene 8. Turn, hellhound, turn.
There's an awkward silence.
Usually,
No, I
you're not allowed to rehearse
Exactly.
or quote Macbeth if you're not rehearsing or enacting the play. But I don't believe in curses, so there you go.
Well, you can go on discussing the Scottish play all you want.
Tim already left, given the fact that he has been singing and playing and dancing in his life. No, but on a more serious note, I think you're onto something. And because it's news, our space title already says it.
Well, I don't know. I think it's a little early to call it. I think that the Ukrainians are organizing, for the next bound. I think the Russians definitely have to withdraw from some of their positions. Where they go, that's the real question. Georgie.
George? George? Okay, what is this new thing where people can't hear me when I call them first? John? No, George? Okay, George, we aren't getting anything from you. Then John, does your audio work?
Testing.
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. So someone asked about this IAEA visit to Zaporizhia. Did I pronounce that right? Anyway, so that's all well, but I mean, come on, what's going to come out of that? Whatever they find, seriously, are they going to say, "Oh, it's not good to occupy a nuclear plant in wartime"? Leave, and then what? I think it's a little bit ridiculous, pointless. Maybe it's a better word.
Sober, clear Swedish analysis.
Yeah, I can just see it coming. Oh, there's a risk here, and this is not good, and they are doing this and that, and it's not very good. So now they have to leave, and they will leave. I mean, the inspectors will leave, and then life goes on. That's going to be the outcome, I think.
Yeah, and then there will be a big press conference, a grand report, an appeal, and nothing happens.
Exactly. What's the daily allowance like now in Ukraine? Must be high, so some motivation to go.
I'm not sure that Mr. Grossi, who's a serious man, by the way, is on a per diem.
Oops, my bad. Sorry.
But maybe his team, he may be right.
Yeah, anyway, I think it's enough in Bergen.
Yep, just wanted to say that.
It probably is. It will, if anything, allow maybe something to leak out of the power plant. Not bad kind of leak, but like a words kind of leak, because finally they might have a vessel through which to do it. Who knows? Still better that they go than that they don't go, I guess. William, good afternoon there.
Hey, good afternoon. I've been kind of off the grid for the whole day with the daddy-daughter date. I was just wondering if there was any kind of an update. I haven't seen any updates since around 6 o'clock that we can talk about anything that's coming out. And I apologize if you guys have already done that lately. I just was kind of wondering. Really interesting to hear about, how much artillery was used last night, against the Russians, because as an infantryman myself, I'm just thinking now we're starting to go into days of this, and the more artillery Ukraine's putting down, the less sleep these Russians are having, and the worse they're going to be fighting, and the easier it is for them to break. So if there's any quick update or something like that, would be great. I'd love to hear it. Thank you.
Nothing as yet there, William. We do know what the Ministry of Defense in the UK said. We know what the Ukrainians said. Some people suspect that there's some form of withdrawal of Russian forces. I suspect they're definitely withdrawing. The question is to where. They have, let's say they have up to a week of supplies. Not even necessarily that much, depending on how much ammunition they expend. You have to consider food. They have a city to fall back to. They do have food and a lot of fuel, probably ammunition stored away in buildings, but that could be denied to them by partisan and special forces activity. We'll have to wait and see. It's a little too early, to be honest with you. My friends put retreat in the title. We don't necessarily know that yet, but it would be a possibility. But retreat to where? The city, try to cross the bridge, try to cross the river. A lot of big question marks going on right now. I think we need to consider the options as well.
No, I agree. I'm not trying to get any over the skis or anything that can't get put out. And what I was really excited about is just seeing a few things where the partisan, not even partisan, it's repealing an invasion of the generalized folks from Kherson. It seems like we're really picking up the ante, and that's just going to cause a big headache for these Russian soldiers that are way away from their homes. They're not. Some of them are running around in tennis shoes and struggling, and I mean, I really can only imagine the morale that is being destroyed or whatever's left of morale in these soldiers. And I can, when you're thinking about these large areas, I think people were a little quick to jump to think that, this was going to happen in 2 days or 1 day, or if it was going to happen at all. But there's large areas that have to be covered. And, it's just really, really good to see that part of it. And I can, again, going back to thinking about being an infantryman, imagine a few weeks ago, your commanders told you can't smoke cigarettes. But you're watching all these, precision rockets firing at big supply bases, and you're just an average artilleryman or infantryman or tanker, and now you can't smoke cigarettes. Most of your commanders are dead. You don't know what the unit to your left and right's doing, and now you got to worry about those precision munitions coming down on top of individual people. So that's, as I said, it's making for a fun watch. It's really the other thing is if they as I think we can all predict what's going to happen is we can all look into the ball, but it's going to be very interesting to see how much mechanized equipment is on that side of the river and how on earth they're going to try and get it out, because I'm just as I said, I'm sitting back and watching right now. But thanks for the time.
No problem, William. Yeah, their commanders are mostly not there anyway. They're a couple hundred kilometers to the east. They have probably a platoon commander sitting around. It's a bad. I would say this: the first day for them, though, in this regard, is a good thing. The first day for the Ukrainians to just show an overwhelming, demonstrate overwhelming force, violence, aggression. And I have a feeling that with these Russian soldiers who have literally been occupying and harassing and raping and being a jerk overall to locals, when they got to Kherson, they had limited resistance from the Ukrainian military as they were focusing obviously in the north near Kiev and then Donbass. So that was a bit of an easier fight for them. They weren't expecting what the Ukrainians did yesterday. It's quite inspiring and scary if you're on the receiving end of all of that artillery, all that those HIMARS. We saw the Ukrainians, even with the professional army, it hit their morale, and they did their job, but it was hard, very hard. Now we're looking at the Russians, who have been taught that the Ukrainians are weak and they're stupid and they're cowards for their whole lives, and they, this is it's not just demoralizing; it shatters cohesion. That's why you saw who sees a BTG just get up and leave. We're going. This sucks. This place sucks. I don't want to be here. Hello, 800 people. Did you just leave? And then the VDV guys beside them. Yeah, we're going too, actually, because we don't want to die in place. That's pretty shocking. It could have been they saw one of their flanking units just get lit the F up, and they're like, "Yeah, we're out. We're out. We don't have anything that stops that." So I'm not going to wait to die. I suspect that the Russian forces have withdrawn to, probably the most defensive battle position they might have. They have been building them since they invaded, concrete bunkers, all sorts of stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to call it a retreat yet or a rout. I'd say a withdrawal is fair because they're no longer where the Ukrainians are, or they're dead. So if they weren't in the positions that the Ukrainians pushed through, it means they're either dead or they've left. The question is, where are they? That's the big question. The big $64,000 question is, where are the Russians? Or where Russian now? Because air defense is lonely. Anyway, maybe John wants to come up. I'm not sure if we have anything else to add. But there are reports of the Russians moving around. But where would they go? Where would they go?
Where Ruski go?
A good question. And why only $64,000, Yehuda?
My young friend, it's because you were not subjected to 1960s and 70s parents who watch old TV shows. That's all I'm going to say. It's a reference. It's not $1 million question. It's a $64,000 question. And I don't want to post the reference for him because I'm driving. I can't Google my phone there. But yeah, that's how you can tell an age of someone, or a nerd, which I was a nerd growing up. So I use references of older people.
$64,000 inflation adjusted goes once, twice, and thrice to Yehuda. Battle moves and then anti.
you were a nerd growing up?
Yes, Battle Moose. And then I blossomed into the super cool individual I am today. Just keep it up, Battle Moose. Keep it up.
Bring it, old man.
Yeah, I'm gonna
One
keep
case,
this up.
one case of Weiss beer. No, one case of Weiss beer of your choosing, Battle Moose, for you.
If he keeps this up, I'm gonna stab the wheels on his house. You just keep it up, buddy. We're getting Canadian dirty.
You don't know what trailer park I live
Battle
in.
Moose?
Hey, you don't. Hey, one simply does not interfere when Canadians crap talk each other.
Oh, I can hear you, but I can't hear Battle Moose.
No.
Check.
I can hear him.
You wanna tell M to maybe cycle down and do the restart thing because we can't.
No. There's no. It's you, Battle Moose. It is actually your microphone, which is so low in volume that hardly anyone can hear you.
I can hear him perfectly. That's just maybe it's Canadian signals capabilities.
I think it's a European thing.
Enable C2. All right, let's rock and roll. So Zaporizhia, someone asked about the IEAE, whatever it's called. They should come up with this a better acronym because that one sucks. How about Nuclear Agency? World Nuclear NWA, we'll call it. No. WNA.
Did you just
World
say
Nuclear?
nuclear?
No, I said NWA, which is a band. My bad. All right. But yes, the Russians are playing around. Again, not a major issue. I don't see them letting a nuclear meltdown happen at a plant. So I think that's been brought up a few times. It was brought back online a couple of days ago after it was taken off, right?
Does Yehuda have a Twitter box?
No, I'm here. I'm just
Oh.
being silent. I have a question from the audience, assuming we're going to blah, 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 blah. What does he say? Speculating, assuming that Ukraine wins the Kherson battle and looks into the Donbass as the next theater, how would the composition and readiness of Russian forces, how would the composition and readiness of that battle be? Sick. What would be, and how would it be capable of fighting? How would winning Kherson and the winter affect the Western support for Ukraine? Well, I think it's clear that the West will support Ukraine no matter what. Now we've crossed that bridge. I don't think Donbass is the next major battle. I think it's the culmination. It will be the last one. I suspect after Kherson, I'm gonna lead a poll over to the east, take back everything, cut off, put. I don't know what a brigade cutoff is, or a div cutoff is just like a brigade or something. Yeah, a div cutoff would be a brigade. I think John would know. That's just one level above my training. So I'm sure there would be some form of cut off force, some brigade that they'd just place right there just to stop the Russians from coming through Crimea. And then I think that they would do some kind of, attack in the Donbass from the north, the west, and the south. The composition of the Russians, I don't know. I mean, I don't think the Russians know their own composition. So we can discuss. Then John or Auntie, who's next? Where's M?
Trying to get him back up.
Yeah, sorry to the room. We're having major technical issues the last little while. There was a Twitter update 4 days ago. I did it myself. It does not work very well. It is kind of poopy, and we're doing our best. I think Twitter will be coming out shortly with a new update, I assume, because this one is really crap. And we'll go to Den John, and I'll just cover for M. Go ahead, Dan John.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Yuda. Yes, so my point was not whether Russia is going to blow up the plant or not. It was rather, what's the point of sending IAEA, whatever you call it, there?
Yeah. It's Farmer Browning.
And also,
what's the point?
yeah,
it's management. It's because they have to be monitored by the EIAO group as part of safety measures, right? Yeah, that's the only reason, and it's kind of scary to see someone playing around.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, and actually, I have now, because it's a little bit quiet, I can share another thing. Great concern of mine that we might be witnessing the slow death of rock and roll. Can you?
Slow down the rock and roll. Yeah, because video has killed the radio star.
No,
already.
Because most vacuum tubes or valves for British audience are made where? In Russia.
Zaporizhia.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, in Russia.
I don't know.
Further north.
How am I supposed to? What kind of obscurantist point is this? I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
No, they're made in Russia, most of them. I think there's a factory in Czech Republic or Slovakia. I'm not sure which one.
That make what?
Vacuum tubes. So
Vacuum.
your GL6L6s and your your various tube amps and whatnot. Like when I was in, radios had tubes in them.
Yeah.
And you would have to jostle the tubes around to make sure that you had connectivity. A lot of them, the British used to make the best valves or tubes. A lot of them, the next best. The Russians make a pretty good tube, but the Chinese do make the bulk of the tubes.
Okay.
So rock and roll, it's not dead. We always have the reliable Chinese to produce them. There you go.
Sigh.
All right, Auntie, and then Tom.
Well, to the ones who say rock and roll is dead, I can only say "Amo shuko." But that wasn't really. Yeah.
You used your whole allocation for emotion and humor for the next 10 years, Auntie. You know this, right?
No, actually, I still have more, but I'm gonna use up the next 50 years in one go. I'm really sad that Doman left because I had a very important question for him, but I'm just gonna have to hold it in for a little while. But Yehuda, I actually the second which is not nearly as important, but still quite frivolous. Did you ever figure out a way to somehow substitute the marvelous generator business you had going a couple of months ago, or are you still in transition after that?
I'm in transition. The business did not last. Power was restored 4 days later. So if anyone wants to buy a generator for me, it's I don't even know what it is anymore. 7,000. I don't know. Start. It just didn't work out. But thanks for rubbing it in.
Yeah, I can only only help so much in one go, but I'll try and do more next time.
Well, crowdfunded. All right. Well, thank you. Maybe I'll set it up as a electrical generator power station in Russia when all the sanction hits, and that $500 generator from the store there is actually really important in Russia because that's where they're going, I think.
And you could also manufacture tubes as well. Apparently, we're gonna need some.
No, the Chinese got it. We're good. Thanks for that. Let's go to Tom. Tom.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we're going to go to Tom Den John. Get it? Den John with the D. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to mention something about the whole fellas situation. So one of the Ukrainian government officials that had thanked the whole NATO fellas organization, everyone started begging him to have a fella of his own and raised a whole bunch of money. So he's done it. I think it is Alexei Reznikov. I'm not entirely sure what he is.
Alexei Reznikov.
Minister of Defense.
Minister of Defense. So it's not just some teeny little minister. He's quite an important guy in Ukrainian government. So then I had a little idea of, wouldn't it be cute if someone could make little fella teddy bears for Ukrainian children, and we could raise a whole bunch of money for Ukraine and maybe give a whole bunch of teddy bears to Ukrainian kids for Christmas or something? I just thought that might be a nice idea. And then within, like, I don't know, 5 minutes of me posting this idea, someone else from our space, Charman, I can't remember his actual name, he's done a little mock-up of like a little fella teddy bear. And then someone else said, oh, you should ask St. Javelin because they've already got a web store. So I've just put a tweet up in the nest. If people think that's a nice idea to raise money for Ukraine, like, give it a retweet and ask St. Javelin, guys, you could do this, because I'm sure they could reach out to a teddy bear company. And no one owns the Doge meme, right? Like, you could make a Shiba Inu teddy bear.
That's right.
It's just a cute idea, I thought. People could buy them for themselves. They could buy them for Ukrainian kids. It would be something nice. And it would probably really annoy the Russians as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, Tom, you go ahead, you go out and do that, and we'll support you. But I'm not selling teddy bears on the space. No. We have a pretty strict rule. We don't handle money or merchandise on the report because it's for selfish means. I don't want to handle money or merchandise on the space because I lost the rest of my hair when I met Yehuda, and that I think my beard would fall out if we had to start doing that. So,
but I don't think
we appreciate it. If you can make it happen, we'll support you. We'll push you.
I don't think he means us. I think he's find an existing group that's doing something similar, like the St. Javelins, and suggest it. I mean, you can suggest it on your own. Yeah, that's fine, and then we can help promote it. Or maybe we'll ask the MryiaAid folks if they want to do that and donate all the proceeds to helping Ukraine. Why not? It's not bad, but I mean, again, I don't think that Tom meant us specifically. I mean, I wouldn't trust him with a paper bag battle moves, let alone money. But or me.
Tom, Yehuda dolls.
Oh my God, enough. That's too much good lookingness going on.
Well, I can finally hear everyone, and here's a better suggestion. How about the studio that shot the best movie about Shiba Inus can do that? We can pressure them or lobby them to do so.
Yeah, pretty sure it's not an Arabic dog name, but okay. I love it.
It's Japanese, Yehuda, and I speak Japanese.
No, you said Shiba Inu. It's a big iron in the Inu. I don't know. I was just teasing.
So there's a film about these. Sorry, there's a film with these dogs as well.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
There is one about a very faithful Shiba Inu. It's a very good story.
All right, let's roll on to Ukraine. Just like the Ukrainian army is rolling through their own country and on top of poorly constructed Russian defensive positions. I think we got a few questions here. Do we want to answer some from the audience? I got a lot of questions in the messages lately. I'm not sure if you've noticed anyone getting a lot of questions. Cool questions. I got a question.
We have George and we have Dan. So let's go to George. And I might have been mistaken. It might have been an Akita, not a Shiba Inu. So yeah, George, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask Axel. I don't know if I'm catching guys late today for my time anyway. Did anybody mention that attack in Leipzig where someone tried to firebomb the kindergarten that's housing Ukrainians?
Yeah, we discussed it briefly. Seemingly, some wayward idiot thought it's a grand idea to threaten a kindergarten. He was detained. No attack was carried out, and the person will probably rest for the next 15 years in safe storage for insanity or something. We'll see.
Okay, and well, that's good. So, do we have any idea of what nationality this idiot was, or?
I haven't seen anything yet. If you give me 5 minutes, I can check whether anything finally appeared.
Yeah, that would be great. Anything on the visas moving forward? On the visa bans moving forward today?
I haven't seen anything. Antti, did you see something? What happened to the motion in Finland?
No, I actually didn't. I did see some tweets to the effect that that Germany was supposedly for getting rid of the preferred status of Russia in visas, but even that was just one tweet. So I mean, and nothing from Finland as far as I can tell. But I can check that quickly as well.
Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate the attempt because I tried to look and I couldn't find nothing. So thank you.
Right, Ben, please go ahead until.
Mic check.
Roger.
Am I having audio problems, or is everybody else having audio problems?
I can hear you, but I can't hear anyone else.
Yeah,
because nobody else is talking.
We lost the entire brain trust of MryiaReport. Okay, we'll go. Oh well, there's Axel, but he's gone mad. We'll go with.
I can hear you, Balmo.
Thanks, buddy. We'll go with Dan John. If you have any questions, come on up. Request to speak once you get up here. There's a little heart with plus symbol down at the bottom of your phone. Press that, and there to the right will be a hand. Raise your hand, and we'll answer you in order, just like we're going to answer Dan John right now.
Thank you, Mr. Balamus. So there was some additional information about the visa, EU visa, today, and that's
so you were baiting us to see if we knew about it. Oh, you sneaky bugger!
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so there was some additional information, and that's that the Netherlands or Holland actually officially is against, or someone high up in the government, I don't know if it was the Prime Minister, are against any visa. I mean, a visa ban, not this light version. So things are moving, and there's supposedly a meeting this week between the foreign ministers, EU foreign ministers, about this. But let's see how it goes.
Yeah, that would definitely be good. And if anybody's got some spare time on their hands this week, by all means, go to your elected representatives. And if your country has not banned Russian travel visas already, you should be out there probably protesting and pounding on doors and saying, you know what, our country, insert your country name here, should be banning Russian travel visas because they're a bunch of genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, send emails to the foreign ministers in your countries.
Absolutely, I'm kind of a knock on doors type of guy. So I've actually seen my local MP, and when he sees me walking up the walkway there, he like throws his secretary at the door and runs away. But that's neither here nor there. The whole intention is put your best foot forward and make the best effort you can, and we'll get through this together. Ben, how are you today? Did everybody just die?
No, we're good. I was just not talking.
Oh, well, you're the co-host. You probably should do some talking then.
Wait, I was trying to get out of the co-host position for about 5 hours, but it's fine.
Well, here, let me go wake the North American.
We're sorting it.
Let me go wake them up. They were out partying last night, so they're all in the ditch.
No, it was too quiet. Should I say something? Just did.
Keep going, it's okay. We're just trying to cycle through a number of chaps in order to make sure that M can co-host if he has a stable connection, and then we move forward. Because there's a lot of stuff and a lot of ground to cover. Not a lot of shit, but a lot of ground to cover. Antti, please.
Yes, speaking of shit, no, that was a poor attempt at humor. But the unofficial EU foreign ministers meeting is still going on until tomorrow. So hopefully tomorrow there will be a communique about what they've come up with regarding the visa ban or visa restrictions. But I can't find anything relevant to what was asked before that's somehow new, besides the comment from the Netherlands that they are for some kind of a ban or a restriction or something or other. But I would hope that sometime tomorrow we will be a bit more wiser, older at least. I don't have any more humor left in me for the moment, so you'll have
Why
to.
am I not surprised?
Maybe
Wait a second, Doman. Sorry then, John. I just noticed that Doman was here. I have a question for him, but do go on, John.
Then, John.
Oh no.
You silenced the Swede.
Yes. I silenced the Viking.
Then, John, if you have audio issues, please cycle down and come back up. If you find your microphone, it's next to the Billy shelf on the left-hand side, where the other IKEA furniture is. Okay. He probably is you know what he did? He just simply went into his kitchen and opened a package of surströmming and fell into comatose happiness. George, whilst we're waiting for our Swede to return, why don't you enlighten us?
Well, actually, I was going to ask you guys, the video you guys were talking about earlier, when I was having a horrendous case of Twitter pox with a very high fever. Is that the video, Doman? I know you're on here. Is that the video that I had that I had referenced to? Because where I found the video, it said that what had been hit was one of the pontoon barges, and hence the smoke and stuff, because it had equipment now on it. Has anybody else heard that? Because I'm looking at the video in the nest that was posted by CJ, and I guess that's what you guys were talking about.
No, we're talking about a video which comes from the evening, and a special Hassan Cat actually posted it. It's an evening video from shortly after 8 p.m. like 8:20 something p.m. Local time, and it shows in the darkness. You can see the silhouette of the bridge, and you can see an explosion which is so wide and so, I mean, colorful that it looks as if, I think Yehuda is right. It looks as if an airburst hit a fuel truck. That's how massive it is.
All right, because what I'm going to look at it because I've been pondering now that, remember, the Americans have been saying they've been sending more ammunition for HIMARS. I'm wondering if what you guys are referencing is maybe something that's a HIMARS munition that's like the alternative warhead, the one that's like that huge shotgun that just blasts open. Could it be that?
That's good point. Very good point. I thought so. That was my first thought, but up until somebody mentioned the fuel truck, because you have to have a look at the.
I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it, Axel.
Click on the profile. Click on the profile of Special Hassan Cat, and you can see it. It should be one of the last tweets.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna look at it, and I'll get back on here.
Sure. Don't race away. You don't have to leave the speaker post, George. Don't forget, because if you do, who knows how long it takes for you to get back up. You never know here. Auntie.
Yes, I had a question for Doman, but he's dropped down the list there again. Is he suffering from the pox?
I'm not sure. I think he's suffering from a glass of white wine. And oh no, he's coming back up. So he's not suffering from a glass of white wine. He's having a glass of white wine.
Okay. I will try to contain myself.
I don't know what you have to contain yourself for. I'm suffering from no wine whatsoever, absence of all wine. And what is your question?
Okay, so I've been trying to hold this in, but I can no longer do so. I mean, it's really important. So for hours now, I've been trying to figure out, and I know you can answer this. Has there been anything happening in Kosovo that we should know about? Anything at all? Can you? I mean, do you know if there's something we should know about Kosovo?
I can tell you that the president of a small EU country has very explicitly said that, let's put it this way, that the EU must force Serbia to agree to Western values ASAP. That's pretty much it. But this is after Josep Borrell a few days ago, the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs, basically negotiated the solution between Serbia and Kosovo that would prevent another round of what happened on the 31st of July by getting Serbia to remove the restrictions that Kosovo was intending to reciprocate. So basically, instead of Kosovo reciprocating, Serbia removed the reason to reciprocate in the first place, and now it's apparently all fine. And it definitely will never flare up ever again, because that's how the Balkans work.
Never, ever, ever.
Never, ever, ever.
Yes. So tomorrow, when I ask you if there's something we should know about Kosovo, you will have the answer right there.
Never, ever, ever.
Yes. Thank you so much. Now I can rest easy until tomorrow.
Easy.
Then John.
Yeah, I just want to make it public that I think Dorman just put our dear auntie under the bus. He didn't expect a complete answer, I'm pretty sure. Excellent, Dorman.
But we could have at least, but no, wait 1 second. Domin, and what about the stuff between Montenegro and Kosovo?
I think I'll go find that glass of wine now.
You find that glass of wine, and I'll get myself a beer.
Then, John, there are things going on in the shadows that you know nothing about.
I just pulled down the blinds. So
It seems our whole U.S. American and Canadian audience and the Brits who came in late will be delighted to hear that the Europeans have gone mad because we're approaching September. There you go. Nina, please explain to our North American audience as to why the Europeans have gone mad.
I have no idea, but it's contagious. And Antti, I don't know what is going on with you, and because you are always so asiallinen. What is it in what?
No, I was kidding.
Are you asking what is it in Finnish?
No, in English. Antti, this is like
to the point. To the point.
Yes, to the point. Yes, you are to the point always. And I actually love this kind of humor that you have. It's like there is a term for it in Finnish. I think it's like it's like a little bit dry humor, dry sense of humor, and I like you are saying it with like your face is not, you are not laughing yourself. This is like great. And also then John, I really you have a great sense of humor too. So I don't know what is going on. I think this
Nina, flattery will get you nowhere. What is your question?
Axel, Axel.
Hold on, this is somber business.
Okay, yes, this is like bloody hell. What?
You silly Estonian. we're trying to remain. I give up. I give up. Incredible.
Nobody in North America will believe that we're talking to Finns and people who live in Estonia, who typically never have any kind of humor. Sorry,
no,
at least not
Axel,
outwardly.
But Axel, I have to say that you can take this as flattery if you want, but this is not flattering. I also like your sense of humor because it's like really to the point, how would I say, like really sharp humor. I appreciate it, and you can tell me not to flatter you. That's fine, but I don't flatter. I mean what I say.
Yes, I appreciate this, and thank you, Nina. I still have to move forward because otherwise I can't contain myself laughing. I Like Wendy has come up with, by the way, with one of the most interesting avatars anybody can look at. I urge you all in our audience, have a look at I Like Wendy's avatar and follow that young man who likes Wendy. So in the meantime, Jerome was waiting, Nina. Unless you have a serious question, which I can put forward, then that's great. Otherwise, wait a second, we'll go to Jerome and then to George, who has now found again yet probably the video. Jerome, please. And apologies for this serious amount of silliness and levity here. We're not trying to reinvent Monty Python. This is the flying circus.
Yes, please excuse us.
It's quite all right. We were discussing how a sense of humor differs us from the Russians, and we think it helps with thinking out of the box, but that was earlier. I just saw Oscar's avatar down low, and I was just wondering, maybe she gave an update and some words, but I just was wondering about Odessa, and I just haven't heard about the grain movements. Is that still happening? And I just wonder if any punishment was meted out by Russians as with like a missile toward the grain depot or anything like that in response.
As always, your wish is our say order. Oscar.
And I also have to say I find her voice quite comforting. So on that note.
Yeah.
We all tend to agree.
Hi. Sorry, Jerome. I've missed the question. I was just connecting, and at that point, the sound is off usually. What was the question?
I just haven't, it's good to hear you, and I haven't heard much about Odessa, and I happen to notice your...
I can.
I think Jerome has has lost his audio. I can give you whilst he says restarting. I can give you his question. He was wondering as to whether the grain shipments are still continuing, whether this is ongoing, and whether further punishment has been meted out by the Russians, meaning that they have. I presume that's what he meant, that they have bombed you yet again. But maybe you can go back to the grain shipments to start with. And Jerome, I will cycle you down and give you an invite back up so that you can come back immediately.
Yeah, the grain is fine. I think today we had a caravan of 6 vessels, 2 leaving from Chernomorsk, and I can't remember the details for the others, but it's been 6. So they're just trying to boost the volumes of the grain and other food products exported, with mostly grain, sunflower seeds, and corn, wheat, all that stuff. And we haven't been bombed, maybe related to grain export, I think, because, well, timing matches. So maybe that's the reason why there are no many updates on Odessa, because we're relatively okay, as much as we can be.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Thank you.
Seriously appreciate it. Oscar, please stay with us. We have a couple of questions also for you. George, did you see the video of the bridge before I ask Francis and Auntie? George? George? We lost George. Okay, Francis.
Hey, Axel. I really don't want to derail the conversation, but I do have an interesting point to make on Tom's suggestion earlier regarding creating fella plush toys.
Teddy bears?
Teddy bears, yeah. Because funnily enough, there is actually a prototype that has been generated of a fella teddy bear by the Legion of Fellas, which is an ex-Navy guy who runs that, and he creates apparel and patches and different things and sells them online as a fundraiser for Ukraine. So there is a prototype in place, and there is actually interest in putting this into production. And all that is wanting right now is to find a suitable manufacturer in Ukraine. So ideally, they would be manufactured in Ukraine to create opportunity and then also raise funds for Ukraine. So if anyone here in this community knows of a toy producer or a textile company within Ukraine who could manufacture small teddy bears at scale, would love to hear about that, and they could drop me a DM. Unfortunately, I can't stick around. I have to go interview someone, but please DM me if anyone has contacts in the country.
Francis, can you do me a favor before you slip into your meeting? Can you tweet this dang thing out, and we'll put it in the nest, and then spread the news this way? Because we already have the tweet from Tom, but if you want to follow up on this, we'll just promote it.
Absolutely, will do. Thanks, Axel.
Much appreciated, mate. And so let me just, Auntie, before I go to you, and we have George there waiting in the wings, let me welcome Isla Gwendy.
Thank you, Axel. It's been a fairly interesting 48 hours for Ukraine's many friends and allies around the world. And although we can't, understandably so, expect too much news, from the very heartwarming information that we've received over the last 48 hours, which all of Ukraine's friends and allies have been waiting to hear since 2014. We know that those that are fighting for the freedom and safety of Ukrainians right now in Kherson, those that are fighting, bleeding, as they have done since 2014, for the liberation of Kherson Oblast, Zaporizhia Oblast, and everywhere which these tyrannical occupiers from the Russian Federation have occupied, temporarily so. We know that they are all in our hearts and minds this evening. So I'd like to thank you and all the hosts on this wonderful space for the wonderful oratory that we've heard consistently over the last 6 months, and for promoting Ukrainian voices, which of course is what this space is about. I can see some really knowledgeable people with their hands up, so I'm going to go with Antti first, because George, I saw you had a case of the Twitter pox earlier. I hope you've been vaccinated against it. It's good to see you back, but Antti, please do go ahead.
Dear Lord, you spoke of knowledgeable people and you picked me first. No. George had the pox so many times that he must go first, as long as his microphone is working. Please do go on, George.
Okay, so I'm gonna finally get back to Axel. Sorry about that. Yeah, Axel, that is definitely fuel exploding there. I don't know if they were in a process of trying to move fuel into what I'm calling now the Kherson pocket, but that is definitely a fuel explosion. No doubts about it. I don't know if they had put some kind of fuel pod or fuel tanker on there, like a truck, but that's what that is. And that's why you see that rolling, billowing hot fireball, and if that video, and then it goes away, right? Because fuel
it does.
burns up really quick. It doesn't, it doesn't become a raging fire unless there's it's a pipeline or something. Like when you hit a refinery, then you're going to see that billowing smoke continue and the fireball continues, right? But fuel that's hit like that, you hit a tanker or something like that, it burns up and becomes a fireball, billowing smoke, billowing mushroom cloud, and that's definitely what that is.
Yeah, we're in agreement. I think from every angle I can look at this, it's the same result, which also means that they have annihilated a large amount of fuel, which was supposed to go across the bridge to support the Russian invasion on that side, or on the Western Bank.
Exactly. So, and then there were reports that they're confiscating civilian cars, right? I guess, I don't know if they're going to use them or try to suck the fuel out of them to use them in their vehicles, but yeah, fuel, they're going to be fuel starved for sure.
And that is very good.
Antti, please go ahead.
Okay, so Oscar, it's great to see you on the. Wait a second. Did Oscar just drop?
Literally in that second. Whenever you talk to someone, Antti, this evening, they drop like flies.
Yes. I mean, there were months in the beginning of the space where I didn't say a word. I was as morose and silent as a Finn should be, and everything worked perfectly. And now I am voicing my thoughts, and it all goes down the tubes.
See where it got us.
Yes, I'm sorry for the space. I hope you will be able to find it in your. Okay, Oscar.
I saved you.
So, Oscar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Excellent. So, back, months and months ago when. Sorry? I heard someone speak, but I guess that was okay. So months and months ago, when the situation in the war was a bit different, it was Marina from Kharkiv and you from Odessa that were sort of almost every day when I checked in the space, I was looking forward to hearing from you and hoping that everything was okay. And now, when you said that it's that there have been nothing to report from Odessa, it feels very good to hear that. But is there? I mean, is life totally back to normal in Odessa? I mean, everything is calm and people are about their everyday lives, and the war is a bit more distant than it used to be.
Yeah. So back to reports on the mood from Odessa, I guess. Well, define normal. I mean, we still have barricades, still have hedgehogs, anti-tank hedgehogs on the roads, still have air raid alerts almost every day. Or if we skip a day, then there will be more than one the following day, or more than three. But yes, it is normal for us already. Just the normal changes. The definition of normal has changed. So, are there coffee shops open? Yes, they are. Are kids back to school, including in offline mode? Some of them are going to school and just to school physically, but some will go to school online. Do go to work and just use public transport and go to the beach, even though it is strongly not recommended because. Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we do all those things. But, well, there are lots of IDPs here, and they keep coming, and you just taking a walk in the park, you just go through the crowds of people, and you can catch some pieces of stories, them talking on the phone, and someone crying because they can't get through, and there was a missile attack in their city, and because they're from Mykolaiv and from Kharkiv, and they can get through to their family. So, if you come here today, tomorrow to spend a weekend, you will see, oh, that's all right. Do they even have a war? But spending here some time, you will see that it's not something that used to be well, most people are used to the definition of normal. We thought things are normal before we got locked down for 2 years. But then, what is normal now?
I hear you. Thank you so much for that update, and I hope it stays as normal as it is now until we reach peace through victory. And Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you very much.
Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Wendy. Hi, Olga. I want to remind you of a night when the first time I met you here in the space. It was sometimes in March, and it was actually Gunny and I don't remember who else was up, and we were talking about Snake Island and about predictions that the Russians would try to come in with the boats to Odessa. If you remember.
Oh, it was the first time we met? It's a
Yes.
memorable day.
Yes.
I keep reminding Gunny about that every day. I never let him forget about this memorable night, because for me it was around 3 a.m. I can remember it as if it happened yesterday, because
Olga,
I'm yeah, I remember it all too well.
I will never forget it, because it was, we have the same time zone as you have in Ukraine, and I was glued to the space. I couldn't I had to hear what he had to say, and he said there is a time window between
Yeah.
3 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the
Yeah,
morning.
it was, but it wasn't the Snake Island. We were talking about
No, it wasn't Snake
Zatoka.
Island. No,
No, it was
yeah,
about Zatoka area, that estuary
yes,
where the Pole Bridge is still standing,
exactly.
surprisingly, after 11 missiles. But yeah, I was almost asleep, because we didn't sleep much back then. We were just waking up every hour to check the news. Pretty much obsessed with updates, but well, for the reason. And I'm almost asleep, and the space is running, and I can hear Gani saying, "Yeah, so it's kind of like matter of 2 hours. That's a good window. Great weather." And I
Yeah,
just, what?
yeah, and he
Excuse
said
me?
also,
2 hours? You mean like now, this morning?
yes, he
Yeah.
actually he said this morning or the next morning, within the 48 hours, and it didn't really
Fantastic.
happen the first morning. It happened the next morning, actually, and his prediction went right. And of course, Odessa had like they were awake. Nobody could come into Odessa, and I remember how it went, and I saw the satellite pictures and everything, and I was just thinking of you, that I heard your voice like kind of dropping when he said this
Yeah,
night.
you bet it was dropping. It wasn't any kind of exciting before that for weeks, since the war started, and then this,
Mm.
And when I'm thinking about those times, it feels like in the previous century or something. Those 6 months, despite it feels like it's still winter somewhere inside of me, and I know the same for many Ukrainians, like it's still 6 months of February, but are more, we got used to living like that, adapted, and second, things are more predictable now. We're safer, we know that, and we know that our army is strong. We had ultimate faith in armed forces of Ukraine. It's a religion to us, especially now. But back then, several weeks into war, nothing is clear. Things look pretty nasty, and we're all stressed to no end. And of course, it was very memorable day indeed. Night.
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes, and what you said to Gani, like this night, and he
This
said
night?
yes, and then you said,
Yeah, and he
oh,
was pretty casual, I must say.
yeah, and you
Yeah,
said
this night.
you just
Yeah, sure, this night.
yeah,
What?
and you said you said just like okay,
Okay, okay, bye guys.
yeah.
Okay. If I'm not on space like in several days, it was nice knowing you.
But I remember that you were not like freaking out, and that was like really impressive. And yeah, after that, of course, you were more in the space, and I started to be more in the space, and we have had like conversations, and half a year, I think in March, maybe at least 5 months, we have been talking, and it's been like wonderful. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you for reminding me that wonderful day.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Olga. I think in perhaps it's in the future, some historian will posit the theory that Gunny's announcement may have made certain.
Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're dropping again, Nina. You've got a case of the Twitter pox. Yeah, I mean, it's not perhaps unreasonable to assume that in the future some historian may put forward the theory that Ghani's announcement may have made Black Sea commanders on the Russian side a bit more reluctant to do certain things. That we will know in time to come. Olga, could you possibly fill us in on the changes within local governmental announcements to Odessians between that time and today? Has there been a decrease, for example, in the level of alert that has been issued at a local governmental level within Odessa?
How do you mean it?
Well, roundabout when we were just talking about with regards to the potential threat when Snake Island was occupied, it was debated and discussed within this space about the potential threat that existed to Odessa from amphibious landing from the Russians in order to form a new vector of attack into the Belarusian southern Ukraine region. Could you?
I got that because we have the spokesperson for military administrations making videos. Well, it was maybe several times a day. The military governor records the videos every evening, just reporting about things. And but back then the spokesperson had more content. He still runs pretty successful Telegram channel, but no much update now. So he would record the videos saying people come down because Odessa is Odessa is she, and there is a legend, anecdote that when Catherine II was establishing the city, the name was suggested as Odessos, the Greek name, and just okay, so many male names for the cities. Can we have a female for once? And Odessa pretty much matches the vibe, the spirit, and Odessa is a gossiper. We like rumors, and because the community is very tightly knit, and everyone knows everyone, and people gossip about everyone and everywhere. So people would report about landing and some sabotages all days through, because we were all scared, we were all stressed, and things were taken for people saw things that were not there actually, or confused something for something. I'm not sure. I'm sure you know some of that, but when in March, for example, maybe not late February even, but during the March especially, people were asked to be specifically paying attention to every suspicious activity, and to switch off the light once it gets dark and it's very early, basically, or just make it very dark, no light in the windows. And people would report everything. Because it was winter, some people would keep some Christmas decoration and they would report it to the police, because it was like showing the attention, especially in the resort area and the blocks of apartments that looks at the sea. They would say, those people have Christmas decoration, what the hell? Maybe they're signaling, what are they doing? So it was like that, and people needed really to be calmed down. And he would report very often and just debunking some rumors or just warning about something. And I think the turn of events was Moscow. Not Snake Island was pretty much into summer, but when Moskva sank, it was a twist. And since then, they said, well, now the amphibious landing chances and the risks are pretty low. And since the liberation, of Snake Island, they started talking about corridors for grain and all this stuff, because before that, military administration would say open corridors for grain export mean that the amphibious landing can come through the same corridors. But after Moskva and after the liberation of Snake Island, they say, okay, corridors are ready, just good to go.
Symbolic thinking of the Moskva. People who are lucky enough to live at peacetime, Olga, and not during wartime that Odessians and other Ukrainians are experiencing, we can only imagine. I'd like to ask you about the catacombs in Odessa, if that's possible. But just before I do, a little bit of housekeeping. If you could retweet the space at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Please do retweet the space, quote tweet if you can, that helps particularly. You're listening, of course, to the Mirror Reports, which is a 24/7 space dedicated to supporting Ukrainians, promoting Ukrainian voices, and helping in collaboration with the charity MryiaAid, which is a fantastic life-saving charity, which is providing vital aid to Ukrainians right now in Ukraine as it suffers from Russian attack. We are very lucky to have our resident Odessian speaker, Oscar, domesticated in the house. And also I've just seen Ryan come up, also, who is a resident host here. Ryan, really, really good to see you.
Top of the morning, everyone. And hello, Oscar. I'm glad to see you. I've been offline for a couple of days. I love to see our resident expert from Odessa chiming in.
Yeah, hello. So on catacombs now?
Yes, just prior to the sinking of the Moskva, you identified that as a symbolic turning point, which must
It's
have
not
brought...
like a symbolic. I think it was strategic or something, or tactical. I wouldn't know. But after Moskva and very soon after that, I guess we were supplied by our partners and friends with Great Britain in particular, with harpoons. And it was a game changer, I guess, because before that, while taking a walk, because, well, I live in the resort area, it's close to the sea, and we have a park very close to our residential complex, and we had this, some kind of routine. Once you step out and you go just straight, and it gives a very good view to the sea, just open area. And it's like was very typical route, I would say, because everyone coming to the park the first thing they do would go to the edge of the park, which is basically a cliff, not a cliff, like, okay, just some cut of land, and would look at the sea. And in March, and I guess I can't remember when Moskva happened, I guess late April, I imagine, somewhere, because it was warm already enough. And before that, we could actually see Russian ships at the horizon, and sometimes not really far away at the horizon line, but somewhere they were just navigating back and forth. We could actually see them, not in the binocular, just with a naked eye. So every time, and if we saw the shapes and the air raid alert would come off. We knew that it's better leave the place and go somewhere, at least not in the park that looks at the sea, because here are the ships and here is the air raid alert, and probably we're not quite safe. But after Moskva, and very soon after that, after Harpoons were announced to be delivered, because in fact they were delivered later from what I understand, we saw, and since then we haven't seen any ships. No enemy ships. We only now see, thanks God, merchant fleet again. So yeah, it wasn't symbolic. It actually worked well, but symbolic as well. Of course, we were thrilled to sink such a big boat.
Well said, Oscar. And with regards to the origin of the weaponry which sunk the Moskva, I'm sure the view of Ukraine's many allies around the world that Ukraine has, and provably so, produced an amazing ability to adapt to the defense of its nation against attack from the Russian Federation, and produce its own organic weapon systems. So yeah, it was with awe that the world has watched on as Ukraine and its warriors and its people have resisted over the last not just 6 months, but since 2014. Thank you. So please do request the mic if you have a question for our wonderful Odessian resident, Oscar. I can see Nick with his hand up, so please, Nick, do go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I have a question. You mentioned, Oscar, the sinking of the Moskva and the retaking of Snake Island as significant events. And I'm wondering, what does the non-internet media landscape look like in Ukraine? So just to give us it, are there national newspapers? Are there regional newspapers? Do people watch a lot of national or regional TV? Because those of us who exist here and those of us who don't take newspapers anymore and don't watch TV news, TV news and newspapers are important, particularly, I think, to older people. So I'm wondering how Ukrainians get their news when it isn't on Telegram and Twitter, and what sort of role those outlets play, if any, in morale or conveying news about war, or kind of having, I don't know, headlines that capture the mood. I've never heard anything about this in the 6 months of the war so far. What the mainstream media, oh dear, a sort of boo word in many circles. What does that look like in Ukraine?
I'm not sure about the newspapers, because I don't know if the printed media is still read. We have 1 or 2 local that have been around for, I don't know, 30 years, maybe even before the independence. But TV plays a big role, of course, for many people, even if they are on the internet, and even if they're skillful and keen users, some still watch TV. And I guess since mid-March, we have this, I guess it's called a United News Marathon. So it's like there are no separated channels, TV channels, all blended in to report the news. And they are reported, and I'm not sure, like 24/7, but it's pretty through the entire day. So the hosts, the anchors change, and they report through the day. And there were no differentiation between the channels. There are questions, of course, about some not opposing views, but some different views and angles. But people are okay at that. We have martial law, and well, nobody really wants to deal with domestic policy politics now. It's not the time. Despite there are things to discuss and things that many are unhappy about, but we all know that we speak about them, we mention them domestically, but not it's not something that should be like shouted out about. So this is the united news marathon, and people take news from that. But as in any war, no matter how transparent and not like Russians we want to be, any war needs propaganda. So this united news, besides providing some real factual updates on the war, it also cheers up people, but to my taste, a little too much. If it works for people who watch this marathon, whatever it takes to come to, I'm on the space there, watch marathon. So we do not compare the quality of information, but like the news, then the songs, then the news, then the national anthem, then the news, then another song, then national anthem again, and it rounds and rounds. So this is what it looks like. I don't watch TV, so I just see some pieces of it in the video on TikTok. So this is like very secondhand, but of course I'm aware of that.
Thanks. And when the Russians turn up in a town, do they produce a local propaganda sheet that people can wipe their backsides on, or do they have a different approach?
When Russians come to the city, I wouldn't know.
Well, when Russian occupies the city, what are they doing to kind of propagandize the inhabitants?
Thankfully, I have no idea, and hopefully we'll never know.
Okay, I thought you might have heard
Of course,
something.
but this is something that's quite apparent. Of course, they cut everything. No access to national TV. That's the first thing anyone would do, right? Just capture the telegraph or whatever, any kind of communication. The second thing is to cut mobile operators, because you still can get all kind of news through mobile operators and you can control them. Russians cut the mobile operators, and they try to impose their owns on none, for people not to get any information, not to be able to contact the unoccupied territories. Because when the local news in any way is imposed in the occupied territories, they only speak about the success, mostly fake success of Russian army. And people who get in touch with their relatives, from what I've heard, the stories I know, not only from the internet, the first question they ask, is that true that this or that city is under Russians? Is that true that Kyiv is half occupied? Is that true that Odessa already under Russian flags? Because this is what they're told. If this is what you mean, this is what you're asking about.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. I was just, it's something I never kind of thought about until this evening. I thought, hold on, we don't hear about that because everything is so dominated by the internet. But people still do pay attention to other forms of media. So thanks, terrific, thank you.
That's heartening to hear, Oscar. Thank you, Nick, for your question. Ryan, you've got your hand up. Please do go ahead, sir.
I had seen some video evidence in cities that were under Russian occupation that they actually brought in mobile television screens with large public announcement systems where they could broadcast Russian TV.
I've seen that, but nobody cares.
Exactly. Well, it speaks something to the priorities of the Russians, that they're more interested in pumping out their propaganda to the local populations instead of restoring power and electricity and water and basic necessities. They need to control the narrative in areas that they've taken or captured, and propagandize everyone so they can try and keep up their disinformation campaigns on the local populations.
Yeah, but the problem is these people have been living under the propaganda, under the TV total control, let's say, for 20 years at least.
Absolutely.
Okay, 15. They don't understand why it doesn't work here. They don't understand how can it be different. They are biased in this case. They're trying to brainwash us. Of course, some people fall for it. I'm not saying 100% would never buy it. There is a category of people who always buys it, propaganda. There are. But most people see it like laughable. That's ridiculous, because we've lived in a different society, imperfect, with all kind of flaws, but it's still very different from what Russia has in terms of freedoms. I remember one story. I don't know about how it works in European countries or this in the North America. I wouldn't know, but before 2014, my childhood friend, who was born in Russia but moved, I mentioned him, I guess. He lives in Siberia, in Tyumen now. He visited my family and me, and we spent time together. And it struck me as something that we take absolutely for granted. It's something like I wouldn't even think about. We were going for a walk just to hang out somewhere, and we were about to leave the apartment, and he was saying, "Wait, what kind of ID I need to have on me?" And I'd be like, "Why do you need an ID? Why do you need a passport? Why?" He said, "Because someone can stop us in the street and ask for the document." And I'm like, "Why would they do that? If we're not going to violate any laws, to shout out drunken, or just do something, why would they stop? Why would the police even pay attention to us?" And he said, "Are you sure?" And they'd be like, "Why would you even ask about that?" And he said, "Oh, okay, yeah, because in the streets in Russia, they can be stopped for no reason and to be checked their IDs." And I'd be like, "Oh wow, that's not cool for me. Why would I have my passport on?" We're only required and recommended to have our IDs during martial time, and I've never been once asked it in the middle of the street. Maybe I do not look suspicious, but well, nevertheless. So yeah, the difference has been around years before, even before 2014.
That's an interesting point about ID. In most EU countries, you are required to carry your ID card, and in theory, the police can stop you and ask you for it. But in practice,
but
you
in
need
practice,
in practice, you won't be asked for. I mean, it's handy to have because you might go into the post office.
But in Russia, you will be asked. In Russia,
yeah.
The thing is, okay, you can have your ID or not having it, but the thing is, you will never be stopped and asked your ID in Europe. And for example, I am, as a traveler, as a tourist, have never been asked one in the middle of the street for no reason. Not especially at home, but in Russia they can be stopped. And especially, this is speaking about who being Nazi or something. It relates to people who are not Slavs. They can be stopped just to make sure they are whatever. They have the registration or something. That's like the ethnic filter to that.
Yeah, that's not legal in the United States.
Yeah, but well.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame. Nina, go ahead. Sorry, Wendy, I'm stepping on your toes here. You're the co-host, not me.
No, please do go ahead, Nina.
Thank you, Ryan. Nick, actually, I was away from my phone, but I was listening with one ear. Nick, did you say that? Where did you say that? If you walk in the street in a city, you have to have your ID with you. Did you say like in?
Certainly in
Europe?
France, certainly in France, certainly in Spain. And now,
Really?
again, in practice, if a policeman just kind of walks up to you and says, "I want to see your ID," the chances are that you are a member of an ethnic minority and he is racially harassing you. That happens.
Okay.
But legally, yes, the police can stop you and ask to see your ID. It never ever happens unless there's some other incident going on, and any police officer who regularly did that would, people would say, "Hey, I was stopped in the street for no reason," But they can do it. You can't sort of go, "No, I refuse to show you my ID," and you can. Again, if they're looking to make numbers up, they can give you a fine if you don't have your ID card on you. The Belgian police in the 1980s used to enjoy doing this. If they would have a target of tickets to write by the end of the month, and on the 29th of the month, particularly in the summer, they would go down to the park and stop joggers and ask them for their ID card, and the jogger would say, "Well, it's at home," and they'd fine them. So, and actually, in many European countries, there is something on the statute book saying that if necessary, the police can stop and check you. But it happens so rarely that many people who live it certainly never happened to me in 40 years of living outside the UK, where again, in theory, unless you're a member of an ethnic minority, this shouldn't happen, and they don't even have ID cards. But I'm meant to carry my passport at all times. I have been in every country I've lived in for the last 40 years. Nobody has ever asked me for it, even when I looked young and slightly more disreputable than I do now. But it is a theoretical law in many countries. But nobody imagines that it's going to actually be used. But it is on the statute.
Nick,
check your own country.
As a Finnish person, if a police came to me and asked for my ID, I would sue him.
Okay, well,
and I can do that.
I've seen them utilize that power only on trains that were traveling across borders in Europe. I've been asked for my ID when I was traveling from Spain to France or from France to Switzerland.
Sure. That's part of the Schengen border control rules. That they can carry out semi-systematic ID checks, but that's an immigration matter. But as I say, walking down the street, the police have the right to do that, but they would really have to be very, very bored to do it. And it in practice, it doesn't happen, except when it does sometimes to ethnic minorities.
If they try that practice here in the U.S., you can just reach in your pocket and pull out your middle finger as long as you haven't broken a law.
Long live the First Amendment. Yep.
That's actually protected as First Amendment speech. You can flip off a police officer. The Supreme Court has already decided that.
Yep. I'm looking forward to trying it.
I don't recommend it, but it is legal.
No.
Thank you, Nick. I think the attire for if you don't mind me saying, a PhD holding data police cadet to look disheveled perhaps requires its own unique description.
My hair can get pretty bonkers after a few weeks.
I don't suffer from that one.
Oscar, please do go ahead with pleasure.
I wanted to ask, I know that in some countries, from the reports from the refugees, some countries don't have it, but maybe in the States or elsewhere. Because why I'm asking, because speaking about having an ID on us all the time, the problem has been solved for many smartphone users, because we have an app now called Dia, like Action or something like that, that holds it is official state-run, let's say, app, and it has the copies of all our not the copies, but e-versions of most of our documents. And you can actually use them at the bank or elsewhere to show at the police. For example, when I drive, I don't need to have the driving license on me because I have it on my phone, and it can be scanned. There is a QR code. It can be scanned, and the police, sees that I'm fine. That's me. That's my driving license. And we also have our COVID certificates on the app, and our taxpayer cards, and all kinds of stuff. Our international passports. All those documents, whatever we want. We also can apply for different public services through this app to get some certificates and extracts from registers, many services. I know that some refugees say that in the countries they fled to, there is no such a thing. But do you have any, because, for the runners, for the joggers, for example, it would be a great solution. They still have their phone on them, listening to the music or whatever, and they just show their ID on the phone, and it's solved.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, there's two issues. There's the management of the physical document, and I have a French driving license here in Spain. I don't need to change it for a Spanish one, but if I did change it to a Spanish one, I could get that on an app, and then I wouldn't have to be paranoid about losing it. So the way in which the document is manifested is one thing, but the fact that the police can or can't stop you, as I say, in many countries it's there, but if you were actually stopped in the street at random by a policeman and said, "I want to see your ID," it would be, you'd go home to your and you say, "They stopped me in the street," and everyone would go, "Why?" and whatever. Whereas what you're telling me, Oscar, is that in Russia, it's like, I was stopped in the street by the police because that's what the police do, and I think there is a whole, because they're looking for ways to bust you for some minor infraction against the state. And so, yeah, we're getting there in Spain. We have online digital certificates. You can log into any government website without a password. But the dematerialization is one thing. But yeah, a lot of these rules are still on the statute books. You have to remember that within living memory, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and one or two other countries, never mind the rest of Eastern Europe, have been dictatorships. And it takes a long time for administrations to decide to give up some of the powers they have. So, for example, in Spain, everybody has a 9-digit national ID number, and you cannot really do very much without it. For example, if you're a British football fan and you come to a Real Madrid game and commit violence, they will give you a Spanish national ID number in order to arrest you. In order for people to fit in the computer in Spain, but this thing is monumentally practical, because it means there's only one Jose Luis Gonzalez that they're going to deliver that fridge to, because you've got this unique number. So it's I get into interesting discussions with British people and American people who think that the idea of having a national ID document means that the Gestapo is one step away. And clearly it's possible to have, I think, ID documents without that being the case. But even when I came to Spain, I was surprised at how much this national number is used, and nobody thinks it infringes their liberty in any way. And again, nobody has ever been asked for their ID on the street by a policeman. But in times of tension, if there's been a riot, if there's been a robbery, and they say, look, it's this 6'4" guy with white hair and a moustache, then yeah, they can stop me and ask to look at my ID.
Thank you, Nick. So I think we've seen a coalescence over the last, since Ukraine's independence, certainly, of the kind of the kind of ways that the Europe. I mean, Europe is not, of course, an entity as a whole in terms of its legal structure. These laws are, as you said, applied with their own foibles, with their own unique distinctiveness in some cases. But we have seen a coalescence of Ukrainians' legal standards, and in terms of the way that certain elements of its society operates. So yeah, that's a very interesting point. We've got a couple of.
Sorry, when I just finished.
No,
when I worked at the.
Please do.
When I worked at the Council of Europe, I was peripherally involved because I was in admin, but I was peripherally involved in a project in about 2013, and we brought a whole load of senior Ukrainian police officers over, and they had a 3 or 4 week course on what it means to fully implement the values of the European Convention on Human Rights and what the consequences are for policing. And
it was, sorry, Nick, was 2013 or 14?
I don't know, but roughly around then, we had a bunch of, and to say, look, the European Convention on Human Rights.
Because it's super meaningful. 13 are one kind of young police officers. 14 is a totally different
no, actually,
story.
now I think about it, it was easy. It was earlier because I was still working there, so it may have been 2010, 2011. But these people came over, and they had it. We gave, and the Council of Europe has an office in Kyiv, and we've worked extensively, precisely on getting people and getting countries to transition from the dictatorship model, the Soviet model, the Warsaw Pact model, to the sort of Western democratic values model, and showing them that for police officers, and in particular law enforcement, on the one hand, it can seem a lot more difficult to do your job when you can't just beat people up with impunity, but on the other hand, that they're part of, the transition to a proper democracy. So that, just to do a little bit of trumpet blowing for the Council of Europe there, the kind of soft European construction, which is a requirement before a country can go forward to join the EU. So I was only on the periphery of some of the admin of that, but it was a very interesting project to see. Okay, Ukraine, in my head at the time, Ukraine was like only just stopped being part of the Soviet Union, and here were these police officers coming along to say, hey, we want to be part of, we want to do things the democratic way now. So it's been going on.
Thank you, Nick. I think that's very interesting. A lot of, I think many of us in this space and across Europe and North America and the free world have witnessed an incredible cultural exchange between the Ukraine and its many allies around the world. As particularly, as you said, as in the former Soviet republics, which are now their own rightful, independent, free countries, as they rightfully asserted their own identity following the collapse and failure of the Soviet empire. I mean, that which is valuable in human society depends on the opportunity for development accorded to the individual. And we can see that in Ukraine, individual liberty in recent times is valued. Human rights are valued. The treatment of prisoners of war are valued. These values are markedly distinct to that displayed by the aggressor nation which attacked Ukraine back in 2014 and which invaded in greater force back in February of this year. And yes, the idea and the notion of values here is one which all of Ukraine's allies across the free world recognize. So thank you for your comments. I can see a few hands up. Just before I do, there's a bit of housekeeping. There's a few people trying to come up right now. I'm afraid there are cases of the Twitter pox going around. I'm trying to approve many of you, and please do get vaccinated before you come up, if you can, and I will keep trying to bring you up. If you're new to the space, please do retweet the space. You're listening to the MryiaReport, which is a 24/7 volunteer-led space dedicated solely to Ukraine, its fight against and its defense against Russian attack, Russian occupation and Russian tyranny, its promotion. This space values the promotion of Ukrainian voices. So if you do have a question, particularly because we're very lucky to have a resident from Odessa here, Oscar Domesticated. She is a Ukrainian who's witnessed firsthand the war waged against her country. So please, if you've got a question for her, please do request the mic and come up to speak. If you're able to, please do consider donating to the wonderful charity that is MryiaAid, which is delivering life-saving equipment for Ukrainians right now in their defense against Russian tyranny and against Russian war crimes and occupation. We've had the privilege in the last hour or so of hearing a wonderful discussion on a range of topics, such as the use of propaganda by Moscow during times of oppression, which is, of course, infamous, as anybody in the former Soviet Union or former occupied countries of the Soviet Union can tell us. The use of propaganda during times of oppression is, unfortunately, this has been borne witness to, unfortunately, by Ukrainians who are currently in the occupied territories of Ukraine. But judging by the historic and current resistance to this, there seems to be only so many times that people can watch replays of Swan Lake. But there we go. So I think next we'll go to War Pigeon. Please go ahead.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I just read that Gorbachev died today, which is probably the end of some era, because he was the last person, the last, I think, first secretary of the Communist Party of the USSR before it was dissolved. And I know what the historical memory of him is here in Poland. I can't say he's liked, because no Soviet leader was liked here, but he is considered someone who was, I guess, humane enough to not to kind of enable the dissolution of the Eastern Bloc without much bloodshed. But I'm very interested in hearing some Ukrainian voices regarding him as a historical figure. Hello?
Thank you, War Pigeon. Yes, the death of Gorbachev.
Sorry, something noisy. So
that's quite all right. If you do have a hot mic, War Pigeon, so if you could mute, that would I'd be grateful. Thank you. Perestroika, Glasnost. Oscar, how do you feel or perceive Odessians and Ukrainians at large to see the death of Gorbachev? Is this somebody who is who was valued within recent Ukrainian history and is perhaps viewed more favorably than what came after, and of course before, naturally? What are your views on the death of Mikhail Gorbachev?
I don't care much, to be honest, but I realize that legendary, not always in a good way, individual person, historic, I would say, person. I was, how old was I? 8, I guess, 7, when the USSR collapsed. And I still remember those times of being brainwashed in the kindergarten and during my first grade. I still remember all of that, all the verses about Lenin, and about the wonderful life of Soviet people. It's just so there. So I know that Gorbachev wasn't loved after the independence for various reasons by various categories of people. People who supported Ukrainian independence wholeheartedly, they knew what those scheming of his behind the curtains to just lots of stuff. And of course, the thing that couldn't be forgiven was Chernobyl, because we're in Ukraine, and Ukrainians were the first, even though the official numbers say that there are very few people who died of radiation. Of course, there is a toll on health of people and emotional conditions, even though if I know that many cases had this somatic origin, when people didn't have actual radiation related diseases, but they felt really poor because they knew they were exposed. So it was Gorbachev who hid the truth about Chernobyl disaster and let people, and not only let people, but encouraged people, did not protect people to go on the 1st of May demonstration to celebrate the May Day, the Labor Day. It was this guy. And so how could he be admired and be loved too? And people who did not support Ukrainian independence, those 10%, less than 10%, who voted for the Soviet Union, and those who are now nostalgic, still maybe some elderly people, senior people, they don't like him because he betrayed them. He let the Soviet Union collapse. So he's very arguable, of course, personality, and he, from what I understand, he won't be missed.
Thank you, Oscar. He is perhaps held up in certain Western political circles as an embodiment of change within Soviet political hierarchy at the time, but he was certainly a rare figure.
The one thing, speaking about living under totalitarian regime, one thing about Gorbachev, maybe, of course, the TV was the major source of information in every Soviet household, and he looked memorable because of his, the spot on his face and on his forehead. But what I remember about Gorbachev, I was around like 5 or 6, and we were telling jokes among the kids in the front yard. And I think I've told that story because it's really illustrative from my point of view. So there was that girl who was like a couple of years older than us, and she would tell the most innocent, childish, fitting for kids joke about Gorbachev. Something very innocent, super innocent. But she said, she preceded her joke by saying, "But please don't tell anyone I told you this joke, because my parents can end up in prison." And we were like, yeah, sure. It was like a norm in our life. We didn't get surprised or shocked or anything. We kind of knew that people can get to prison because of a very innocent joke, including about Gorbachev. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, Oscar, for the reply. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have to say goodnight, because honestly, I have work to do. I don't go to bed. I have work to do, and I'm afraid it's going to be an all-nighter if I don't leave now. No matter how much I enjoy your company and much prefer it to what I'm supposed to do.
You're always welcome here, Oscar. Thank you so much for your time, for your contributions to this space. yourself and all other Ukrainians. Any Ukrainian voices who wish to come up, you're very welcome here. This will always be your home. As we heard Oscar say, Gorbachev is naturally held in a controversial light. Chernobyl, for example, Chernobyl, as many of us in the West learned in school textbooks, the Ukrainians experienced firsthand. It was Ukrainians who were the ones who got up, went to where the fire was, and metaphorically speaking, put out this fire which threatened those that surrounded not just Chernobyl, but the countries around Ukraine. It was the firefighters of Ukraine who put their lives on the line to go there, knowing full well the risk that they were taking to ensure that the disaster that had happened did not become worse, did not become the cataclysmic situation that it potentially could have been. And that bears some resemblance, I'm sure we would agree to today, because it is Ukraine again, which is the cliff against which the waves of tyranny break. Ukraine is the cliff that prevents those waves from reaching further inland, as has been stated many times, repeatedly, by the country that launched this invasion back in 2014 and did so again in February 22, that these waves of tyranny and oppression and of war crimes, they aren't intended to stop just at Ukraine. They are intended to, in the words of the Duchy of Moscow, reclaim the failed empire that it had, the empire of tyranny and oppression that it had over Eastern European countries and the Baltics and beyond. Ukraine and Ukrainians and its allies are standing up again. They're going to the fire, and they are ensuring that this fire does not spread beyond Ukraine. We are in their debt. We owe them a debt of gratitude. The free world, as it debates fairly trivial things, no doubt, in the minds of many Ukrainians. The people of the free world, as they go on holiday, as they have the liberty to have petty disputes and arguments. Ukraine is the country which is again standing up for freedom. So please do, if you can, retweet the space primarily, and if you can, contribute to the wonderful charity that is MryiaAid. If you would like to see examples of the amazing work that this charity has done, please do visit the website, which is linked in the nest above. Please do follow the MryiaReport and the MryiaAid's Twitter accounts. And if you can, please do donate. Every cent, every penny, every euro goes towards Ukrainians. Not one penny goes towards any of the volunteers of this space. This is a charity dedicated solely to helping Ukraine and its fight against Russian invasion and tyranny. So if you'd like to request the mic, please do. I can see a couple of hands up. Please do go ahead, Nina.
Thank you, Wendy. And I am like, how dare I talk anything after that, what you said, because it was like all, of course, true and really well put. But I had something like for Olga, who already left, but I will say it anyway, what I was going to say, tell her. This is like, we are not in the same league now, Wendy. I am talking as a NAFO fella, that the apps that they have in Odessa, in Ukraine, as IDs, is actually a really great idea, because I'm sure that a country that is in war needs to check the IDs quite often, and so they need to find out who are Vatniks, and I will go after them also. So as a fella, I will just say good night to you all, and thank you for hosting, and thank you all who are here speaking, and good night.
Good night, Nina.
Thank you, Nina. Good night. I think the next person with their hand up was Prince Heather. Please do go ahead, Prince Heather. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm hoping that Twitter Pox stays away for a minute. I've done everything I can to keep it away. And Oscar left, so what I was going to say, I was going to ask her about a post that she made earlier today saying that there were lots of ambulance and a need for blood donation in Odessa. And the quote that it is here is, "Every mile of our deliberated land comes at a huge price," and that is so true. And I was just going to ask her if they're seeing more people being brought to Odessa with this new front, not new front, but this new counteroffensive taking place, and because it was just something that sort of touched me when I read it this morning when I got up. The other thing I was going to say is what War Pigeon brought up with the death of Gorbachev. And so skeptical of Russia anymore. It's like they're losing bad. Is it a convenient time for him to die, for people to say, "Oh, look, here's a piece of information about Russia"? I'm so skeptical anymore that even the death of Gorbachev being reported makes me wonder. So those are the couple of things I'm thinking about right now. So yeah, I don't know. Nick put his hand up during the whole Gorbachev conversation, and I venture to bet that he has something to say about it. I also had a hard time there for a second because I knew I was hearing Nick, but I wasn't seeing Nick's avatar. I like your fella, Nick. Thanks for joining the fellas.
Thank you, Heather. Yes, it's your points on Gorbachev are well made. We all know, of course, that the reforms, quote unquote, that came under Gorbachev, Glasnost and Perestroika, they did not come easily or quickly. They came out of desperation and after many decades of human suffering. Your point was well made. Thank you. Nick, you have had your hand up. Please do go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I should declare an interest in the Gorbachev matter in that my wife actually met him once, and actually she was working in protocol. He had to go up on stage. She just spent an hour running around trying to get his speech onto a USB stick, and then he went to go up on the stage, and she actually had to say, "No, Mr. Gorbachev, please wait," because the other person hadn't cleared the stage, which is one of her dining out stories of how I said no to Mikhail Gorbachev. I think I think history needs to be kinder to Gorbachev because of all the things that didn't happen, and it's not at all clear to me that another leader of the Soviet Union might not have reacted in absolutely horrific ways to the movements for freedom in Eastern Europe and the later collapse of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev I imagine when he took over in March of 1985, I imagine he thought, yeah, we can reform this. I suspect it very quickly, probably round about the Chernobyl time, in fact, became clear to him that this was not going to work. And I would compare his role, for example, to that of F.W. de Klerk in realizing that, you know, apartheid South Africa had hit the end of the road only a couple of years later, in fact. And I wonder if de Klerk studied Gorbachev and saying, well, you know, we can either take everyone down with us, or we can, you know, do something, you know, the right thing by humanity. And so from that point of view, you know, we can only ever look back at what actually happened, but in terms of what could have happened, I would give Gorbachev, in terms of how, you know, where we could all have been now, I would give him an 8. And, you know, I didn't have to live under that regime, but in terms of what could have happened, it could have gone very, very, very badly wrong indeed. And, you know, we've seen now that the forces of Russian nationalism are back, and maybe even never went away. But for a brief moment with Gorbachev, you know, the Russians were at least not, you know, tearing up the streets of Europe, of other Eastern European capitals, their own capitals. The Baltics had to wiggle only a relatively little bit. Again, you know, just think what the KGB could have done in the Baltics. So, yeah, I think the world was a better place for the arrival of Gorbachev in power than others who could have succeeded his predecessors. I think that's the balance I would put it.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I note your points, and I agree with some of them. I'm sure many do. That the KGB could have been worse in the Baltics is perhaps, and I would contend, inaccurate here. The suffering of those in the Baltics, we both know of what the people under Soviet rule suffered. And
oh, sure, I meant in 1991. I'm not excusing.
I do understand. Yeah. I do understand. So no, I know how these things come across. But I mean, the way historians will perhaps have the opportunity to analyze this in the future is to, like you inferred, the absence of something. So in this case, the absence of Gorbachev, we can only guess of the result. The reforms were a long time in coming. Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to meet Gorbachev like your wife, but I don't feel I've missed anything in particular there. I do share your sentiments about how the reforms accelerated change, and that is, of course, to be welcomed. So thank you for your contribution. We have a slight lull in the number of hands up at the moment. So could I just take this opportunity to firstly ask the accountant, Michael Weir. I'm trying to bring you up as speaker. I'm not, I haven't heard you speak before, sir. So that may just take a moment or two. If you are new to the space, please do request the mic if you wish to speak. This is a 24-hour space dedicated to Ukraine, Ukraine's fight against Russian tyranny and oppression and invasion. And any Ukrainian voices take priority here. And with the death of Gorbachev, if you are from what an Eastern European country or a country which was formerly under Soviet occupation, we would love to hear your opinion also on this, as it is, of course, pertinent to there are parallels to Ukraine's historic struggle against the tyranny of the Empire of Moscow. So please do request the mic if you so wish. I can see Prince Heather.
1 second, and I need to reboot. My wife overheard and said, remind them that she also met Dmytro Kuleba on several occasions, and he's a very nice man, the Ukrainian current foreign minister. So just to balance things out a bit there.
Your wife is a lucky woman, Nick.
She had a very interesting job. She'd come home and say, "Oh, I met Gorbachev today. I met Macron today. I met the Pope today." It's quite a
Nick married up, is what he's saying.
Very much so.
Just giving you a hard time, Nick.
The opposite would have been difficult. I'm going to reboot.
So, you are listening to the Mirror Reports. For most of you listening, I'm sure you'll be aware that the last 48 hours have seen welcome news in terms of Ukraine's fight against its occupation, its fight against Russian tyranny, and in a historic fight which has existed, of course, since 2014. Many of its soldiers have been in trenches, outside, in the cold, in the wind and the rain, whatever season, since 2014, enduring artillery fire from an enemy which does not value human life. It sees humanity as a weakness. It does not hold the same values that those of us who hold these values in the West and within Ukraine value and consider important enough to fight for. Ukraine is where that fight is happening right now. If you're just joining us, we can't go into specific details about, of course, what the state of play is on the state of combat is specifically. There have been summary releases from Ukrainian high commands with regards to advances made and liberations which have occurred on the Kherson front. The villages of Alexandrivka and Pravdina in Kherson Oblast, Kiselyivka and Snihurivka are still under Russian control. However, there has been an obvious and clear and evident change, an evident recent change in movements across the southern Kherson front line. And all of Ukraine's allies around the world will be thinking tonight and holding Ukrainians and their warriors in their thoughts and in their prayers and their hearts, because we know that this is something which us lucky in the West to live in peacetime do not experience. This is a war for the liberation of a country which was at peace in 2014. So this is the Mirror Report. It's dedicated 24/7, it's volunteer run, and it works in collaboration with the wonderful charity that is Mirror Aid. We have a number of excellent orators on this space. I'm definitely not one of them, but I can see that we have a couple of new speakers. Very happy to go to. Michael, please do go ahead, sir. You have your hand up. Do you have a comment or question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Sure, yeah, I was going to make a quick comment about the death of the former leader, the last leader of the Soviet Union, real quick. So I think the one thing about Gorbachev that really struck me was when President Reagan died back in 2004, you had Margaret Thatcher there, you had Mikhail Gorbachev there, you had people that came together from different backgrounds to basically celebrate the life of President Reagan. And when Margaret Thatcher passed as well, you saw Gorbachev there. I think it's I think that's a pretty telling sign about who he was, and that he recognized that what system he was in just wasn't cutting it. And he tried to do the best he can to reform it. Didn't quite work out, possibly the way, but when you unleash those things, you don't quite know how they're going to turn out by any means. But I think that's quite telling. I don't think when Vladimir Putin dies, you're going to see Bill Clinton or George W. Bush appear at his funeral. And if either of those two former presidents pass before Vladimir Putin does, I seriously doubt you'll see them see Putin show up there. And I think that says a lot. Who shows up at your funeral? And I think that he did a lot, and I really agree with what Nick was discussing, that things could have been much, much worse. And I think that if you had leaders like Gorbachev who tried to fix things, weren't perfect by any means, who can admit that things weren't quite right, and instead of doing things like what Vladimir Putin does, and that's double down on things that are, frankly, in my opinion, are flat out evil, I think that the world would probably be a better place. And I think that when people die who show up at your funeral, it says a lot about you. And so I think that you'll see a celebration of his life. You may not see it back home in Russia, but I think you'll see it around other parts of the world. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, it's no the current inhabitant of the Kremlin has made no secret of their view that that the reforms under Gorbachev were, in their opinion, a mistake and should never have happened, and that the oppression and tyranny of all citizens of the then Soviet Union, the now failed empire of the Soviet Union, and of the territories it governed by oppression and tyranny. The Kremlin inhabitant believes that these reforms were wrong, that they should never have happened, that the Soviet Union should never have ended, that it was somehow beneficial to the majority of the people to have them living in constant fear for their lives, of living within what used to be called in Nazi Germany Nacht und Nebel, the abductions in the middle of the night by uniform-clad members of state security who would come and take away fathers, brothers, sisters, mothers. And those people would never be seen again. Now, the current occupant of the Kremlin believes that this system was correct. He is evidently wrong. So the death of Gorbachev, it should be remarked that his era saw these particular reforms of glasnost and perestroika, but what exists today is something which is regressive, arguably, and that should be noticed. The contrast in ideologies should be noted. So thank you for your comment. If you do have a comment or question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please do request the mic. Michael, if you'd like a follow-up comments, please do go ahead.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that we can debate, and I think there's a lot of debate about the legacy of Gorbachev is really testament that he was trying to move his country in the right direction. There's no culture.
Mic check, Michael.
You're good. I think we lost Michael's audio. Let's drop him down real quick. Probably another case of the Twitter box. Michael, we lost you mid-audio. Usually when that happens, you can't hear the rest of the speaker panel either. So if you want to come back, we will be happy to pull you back up. We also have a couple of speakers who are actively connecting. George and Darius, I don't know if you can hear us, but it looks like you are stuck in Twitter purgatory. So bear with us, and we will try to get you moved up as quickly as we can. Michael, you appear to be stable. Darius and George still connecting. So go ahead,
Okay,
Michael.
yeah, thank you very much, Ryan. Yeah, I think just the fact that he didn't have a cult of personality around him was pretty big too. I'm definitely anti-cult of personality when it comes to rulers. Leave it at that.
Well, and I would just briefly caution everyone. I know there's a tendency after someone has passed to think of them fondly and all of their best attributes, but I, for one, won't be eulogizing him with any fond memories. He was still the leader of the Soviet state and the manager of the KGB for a period of time. So I will hold him responsible for all his reprehensible acts as well as any of his attempts to steer the post-Soviet era or, ensure a smooth crash landing of the fall of the Soviet state.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Ryan. What we have now is a fascist imperial regime centered in Moscow, which does not value human life. It does not consider the Geneva Conventions to be rules that are followed in warfare, as all civilized nations do. And it does not hold humanity to be of something of value. In fact, it sees it as a weakness. So, as in the words of Dwight D. Eisenhower, people that value its privileges above its principles, it soon loses both. And those that have privilege currently within the country, which attacked Ukraine back in 2014 and again this year, well, their situation is markedly worse as a result of the sanctions against them and as a result of the resistance of Ukraine and the support that Ukraine has received from the free world. So Ukraine has been giving the rest of us an education on how to fight for freedom and how free that is holding a gun to its head or committing war.
Drink.
I think you make a good point, Robbie. Unlike other celebrity funerals for the current inhabitants of the Kremlin, the funeral of Gorbachev is for an individual whose ideology was markedly, or at least notably, distinct to the person who currently holds power in Moscow. This is not going to be the funeral of some supplicant, some Russian neo-fascist imperialist. whose funeral can be, whose words at their funeral can be used to support the ideology of further expansion of the Muscovy Empire. So this, yeah, I think you make a good point, sir. This particular funeral is not some second-rate Russian fascist war criminal. This is the funeral of a man who, as Ryan absolutely spot on said, was a man in charge of a brutal organization in the KGB, an organization which brought terror, misery, murder, crimes to countless families across the Soviet Union and across Eastern Europe and the Baltics and beyond. But in terms of the wider political ideology, this is also, in Gorbachev, a man who was known for a distinct ideology. So how his funeral will be used, I cannot answer you, sir. But I have no doubt that something nefarious is being planned as we speak. However, the distinction in ideology, it cannot be ignored. It is the elephant in the room. So thank you for your question.
In Putin's shoes, I may be very reluctant to attend that funeral for fear that other power brokers within the Russian Federation might orchestrate my untimely demise. That would be quite a sensational situation to occur during a funeral, but it still is a remote possibility nonetheless. So if he makes an appearance to eulogize Gorbachev, I, for one, will be a bit surprised.
Yes, particularly if the seating arrangements put the current Kremlin dictator next to an open window. But that might be a bit of a giveaway.
Their quality control on safety glass seems to be about as good as their quality control on tank manufacturing.
Yes, they peel like bananas, those tank guns these days, don't they? George, sir, you have your hand up. Please do go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I heard I heard one of you mentioned Gorbachev and the brutal regime that he ruled over for a while, right? Because remember he was the new boy on the block because the old guard just couldn't stay alive anymore, right? One guy lasted a couple of months. Anyway, and you mentioned Nachman Nebel, which was the Adolf Hitler decree of December 7th, 1941. And he decreed that all political prisoners and those who opposed Nazi occupation in the Nazi occupied territories of Europe were to either be imprisoned, tortured, both made to disappear, etc. And usually they were picked up at night, right? To increase the terror, night and fog. That's what Nacht is night and Nebel is fog. And the KGB, definitely used that tactic. My wife's grandmother definitely remembers, throughout her life in the Soviet Union, you'd be talking to a neighbor or somebody at work, and you'd go in the morning and they wouldn't be at work, and you'd say, oh, maybe they called out sick, but they never show up again, never hear from them again. So that's the legacy of the Soviet Union. I know there's going to be a lot of figures. I'm seeing even some posts right now that are a little bit, I think people need to, the people that posted these nostalgic, let's put it this way, remembrances of Gorbachev need to be reminded that, hey, when he came to power, he didn't get.
George, you were making an excellent point there. but I think we lost you. Mic check.
It's him, not you. Hang on, George. We lost you mid-sentence. If you want to request the mic again, we will be happy to bring you back.
Where'd you guys lose me at?
There.
I thought you were making
You're talking about how they disappeared people in the night.
Yes.
When there was a term for it.
Oh yes. Was I talking about the Germans?
Yes, I believe
Yes.
you were.
Okay. So really quick, I'll be quick because I know I'm going to probably get bumped off. So the Germans came. Adolf Hitler. The decree was called "Nach the Nebel." They would make either people disappear, torture them, imprison them, and it was all done at night to increase the terror, right, in the occupied territories that Nazi Germany had taken over. The KGB took that like a baton running, right, and they employed the same tactics. Gorbachev resided over that organization and over the Soviet Union. He didn't stop any of this. It continued during his reign, right? So I'm seeing posts from people that are nostalgic about Gorbachev's passing. Well, they need to get a wake-up call because they're forgetting that Gorbachev didn't get rid of the Soviet Union. He resided over the end of the Soviet Union. Trust me, that wasn't his plan at all. He was just there when things got out of control, and that's what happened. It was the end result. But I'm seeing a lot of people very nostalgic now about Gorbachev's passing, and we can't forget that he was in power through the 80s, and through the 80s, people were still being tortured, still being disappeared. People still, like my wife's grandmom said, people still, people that you work with in a factory, all of a sudden they weren't there for a day or two, and then you realize they were never going to come back, and you never heard a word about them. Whole families were victims of this up until the end of the Soviet Union. So let's not get all nostalgic about Gorbachev's passing. He was just another dictator, that made some moves that to make the Soviet Union look appealing to people that weren't living in it.
He effectively managed a crash landing.
Exactly, and didn't manage it. It was on autopilot, and he just happened to be there.
Well said, George. He was, through his maternal grandparents, part Ukrainian, yet he presided over the KGB,
Exactly.
an organization which, as we've discussed, like Nach the Nebel under Nazi Germany, dealt in disappearing innocent people in the middle of the night for their families never to be seen again.
And so was Brezhnev. Brezhnev was part Ukrainian, right? But hey,
correct.
He, same thing. They just picked up the baton and kept running with it. None of these guys were going to be Abraham Lincoln. Okay, they were just brutal dictators, and I just kind of find it funny now. If you look at your Twitter feed, you're going to see all these ex-ambassadors and, oh, Gorbachev's gone, and I remember him. Your personal interactions with Gorbachev don't mean squat. Ask the Poles, the Ukrainians, and all the other subjugated peoples of the Soviet Union, what they thought of Gorbachev back then and what they think of him now. That's the most important part. What some hoity-toity, ambassador or diplomat that some, champagne cotillion thinks about Gorbachev. Like, who gives a crap? Seriously, their opinion is as important as the stupid opinions that think that the Ukrainians should get into peace negotiations because 87,000 Ukrainians were killed in Mariupol, and they should try to limit their losses. Yeah, they're trying to limit their losses by getting rid of those mongrel bastards that have occupied their country. And for the people listening here, I want this. You have to steel yourself to what's going to come out of the Kherson Oblast once it's liberated. God only knows the horrors that those people endured.
Yes, well said, George. War crimes committed by the Soviet Union continued right up to the Soviet Union's collapse. And unfortunately, the empire of Moscovali, as it is today, which seeks to commit war crimes in neighboring countries, seeks to reclaim all the territories which it rules tyrannically, murderously, and it failed. It failed the people of these countries. It murdered them. It took away their fathers, their mothers, the sons, the daughters, and it took them away for very petty reasons. If one talks to anybody from any of these countries, stories will be told of people disappearing simply because they had done something as small as eaten a packet of chips out of a newspaper and it had the photograph of a local Communist Party leader on the inside of the newspaper, facing inwards, facing the food. Such petty crimes were enough for the KGB to take away human life. And as we've all seen in Ukraine, and as you correctly pointed out, as we all fear and suspect in Kherson, and as we know in Mariupol, these crimes have happened on a mass scale. They require immediate address by international organizations, because these are crimes which have not been seen in many of our lifetimes. The massacre at Srebrenica is prominent in many people's minds. What has happened in Mariupol is unfortunately likely on a scale even larger. We've got some wonderful speakers in the audience. This is the Mirror Report, 24/7, dedicated to Ukraine, supporting Ukraine's fight against Russian invasion, tyranny, occupation, and it works in collaboration with MryiaAid, the excellent charity which has been delivering life-saving aid to Ukrainians in their defense of their country. With that, if you'd like to retweet the space, I'd be very grateful. Please retweet to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Please quote tweet if you can. Tell us about how you feel about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Tell us about how you think this affects your country and the wider world. We'd love to hear them. We'd love to hear your opinions. If you'd like to give your opinions using your voice, please do request the speaker mic, which is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We have some wonderful speakers up. Finance, please do go ahead, sir.
Hi. Well, on the eve of Mr. Gorbachev's demise, we don't feel bad here at the Atacams Brand Cigarette Company. We just want to remind everybody that there's a lot of action going on at the Kherson Oblast right now. Unfortunately, the orcs did a lot of very bad things, and we're going to hear about that, and it's going to be really, really depressing. But the good news is that right now there's a lot of smoking going on, lots and lots of smoking. We've actually decided that we shouldn't just distribute all of our amazing products to the ammo dumps and the command depots. Since we've blown most of those up, we're just giving them to everybody. So the Ukrainian Armed Forces are moving in and distributing smoking products everywhere they go to all of their Russian friends. And we're going to just thank them for smoking one last large, very flavorful breath on the way down. Now, we can't say that this coincides 100% for sure with the release of our latest Atacam's branded Maple Reserve cigarette from our friends at Battle Moose's No Rad Maple Syrup Reserve. We cannot claim that this has anything to do with it, but we will let you all come to your own conclusions. That said, we would like to thank all of the Russians for smoking, because smoking kills. So please smoke responsibly at the Russian ammo dump, at the Russian command depot, or quite frankly, wherever a large number of Russian trucks, personnel, or other things are amassed as the Ukrainian armed forces moves in to free and liberate the people of Kherson, so they have much better human rights, liberties, and aren't being sent to their untimely demise in horrible situations. So that, we just want to remind you to thank all of our Russian friends for smoking.
If you've got to have a last cigarette, it might as well be Atacam's brand tobacco products.
Absolutely, the one and the only. And yes, we are now able to admit that the Harms pipe tobacco is in fact in theater. The Americans have made it quite clear, and for ways we still aren't quite sure how they pulled it off, though we're sure one day the Ukrainians will tell us how they've done it. It is on the Ukrainian MiGs. So Harms pipe tobacco, along with the Neptune cigars, and of course our Gimler's original 6 and 12 packs, all running around in theater.
You're going to have to get some kind of shisha product at some point, but I'll leave that to the Atacam's brand ambassador. We do have a couple of new hands here. I will let Ukraine Will Win go first, and then Darius. Ukraine Will Win 7.0. That is not a fella in your avatar, but I'll accept it considering the prominent yellow and blue that you have around your, I'm not even sure what kind of dog that is. If she can't get off of mute, we can go to George.
Oh, yes. Finance, you still there? Or you're a list?
We'll come back to you. Don't worry.
Ukraine, let Ukraine go. Let her go.
Thank you, George. Thank you to all of you. It could not be said any more eruditely or eloquently than all of you have added, and together you make it work even better and make a beautiful painting. And I want to say that this is also sponsored by Atacam's, the full fiery flavor by Finance Analysis. I've just been waiting to do that.
Thank you.
I actually wanted to speak with Oscar. So it has been a while, and I will not give any energy to the prior name, and we will all keep Kherson, the armed forces of Ukraine, and all of the badass Ukrainians that we hear, like Oscar and Slava Ukraini and Konstantin even, and Ferlane, and everyone in Ukraine, and all Ukrainians, peace and prayers. Wish you a quiet and peaceful evening, and angels over you and around you, and Ukraine will win. Attack!
Thank you very much. George, go ahead.
Yes. So, I was going to ask. I thought maybe finance would be up here, but I was going to ask because we heard. I know they discussed it on here earlier about the German company that got in trouble because they were selling chemical components to a Russian company that's an FSB front, and I think their offices were raided by German authorities. Um, do we have any more info? Does anybody have any more information on that?
I do not, but I have been absent from the space more than I normally ever would be in the last 72 hours. So I am woefully unprepared for my co-hosting ship this evening.
That's okay, Ryan. You know, that's okay. You guys volunteer to do this, so we're good. But if anybody does and can come up and say something, that would be great.
I think Finance may be coming back up. He's probably having the standard audio loss issues that we all have been having as of recently.
I heard my name and the question about the German company that's been selling precursor chemical, correct?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
All right. Discussed it earlier with Doman on. I was hoping there was any other explanation for the precursor chemical for nerve agents. Nope, it's precursor chemical for nerve agents they were selling. The volumes were too small for it to be used for sort of other stuff. The chemicals don't really have other major industrial uses than that. Yes, they absolutely have been selling it. Yes, 30 shipments have been made. The the German government did finally get itself together to, when they discovered this, they were sort of sneaking, smuggling it around customs. But no, the German Customs Authority, which there has all the power of the ATF as well. So they have police powers there, and so when they show up to shut you down, they really can do it. And they have shut them down, and they are investigating and likely going to prosecute due to this. So, it is not. They're taking it seriously. So while I am more than happy to rip Mr. Schultz a new one from here till Sunday, their government isn't going to be is not on board with helping the Russians build chemical weapons here. So yes, it has been stopped. Yes, the German government isn't a fan of people breaking process, procedure, and things like that, which they have done. They got caught. And yet the German Customs Authority, which has been explained, has sort of isn't just a customs in the U.S. is that happens at borders, and they sort of look through your stuff. But no, there it's more like the ATF, like they are a body that investigates, looks into things, and can show up with police powers and guys with guns. And they showed up with in force. It got discovered, and these guys are now shut down. So obviously we wish they would have found it and discovered it earlier, but this game is over now. So that's what I've got on it.
We have one new speaker coming up. He's been trying to get up, and I think he keeps having audio issues. Darius, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Sorry about that. I was just a little bit more on the Gorbachev issue. I was in Vilnius working in the parliament there in 1991, and I'm definitely going to associate myself with those who say we should not be memorializing this person with much significance. Gorbachev, under Gorbachev's rule, we lost 14 people in Lithuania in 1990. There were also killings and actions against peaceful demonstrations in Tbilisi and Baku. And the seeds of what's happening in Transnistria were laid under Gorbachev's rule. So again, we should really not, I think, try to look back with nostalgia, and he needs to be seen for what he was. Somebody said very aptly, I think, that he landed the plane. That's about all I'm willing to give him. under his rule, and I saw it firsthand in the parliament. I mean, he did everything possible to avoid negotiations with Lithuania specifically, but with the other republics. And then for years, he has blocked any investigation into what actually happened in Vilnius in January 1991. So this is a man who has done everything he can to take care of himself and his legacy. And I really think that his ultimate interest was just that. There was no care or concern for any of the peoples that he ruled over. And it's very important to remember that. And he, for one, I know that in Eastern Europe and especially in the Baltic, he will not be remembered for anything other than the blood that was shed in Vilnius and other places during those years. So that's very important to remember. What might have happened if someone else was there? Of course, nobody can know that. What we know is what did happen. And it was a collapse of a system, and the people liberated themselves. So whoever said that Gorbachev did not grant freedom to the Soviet Union, of course, that's very true. People freed themselves and did the best they could as the system was collapsing around them. So I just wanted to add that perspective in there as, the legacy of what Gorbachev did is continuing to this day in Ukraine. All the lies and systematic blocking of truth and historical truth is continuing, and that was very much part of Gorbachev's ethos when he was ruling from Moscow. Thank you.
Thank you, Darius. As I said, I won't be crying in my Cheerios that he's now dead.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. Sorry, just to jump in while my mic is still working, to see how this is going to be remembered, how it's going to be lionized in Germany. I think that we'd probably be quite disappointed with, the way he's going to be remembered in Berlin and Bonn and elsewhere. And then, I think it's important to look how he'll be remembered in Georgia, in the Caucasus, and in Moldova, and all the places where he left such a horrible legacy. So in the coming days, make sure you read other accounts besides just what's coming out of the Western European side of things, who never experienced what rule was like under Gorbachev, which was quite different than it was being reported at the time.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's well said, sir. Gorbachev stood for a continuity of a tyrannical, murderous regime, which will not be missed. It will not be missed by those in the Soviet Union who remember it. It will not be missed by Ukrainians or any in the Baltic states, or Eastern Europe. All of these countries, which are now their own independent states with their own national identity and culture, which they always had, but were suppressed in their identity and culture under the tyrannical rule from Moscow. The same type of rule which seeks to exact the same barbarism, and unfortunately has done in certain parts of Ukraine. This is what Ukraine fights against. Freedom must be won. It cannot be negotiated with. It cannot be negotiated or bought. It must be won. Robbie, you have your hand up, sir. Please do go ahead.
I'm just wondering, is there any maybe British Navy experts out there? The Marshal Ustinov was spotted in Irish territorial waters today. Marshal Ustinov is a sister ship of the Moskva. I'm just wondering, is it very unusual? If it was in Irish territorial waters, it was probably in British territorial waters at some point. And I think the HMS Lancaster shepherded out of the British territorial waters. But did anyone else hear that, or what's the significance?
I believe there's been a brief statement from the British MOD on that, sir, which you can find on the MOD Twitter page. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. It is not uncommon for Russian vessels to encroach upon NATO sovereign territorial waters where they are watched very closely. We have a number of naval and military experts on the Mirror Report. I'm not one of them. This is a volunteer organization, and I'm sure one of the good people here will be up at some stage to answer your question. Because we're a volunteer organization here, we don't get paid for this. We all have jobs, and some of us second or third jobs. But we are here like yourself because all tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for people of good conscience to remain silent. Those are not my words, but the words of Edmund Burke. And yourself, sir, and all of us here, and all of Ukraine's allies around the world, we are not remaining silent as the empire of Moscow seeks to invade and occupy and commit war crimes in peaceful countries.
I would certainly hope that the Russian Navy is not picking another quarrel with the Irish Fishermen's Union, because the last time they did, it didn't work out so well for them. I believe they were the first civilian organization who told the Russian Navy to go F themselves. And that happened right around the first of this year, I believe, before the invasion of Ukraine. But the Irish Civilian Fishermen's Union took a very strong stance over protection of their territorial waters. And I suspect they would again if they were aware that Russian war vessels were encroaching on their territorial waters in, I guess, what is it, August or September now?
It's August.
For a day more or two. Time flies when the Russians are committing genocide. I don't mean that lightheartedly, but I've lost track of my days here. I know September is rapidly approaching.
We are very lucky to be joined by somebody skilled and knowledgeable in the matters that, Robbie, sir, you were just asking about. CJ, thank you for coming up, sir. Please do go ahead.
Well, I'm waiting for some American backup here. I know, of course, we have Ryan, and nothing wrong with you. Nothing wrong with you, of course. I like Wendy, but I think there's a lot of talk of guns that want to go on, and of course, this is then therefore a uniquely American, in both good and bad ways, conversation. So we'll try and get some backup for that.
We may not have a national health care system, but we have a hell of a military.
Ryan, I'll tell you, it makes me so happy to let everyone know that I am the taxes.
Money well spent.
Thank you, sir. You are correct.
CJ here has an excellent education afforded by the taxes I pay, and I'm happy to pay those taxes. He was, at least for a short time, a resident of the state in which I reside. So all deference to CJ and his superior education.
Well, now I think I've spent a full year in Oklahoma over the last decade or so. So, it's really a great state. It's, I hesitate.
You're going a little far there, but
I hesitate to say it's better than Texas, but I know that'll make a lot of moderators mad. So maybe I'll hold off from that for the moment.
Well, you can say that anytime if I'm co-hosting, but only a marginal improvement over Texas. We do sit on top, though. Looks like you've summoned the North American posse.
Oh, now Craig's listening, so we can definitely go more aggressive towards Texas in an effort to get him up. Nobody messes with Texas. But I think there is some, interesting conversations going on throughout the day because I think maybe people were just tired of artillery. And so I posit maybe a shift to small arms, which is going to be more important moving forward, especially in Kherson as these cities come under attack. the proficiency with these weapons will definitely be a very important thing moving forward, if it already wasn't pretty important.
Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're just getting Craig and CJ up here, and maybe if anyone else wants to join in. Yeah, so we were just talking about like I guess sort of range of engagement with small arms. We've discussed, of course, many times on the space. This CJ will, of course, explain that, of course, the majority of the casualties in this war, I believe, something on the order of 70% or more, are caused by artillery. We certainly have reports of units on both sides that say never seen a Russian/Ukrainian, just artillery. It's just we're just getting hit by artillery. But of course, there's still a lot of firefighting going on with small arms. There is shooting. I would imagine at least as much or more shooting that's gone on in any of the modern U.S. wars or counterinsurgencies where there were of course firefights, but it was a counterinsurgency, not like a stand-up war between two armies. And so, yeah, it's just that there's a lot more artillery war going on top of that, right? So there's certainly a lot of shooting going on. So we were just like kind of thinking out loud, like how would this work, and what kind of ranges could you get out of that stuff? So maybe Craig, I think maybe you could set the stage a little bit, just like your broad thoughts on it, like this particular conflict, right? We're talking about the equipment and the people involved. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I can only speak to the weapons that I know I was qualified on. So I qualified on a 9mm pistol. The longest distance we had to shoot at was about 40 meters. I did not get expert, needless to say. I am a lefty, so that probably has something to do with it. That was about 40 meters. I mean, I'll defer to CJ in terms of what you're supposed to be trained on, but I think one of the things that I'm kind of curious about, because I've never spent time in a combat platoon or company or something, that how many rounds are designed to actually shoot to kill versus to suppress the enemy so you can maneuver, right? That if you're operating in these elements, I've tried to kind of reach out to people that I know and try to get some measure of understanding as to how, combat arms work and, fire and maneuver and superiority and suppression and, things like that. And so, there's this saying that, you put as much fire down range as you can to achieve fire superiority, and then you close with and kill the enemy, right? I guess that's like the simplest thing that you can describe, right? That you get as close but as far away as you can to where you can hit them, but to not where you're putting yourself in danger, where you're 5 meters from the person. And as soon as I say that, CJ decides to walk off. And so there's this idea of a quantitative amount of bullets that you have to fire before you achieve a kill, before you actually hit somebody with a small arms round. But the question I would have to ask is how many of those rounds are an infantryman laying his weapon horizontally, putting an enemy in his sights, and actually shooting to kill the enemy, versus turning to a machine gun crew where the round output on an LMG or a SAW or whatever they use nowadays is an overwhelming amount of ammunition that's maybe not be designed to kill, but designed to overwhelm the enemy with fire superiority to allow your close infantry combat teams to make contact. That's what I would think will be the process, right? That you don't have 100 guys lining up on a thing trying to kill the enemy. There's got to be some measure of fire superiority. So with that, I'll kind of turn it over to CJ and anybody else that might know that if you get out of a track and you're being fired on, you hear the bullets whizzing, you hear the bullets going by. What is your thought process, right? Is it obviously to return fire, or are you waiting for commands to try to suppress the enemy so you can then maneuver, et cetera, et cetera?
I mean, what I would just say, maybe generally to help set the stage for the people is understand, why this specific line of questioning is so important to what's going on right now in two ways. So first, in Kherson specifically, the lines have not moved quite a lot since about mid to late April, right? So the fighting there for the last couple of months has been characterized by just pretty much artillery battles, with both sides trying to find and shoot artillery at the other side. So that's the first part. And the second part becomes, as these positions get closer and closer together and Russia falls back, sort of their marksmanship skills, especially as they don't have as much artillery ammo, are going to come into question a whole lot more than they did previously. So this sort of question is much more relevant than it was about a week ago. I'm still up. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. I think we'll maybe get rid of Craig and get him back up.
Perfect. Well, yeah, because I'll note that while we started talking about guns and we're flooded with Americans, so we love to see it. The interesting thing about this, of course, is, when we talk about how far people are supposed to be able to shoot, again, this is a little out of my wheelhouse. Obviously the preference for the U.S. is to use a lot of firepower. But, if you don't have that, then you have to rely much more on marksmanship skills. And what Craig and I were talking about offline was the difference between, someone in a prone position or someone in a defensive position being able to shoot accurately versus someone on the move, sweating, getting artillery, and the ability to shoot. And those are two very different things. Doesn't mean that Russia has an advantage here, but it is going to put it in the test as they start to retreat back.
Yeah, I mean, I would suppose that during the global war on terrorism, that the environment that we operated in was mostly urban, obviously except for Afghanistan, right? That's a totally different beast. But the majority of the fighting took place in Iraq, Fallujah, and that was urban fighting, and you're fighting in much closer quarters. And so you would, I don't know. I'm just hypothesizing that your ammunition use might be more if you're in urban combat to achieve fire suppression, if that's a thing, right? I can kind of think back to when a Marine taught me how to unholster a pistol and kind of walk me through a couple of drills 10 years ago. But beyond that, we see some of these maneuvers that Ukraine is using, and CJ is absolutely right. I can lay down with a hunting rifle with a 30-06 and hit a target with iron sights at about 300 yards, right? It's not a bullseye, but I can get relatively close to the center. But you have automatic fire, you have mortars, you have artillery, you're carrying your ruck, you're carrying all your gear, and you're tired as hell, right? But I guess, like, what are they trained to operate? Because theoretically, a Russian is trained, right? Theoretically speaking, you're trained to fire with your gear on. Your blood's pumping, your heart rate's up. That's going to unsteady your hands. You're not going to be able to shoot as straight as you would like. This isn't a training course. This is real life, right? You're going to start to hear the crack of the bullet as it goes over your head. And so what would, I guess my question would be, how close is too close before you start putting yourself at risk from somebody in a defensive position, right? Because if you're attacking, you would think, I would think that your heart rate's a little elevated. You have to get at them. You're the one who has to close. They're the one who has to stay where they are.
So I think the most important considerations, of course, are just, for the audience awareness, the difference between a service rifle like an AK-74 or an M4 and a crew serve weapon, right? Like a machine gun, as you might think. And the difference here, of course, is, depending on what echelon or what unit you're at, you're at, you're going to try and maximize your most casualty producing weapons, whether that's a vehicle mounted machine gun or on the ground, someone carrying a machine gun. So the idea there being, every other person with some sort of rifle or grenade launcher is trying to use their weapons to get that casualty producing weapon in the right spot at the right time to do the damage. So it really depends. Obviously, everyone's, of course, performing self-defense with their rifles, but as a maneuver unit, whether it be a platoon, company, or more, the main effort is, of course, getting that weapon aligned in the right space. So if you're in a platoon of Russians and all they have is one machine gun, then they have to do everything they can to keep that alive. But if you're Ukrainians moving in an armor company, right, you're really trying to get those 4, 8, 16, however many armored vehicles in the right spots and right time. So a lot of different considerations to think of, I would say.
George, you look like you've fired a gun before. I think we'll let you go next.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so if now things have changed, but your crew served weapon, like, okay, so I'm old and I stayed for a while, but I went from an M60 to a SAW, which is a squad automatic weapon. Primarily, your primary goal is suppress a fire, right? Especially in squad tactics, on the squad or platoon level, is, especially in an urban fight, is to keep everybody else's head down, right? So your guys can move. You're crossing a street, you're crossing, an alley, an open area. So your machine gunner is putting down a lot of fire, right? You're talking about 500, 600, 700 rounds per minute, depending on
on which machine gun you have, and you're putting down a lot of fire to keep the enemy's head down while your guys are crossing an area so that they can't shoot back, right? That's primarily your main mission. Now, it does, you can obviously engage on another strong point or stuff like that, and obviously you could take out enemy personnel with a machine gun. I mean, bullets kill, but the primary objective is to lay down suppressing fire, to keep the other guy's head down. Now, if you're firing a 50 caliber machine gun, then that changes, right? Because that can take out vehicles. I mean, so can a smaller machine gun. But like I said, the primary thing is taking out keeping the other guy's heads down, so that your squad, that your platoon, wherever you're assigned to, can move.
I guess the other part to this too is that one of the things that I've seen over and over and over again is Russian rifles without optics, right? But if you look at
mic check, CJ, Craig.
It was Craig. Hang on, I'm pulling him down to listener real quick. Craig, come back. You were just talking about iron sights and your audio crapped out on us.
Twitter's being Twitter today, folks.
Doesn't look like I've missed any serious stability updates.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that, again, me and CJ were kind of talking about it, and I made this joke where I'm just like, I look at this Russian and I'm like, I'd be surprised if he could hit 200 meters, right? I'd be absolutely shocked, right? And I say that jokingly, but also half serious, because the way that the United States, I know when I was in from 2005 to 2009, I couldn't throw a rock without hitting a Marine who had optics on his M4, right? He was trained to shoot with optics. He was trained to shoot at range. He was not trained to get up close, AK-47 style, Rambo style, and just empty magazine after magazine, right? His rounds were supposed to be well placed. To CJ's point, marksmanship, right? And so the difference that I see with these Russians when they are walking around or they're engaging in these things, these are the prototypical movie AK-47s with iron sights, where when I say 200 yards, I'm making a joke, because from my understanding, the optics, correct me if I'm wrong, are supposed to give you increased accuracy at distance. That's like what I thought it's supposed to do. And so when I say you can't hit past 200 meters, yes, I'm sure the weapon system can fire at that range. I'm sure that it can hit a target at that range, but the operator is the one who's got the fast heart rate, who can't control their breathing, right? This isn't me laying on my belly at 300 yards, testing my 30-06 because I had a cold barrel for 2 weeks and I want to see what I can do with it, right? And so that's what I guess I was kind of making the joke at, right? These guys are firing with iron sights where you have to judge the elevation that you're shooting, maybe flip open something in the middle of combat and guess, versus a Ukrainian who can use his optic sight and whatever that optic sight might be, and he has a higher propensity to strike it, right?
Spray and pray works really good if you're George with a squad automatic weapon or a M249 saw, but an AK only holds 30 rounds, and there's a reason that they don't make fully automatic weapons issued to the U.S. military anymore. I think 3-round burst or single fire is the preferred method of using small arms, because after the first, second, or third round, you're not accurate anymore anyway. You're just kind of using suppressing fire or getting really damn lucky.
I mean, I know we have hands up, but I guess I'll throw a question out there. Is mortar considered a part of the small arms company, or is that a part of the classification? An 80 millimeter mortar, is that considered small arms as well? I'm not sure how you would classify that.
I think one of CJ's artillery friends called that one of CJ's mortarman friends referred to that as baby artillery in CJ's absence and asked us not to tell CJ that he said that or admitted it, but I'll let CJ respond.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't get Scotty up. But in any situation, so the confusion with mortars, of course, is that it's an indirect fire weapon system, but it's organic to infantry units, not just in the U.S., but also in both Ukraine and Russia. So that's sort of the confusion there. It goes out at the company or even platoon level, but it's still not considered a small arms or crew serve weapon necessarily.
Joseph, and then George.
Yeah, so on the level, right, of what's involved. So we get down to, I guess to get to a specific scenario, right? Let's get rid of cities and let's get rid of like trenches, because I think those require kind of some special support from heavier stuff. But let's say you've got, two kind of groups of guys, Ukrainians and Russians, both of them basically have AKs, right? And you're now, you're in a forest and they're in the forest, and you're being told by your commander, okay, move forward. Like, you need to take that part of the forest that's theirs. It needs to become ours. Like, what does that involve, CJ? What is the squad level look like? Like, how many guys is it? What do they do? Like, when they're told to do that? Go ahead.
He dropped right on time. We're rotating. CJ's going to drop, then I'm going to drop, then you're going to drop, and we're just going to live in a round robin.
Yeah, it kind of does seem like that, honestly, that sometimes someone will have problems and then they'll stop having problems and then a new person will get problems. Like, it does almost seem that way, but I don't know. It's just crazy voodoo.
So it goes. Yep.
I feel like the carny running the merry-go-round.
Yeah, to answer your question, Joseph, basically, if I heard most of it correctly, 60 millimeter mortars are the smallest, can be a 2-man crew. Obviously, you want a bit more. When you get to 81 or 120 millimeter mortars or heavier mortars, it ends up being a 4-man team. And especially if you have a fire direction center that's kind of coordinating that and telling them where to fire if they're not directly laid in. I'm sure William or other Americans that spent more time with the infantry can answer that a little bit better. What I would say, of course, when we're looking at Russians using mortars, they use a lot of self-propelled mortars, right, which require a lot more coordination, as opposed to the light infantry 60 millimeter mortars, the M224, which is pretty good, but it's it's basically not to discredit it, but it's like an oversized hand grenade, right? But that's pretty effective if you can get that hand grenade 3,400 meters away from you and right on someone's head.
Sorry, thanks, CJ, for that. But I meant more of the rifles, right? So if I'm is it a rifle squad? Like, how many guys is that roughly? And then what does it involve? I imagine that you have some guys move forward and then some stay in cover and support, and you kind of rotate doing that and kind of leapfrog. Is that kind of how it works? Or
someone call for infantry? Sorry. I'm sorry. I heard rifle
what
squad.
What are you doing out of the office?
What is a rifle squad? I don't know. Working from home. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't hear all the question. CJ knows what he's talking about.
Well, yeah, just to set the stage, Yehuda. So we're just talking about basically, fighting with rifles, right? We think that's going to become maybe more of a thing now, that there's a counteroffensive going on by Ukraine, and just talking about what range would these engagements happen? Like, what is the organization? How does this stuff work? So yeah, that's just kind of the broad discussion we're having right now.
Hey, CJ, do you want me to take a shot at it?
Yeah, please do. And realized, although I spent 4 years attached to infantry, there's a lot of people here that might not know too much like you and Yehuda do. So to have at it.
Yehuda, if you want to take a run at it too, that's fine. I can stand by.
Too many variables here. So dependent on the terrain. Are you really? I'm not trying to be funny, but you're really asking me how do infantrymen shoot at each other with rifles? Is that if that's the gist of it, kind of?
Like, how does a rifle squad function? What are the mechanics of it? I mean, so I did set up a scenario. I just said, let's just try to eliminate all the variables. No trenches, no cities, no supporting weapons. There's 2 sets of guys in the forest with AK-47s, and you're told, move forward, take that part of the forest from these other guys that have, a squad of infantry, basically.
So let's we use a platoon or a section or a platoon or a company. But how does dismounted infantry fight? Well, you'd have them divided into 3 sections in a platoon. I think you call them sections in the States. If I'm wrong, I don't know. Maybe do you call them squads? I think you call them sections. someone
Squads.
Oh, you call them squads. Okay, we call them sections. And the rest of the Commonwealth, we use the word section. And then you have debts and fire team partners. I think you call them battle buddies or something. Anyway, so in a nutshell, let's go to a platoon. A platoon level. Platoon has 3 sections in it. You've got section commanders. You've got the platoon commander. Platoon commander is a 2IC. Who's Sergeant Warren. Really, it's a sergeant in the platoon. Then you have a lieutenant who is the platoon commander. And depending on, if you're facing off with someone and you're doing dismounted, infantry fights, you do, yes, you would. I think you said pepper potting, right? You have covering and then you have moving. I've never been asked that question before. It's very granular or basic, but yes, you wouldn't be working alone, right? So sections aren't attacking an objective. Platoons aren't attacking a position if there are more than a section on the other side, right? Generally, it's 3 to 1. So that's the most basic concept of combat ratio. Once you get bigger and you have more force multipliers, you obviously have greater, more factors and different considerations, and therefore different deductions. But in general, yes, you would have as a section would move, you would have divided into 2s, right? So you have groups of soldiers moving, and not in unison, but they would have certain soldiers covering and certain soldiers firing, and you would move up to a position. Presumably, we attack positions. It's very hard to say how you would attack just a group of people standing there. You wouldn't probably, but my idea is that a platoon or a section would take a trench, or a platoon would take a trench, right? If you have 2-3 people in a trench, a platoon would take that trench. A section could take the trench because that's 3 to 1. But a platoon, you can just scale it up any way you want. But that's how dismounted infantry fights. You would dismount from your IFV, they say, or we call them labs. Americans call them labs too, I think, and a light armored vehicle, and you would attack the objective. But before you do that, the commander, the lieutenant, the officer, would have a plan. You'd be in a defensive position. There are different positions you can take. So if it was like a training course, you'd have the platoon basically get into a particular formation with people facing, pointing their weapons outwards. I'm not going to get into the granular parts of it, but the idea is you have some security there, and then the platoon commander, often with his sergeant major or sergeant there, make up a plan. He does a recce, goes through battle procedure, all that jazz. Issues a warning order, does the rest of his battle procedure. Then he or she issues the orders. There's stages. There are a bunch of steps in between. I'm just going to gloss over them, and then the sections would be given their orders, section commanders, and then they would execute that mission, that order. And you would have the.
So can I, Yehuda, are you still with us,
yeah,
or did he drop?
I'm here.
He's here, Craig.
So I'll just finish off. So that's how a platoon commander does an attack, right? Let's say that's a hasty attack. It's based on the conditions that he has around him, and but that's how generally we fight in the infantry. But it's just very rare that fights go down like that without having a bigger context. Like you're usually within a company context. You usually have other assets available to you. But that's a bare bones basic. So we'll say things like pepper potting. You have up he sees me down, and you have what do you call it? People certain one section might cover while 2 section advances, and vice versa. So that's the basics. Anything you want to add there? Whoever jumped in.
Yeah, I think I could add a little bit to it, unless Joseph, you want to react to that. But
no, that was great. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, I think that first and foremost, you almost got to start. There's a bunch of things, and I'm not an expert on exactly what the makeup of the Ukrainian infantry company, but from what I can tell, there's been a lot of training. They're very based off of NATO formations, etc. So, and also you see a lot more mechanized infantry, I think, when it comes to the fights going on in Ukraine, and that's what I'm used to mostly. I wasn't mainly light infantry; I was mechanized infantry, and it is a big question, like Yehuda said. But the reality of it is, when you have infantry soldiers fighting, if say you've got a platoon size element that's mechanized, which most of these will have infantry fighting vehicles with them in some form or another. There's different types of movements that infantry uses. We have recon patrols. We have reactive contact patrols. And each situation kind of, and then just, straight assault, straight assaults, which is probably more of the rare ones. But I think that we have to start with the biggest mic check.
You're here. Good.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
I've just been having the Twitter pox today. I think that, what you have to start with is the makeup of those platoons, right? So in a American infantry platoon, you've got 3 squads plus a heavy weapons squad or mechanized squad, which means that one of those squads is more of a Overwatch base of fire type of squad, where they specialize in in laying down cover and support. So you think about the bigger machine guns, crew served machine guns, etc. Or for my case, we had Bradleys, which was a 25 millimeter cannon, which was much
But
better.
hold on, William. I just want to clarify. He said dismounted infantry, so that's why.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he said dismounted. So obviously, I said we don't really fight like that. That's my whole point.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. No. I get it. And even
Okay.
if
That's why it's such a weird question, right? Like, this is something that we teach in battle school, like in the first few months of being in the, because it's the basics, but it's not how they'll be employed back at battalion, right? They'll be mechanized, obviously, and they'll have a heavy weapons dead. We call them a heavy weapons dead. You have a heavy weapons section. You just have you have a beefier, just have a bigger military. So we would actually have, what's lower than a squad for you? A crew?
A team. So for instance, I was a squad leader. So I was a staff sergeant. I had 2 fire teams in my control. So and a heavy machine gun most of the time, or it depended on the mission. So about 14 soldiers underneath the command of a squad. And again, I think that we have to, the one thing that makes this big difference between Russia and I think what Ukraine has and what most NATO services is that staff sergeant and those 2 team leaders that are usually E5s or corporals. And that's what makes a difference. That's what means when you've got to go through that tree line and you're doing your maneuvers, right? And you've got your guns out and it's rifle versus rifle, a bunch of infantry guys on the other side, of whatever the objective is. Having those non-commissioned officers, having the trust, the soldiers have the trust in those non-commissioned officers, that allows you to actually work, in tandem. So, as a squad leader, I trust my alpha team leader to be able to do my job for me. The alpha team leader, the second team leader, he can do the job for all of us too. So when you're moving, there's multiple different movement patterns, like Yehuda said, bounding Overwatch, reacting to contact where you're moving out in certain ways. But the reality of it, what it comes down to is leadership. And I think Yehuda, any infantry soldier will tell you that. And that leadership doesn't start with the lieutenants. The lieutenants send us on our jobs. It starts with those non-commissioned officers that the Russians lack, point blank. So
Yeah.
I think that's a good point to end with.
Yeah, no, look, it's very tough to explain how, I guess you know what? I've learned something every day. It's something I thought it was a silly question at first, and I realized not everyone probably sees that happening, right? So, the bottom line is let's make it real, because there isn't, there aren't dismounts walking across Ukraine right now. They're all mechanized, right? And so, whatever IFV or light armored vehicle they're using, they're going to get out. Usually light armored vehicles have like a 30 or 50, depending on the vehicle, coax, which is basically a machine gun. And those are also used, right? They get up into a run-up position. It all depends on the situation. And I didn't know you were going to go where you went, William. For sure, you have patrols, you have hasty attacks, you have deliberate attacks, you have there are many things that this group can do. But I was just giving you the basics of how you advance, in contact with a dismounted platoon. However, obviously you have heavy weapons available to you. You have an anti-armor dead. You have, tank could come flying over. You got to be prepared. So there's many different things that you can have, and there is a bare bones structure. But the reality is, if this becomes, an infantry fight, a dismounted fight, which infantry holds ground and takes ground. That's the only trade that does that. So they have to get out at some point to do the thing, right? And but the problem is that the Russians are so heavily concentrated. Doesn't matter how dumb they are, they're firing a weapon at you, right? I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day. So it's never really in the scope of how does a platoon make an attack, because the truth is that platoon has orders from the company commander. Company commander has it from the battalion commander. Battalion commander, everything goes, up to down. And the idea is, that's why we talk about higher, 1 up intent to 2 up intent, so that platoon commander knows what the battalion commander wants, right? And then he knows that his boss, the company commander, has told him, you and these 3 other platoons, I need you guys over there, arrayed in this position, oriented eastward to get into a defensive position. So those 3 platoon commanders are like, okay, the company commander will say, you take the north, you take the center, you take the southern battlefront there, and off you go, right? And then those platoon commanders coordinate, and then that the platoon commander who's in charge of that platoon that we're referring to, that person ends up, with his sergeant major, saying what the plan is, warning order, we're going to do this. There's all sorts of what we call concurrent activity. So that's spooling up, and then a good commander does a recce and does an estimate and a detailed map estimate, and then eventually off they go. And they have to coordinate this with the other platoons, right? He doesn't live in a vacuum, and you advance to contact, right? And if it's an objective, like it's, let's use the battle school terminology, there's a trench. There are things you do, and you post a grenade or 2, and then you clear the trench, and then you consolidate past the trench. This is just standard infantry 101.
Second nature to us.
It's like we just do this up and down, like training corridors and big bases till the cows come home. Hundreds of them, thousands of them you've done in your life, right? It's different terrain, it's rocky. You learn, you buy some knee pads, you put them under you. There are all sorts of things you learn and little tricks of the trade. But in a nutshell, all, as William said, it's all dependent on the mission, everything.
So can I?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, William, if you want to add on to Huda, because I just wanted to, now that we're on the granular level, I wanted to try to go up 1 level from there. But yeah. Go ahead.
So I'll just go back to the granular just a little bit. We'll just go straight down to the squad that's part of a maneuver element that's a platoon, say. What Yuhita was talking about, and what we talk about in the U.S. Army, we call it battle drills. And for us, it's again, it's not what you write down on a paper book, right? Like when you put a play to a soccer game, any kind of plan, it is only lasts till contact. But what well-trained militaries have, and especially when you have strong NCOs, strong lieutenants, frontline folks, the minute that something happens, we have a playbook that somewhat works for it, right? Maybe it's bounding Overwatch, maybe it's setting up a support by fire. But again, it's not just a squad doing this, right? You almost really have to think about infantry at that company level. There's not many times when you're going to get things broken down. So you might have a platoon that's an assault platoon. You may have an Overwatch platoon, and maybe you have a support platoon. And you've got a company commander that is working with the lieutenants, the platoon sergeants, all the way down to those squad leaders to actually be able to accomplish the objective. For the most part, if you've got good infantry soldiers, you're not doing what are those folks from that one country that gosh, I can't even think of it. The TikTok warriors that like to just spray and shoot around. And that's the reality. That's not what it's about, right? It's about controlled chaos. There's nothing more chaotic than having bullets fly at you and sending bullets down range against other people. There's nothing more chaotic than that. But if you've got good leadership, you've got good training, especially at that frontline level, that lieutenant, company commander, it's great. And then, for Craig with his conversation, you're not isolated. You don't just have a platoon hanging out all by themselves in a tree line. you've got a company, and a company is made up of multiple platoons plus support elements, and that's part of a bigger, organization, which is a battalion, which then has a whole nother array of support efforts, whether it's snipers, mortars. You may have artillery attached to that. But it is a very broad conversation. But when you get down to the basics, is you're going to take contact, and if your job is to react to contact and close distance and overwhelm the enemy by any means necessary, the basic idea is well-trained soldiers that can maneuver together, that know and trust each other, to know that if I'm running down range and I got a machine gun firing from my left, that when I yell stop, or they see me, they're going to stop shooting so I don't get shot. That's what it comes down to. Is it's just not running around with guns shooting each other. It's controlled chaos.
You know what? To give a better example, like let's just say you have a dismounted platoon, a la, a Ukrainian. If they're in Kherson, most of the Russians, like larger formations, units have been destroyed, and you get your commander gets an intelligence report that there are some couple of deaths of Russians hanging out in some field, and it means they're in a trench or something. So you would advance to contact, you do the patrol, right, and then your platoon would move up. In a particular, there are many ways you could move. You can move act, you can move an extended line, you can move whatever. And then let's just say, buddy, first guy, sees it, Russian takes a pot shot. First dude who sees it, yells out contact, double tap down, and then that's when the firefight begins, right? And that's a hasty attack. And because we train for it all the time, depending on where, we have this joke in the infantry. I'm sure you have it too. We have it. It's worse in the winter. That if you're in file, like single file, and the last person, let's just say, is the machine gunner, and someone yells contact, that bugger has to run up, a kilometer sometimes, right? Just that he's booting it because he needs to get to where he needs to form a fire base. And if all the gunners obviously are gonna, they want to have support by fire. So it's something we train, and we purposely make it hard because you never know when you are on a patrol when you're going to be not ideally placed, right? So basically, the platoon of soldiers. That's why it's so important to train together. It's not like you can switch people. That's why I laugh when, and I'm sure William will laugh when people are like, oh, the Russians can just fill in and put other people in. I'm like, okay, so you're gonna get some person who's never worked with a platoon. They don't know their SOPs. They don't know their attitudes. They don't know who's who in the zoo. And you're just gonna throw them in. And you think they're gonna work perfectly like an infantry company, infantry platoon? You're nuts. Not at all. Right? You can work with the same people for 2 years at battalion. So when you're doing your battle drills and you're running up and down that field, who's who, who's going to do what, that guy's going to go down, boom, everyone goes down. Then you got people leopard crawling, getting into position. And then you have people yelling out, especially the person who called contact, you have them yell out. There's a specific thing we do. We yell out, what we in their codes for it, how many enemy, what direction, you reference large tree to the front, blah, blah, blah. And then that's how we do it. And then we coordinate, and then that's how you fight the firefight. The idea is, you overwhelm the enemy. If it's 2 guys in the trench and you're 30, you're going to win. You just have to get there, and you have someone throw smoke, someone post a grenade. It looks, you might see it on a training video on YouTube, and it might look chaotic, but it's actually when we train like this, we do dry drills with this. We have instructors. I've been the candidate. I've been the instructor. We stand over them. We see what they're doing, seeing if they're calling out the right information to the rest of the platoon or the section or the squad in the Americans' case. And we see what they're doing. We see how they advance. Are they stupid in the field? Are they being tactically smart? Do they stick their head up and go, gosh, where are they? All these things are no-nos, right? So we do that over and over and over. When I say over and over again, we do, like, sometimes I'm thinking of the courses I've done, 10 days straight, no sleep. You're doing it day and night, pretending you're a platoon on a patrol. You're getting hit and you're getting into contact, and then the purpose of the training is to get you to a place where even when you're sleep effed, that's what we call it, sleep deprived, that you can react under pressure, under fire. And when we do we don't do live fire like that. We have blanks at that point. But when we do that, you have OPFOR. You got guys dressed up in, Soviet, old Soviet camo, and they're firing their AKs at you to give you a feeling of what it would sound like. And we do that over and over and over again. So that's how the Ukrainians have been trained. They've been trained by the same way that we train, because we train them. I happen to have a colleague who was responsible for the entire training.
You hit
So,
the last point to this, can I get real quick? Because there's
Yeah.
Ukrainian soldiers coming in that haven't gone through a ton of training, right? We've got a lot of forces being stood up. When you have that base of non-commissioned officers and lieutenants, it doesn't take rocket science to actually get somebody in shape to be able to react to contact and do these battle drills if you've got that discipline in that squad. And it's not like you're sitting around, you're training. No matter if you're if you're in a combat zone, you're training to get better and win that fight. So
yeah, the last 4 or 5 months, that's what every Ukrainian has been doing, right? Like they haven't been sleeping. They've been taking their soldiers. What do you think they're doing in the UK right now, right? Anyways, I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, that was some great context.
So if I could, CJ, do you want to add it on to William and Yehuda? Because I'm going to go up one level to that mechanized level that they keep talking about.
I'll see if I can't lead you into it. So the important consideration here, because I couldn't agree more with both William and Yehuda, is the fact that this is very difficult to do once you start adding more people. And it's really important to note that, whatever training level or readiness level Ukraine was at the beginning of the war, that readiness took a gigantic hit when they had to start defending, their lives in so many different ways that they probably weren't trained in, right? So it kind of took away from that in some key aspects, especially large mechanized formations, because the reality is to get a unit deployable or ready to a battalion level standard, it takes around a year training in perfect conditions with the perfect amount of ammo and training areas and whatnot. It takes quite some time. So the fact that Ukraine in 6 months could do it to maybe even a greater degree than a battalion, say a brigade, is a gigantic accomplishment that, of course, was aided by a lot of people both inside and outside the country, but it really just defies belief that they could somehow get better at something that they weren't doing for 6 months under pressure, having taken thousands of casualties and being bombed relentlessly, and then come out and do this, even if they only go 10, 20 kilometers a day, or even that. I mean, it really just blows the mind.
So, in all fairness, they did have a lot of trained soldiers, not as many as they have now, but some of the best training you get is from that corporal and the sergeant who have already been in, who are telling you, right?
Yeah, so that kind of leads me where I was looking to go was that William and CJ and Yehuda, they're drawing at the granular level, right? But the word they keep on mentioning is that Ukraine is mechanized and Russia is not, right? So when you're in a mechanized, what would you call it? Mechanized platoon, company? I don't know what that's called.
Mechanized infantry, yeah.
Okay, so but what's the smallest unit of that mechanized unit? Like, what is that called? I don't know.
Same thing as dismounted.
Okay, go ahead.
So you platoon size level, platoon size for American units, you've got a mechanized platoon with 3 dismounted squads and a mechanized squad. But that being said, there's usually, for each squad, there's 2, infantry fighting vehicles attached, plus at least usually 1 or 2 additional fighting vehicles for the platoon sergeant and the lieutenants. So, when we fight together. So it's not usually like the folks are walking out by themselves. You've got those Bradleys that are assigned to each one of those squads in our makeup. And then
so that was kind of where I was going with it, right? Is that those mechanized elements, those Bradleys, you said what?
Craig, I'm going to post something into the nest. I think you're overcomplicating it. I'll show you. There's the only difference between a mechanized and a non-mechanized infantry battalion is that people are in trucks or in labs. So it's the same thing, same people. They're just riding. They're mounted.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. I think we can get Craig back up, but overall, I just sort of wanted to get maybe a picture of what this looks like in terms of what Ukraine is doing right now, just like mechanically on the ground. Okay, Craig's back.
Yeah. So no, I didn't mean to try to get their name. Their name wasn't so much important to me as making sure that I was communicating with you guys effectively, because the way that you say, when you say dismount, what William had mentioned is a Bradley, and there goes William. Okay, so the point I'm trying to get at is in that smaller element, right? In that company, you would have mechanized vehicles that provide fire support. So maybe are they doing like the suppression? Are they actively killing? Are they looking for those things, or are they trying to suppress where the enemy is so that the infantry can then dismount and then accomplish? Like, how does that work?
I mentioned it earlier. I said so you can have the armored personnel carrier, IFV or LAV LAV. They're all called the same things here. They have machine guns in them, depending on 30 coax 30 or whatever, right? Like they have weapons in them. They have a gun, and you can do different things with them. So depending on the mission, right, they can be moving forward with dismounted infantry and firing. They can be in a fire base, firing from a fire base, but they're not operating independently. They belong to the guys who are walking, and when they need to, they go back.
Yeah,
in.
there you go. That's what I was trying to get at, right? That was the kind of the heart of the matter, because when people hear mechanized, I don't understand what mechanized means. Like you said, those are guys in a truck. They don't have to walk all the way, but when they make contact, is there like
they dismount?
When they dismount, when they get out and they start advancing by foot, right? In that scenario, are those Bradleys, those 25 millimeter cannons, do the infantry kind of just sit back and just let the Bradley kind of do its job, and then once it's achieved maximum effect, and then the infantry goes forward, or is it simultaneous, or what? I don't know how that works.
I think that depends, right? So that's I think, and Yehudi can speak to this, but it depends on the situation. We were called the angry ants in Iraq when we first got there by the Iraqis, because whenever they would shoot at the tanks would drop the door, and a bunch of angry ants would run out to fight. But what would always be having, again, what Yehudi said is that it's not like those vehicles are separate. You work with those folks every single day. So depending on the situation, right? In training, it's very more scripted. But when you're actually in combat, there's many different ways to do it. For instance, if you're walking around a city, maybe you want to have that Bradley up in front and one in the back. Maybe the Bradley's bound to make sure that if you're crossing a street, you've got a 25 millimeter, 25 mic looking down the streets to cover you as you go. But also, I think CJ, he's 82nd Airborne, and we like to call them, they're light infantry. And the biggest gun they've got is like a 240 Bravo most of the time. That's generalizing it, but we always joke is that the best fire support element for a infantry is a 25 millimeter or a heavy machine gun on an armored vehicle, because you do get to change that.
Sometimes.
You do get to change that. Where I mean, it's sometimes where if you're bounding, if you're just regular infantry, if you're bounding where it's got one squad going, up a ways, and the next squad, going up sometimes you can do that with a Bradley most of the time. So you can use that Bradley as a base of fire and maneuver.
Do yourself a favor, for those who are interested. I posted into the nest a picture I posted. Look in the right corner, top right corner, where you see the light from the camera affecting it. It says infantry company, and it says F echelon. This is an infantry company. It's also a mechanized infantry company because they're in labs. So the people are always there. They have a driver. The section commander is the commander of that vehicle. The platoon commander, as you see, is the LAV captain, light armored vehicle captain. I don't know if you've seen it there, but that's a mechanized infantry company. And then once they get out of those vehicles, they are not mechanized anymore. It just means the method of transportation. So when we dismount as a commander, we would call then the LAV without soldiers, but with a driver and a gunner. We call them Zulu LAVs. They're empty, but they still can do things because they have a pretty nice gun in it, right? So they can, they're not going to go drive around in the battle space ahead of the infantry because they're going to get shot with anti-armor and boom, they go bye-bye. So they're normally in a fire base. They're normally somewhere else. You might move them out of the battle altogether. They're not needed maybe, or maybe you have you find a run up position. It means it's like a ramp that you can back up, you can reverse, and the enemy can't see you, but you can move up, and then the enemy gets hit by you. So that's literally all it is. It's not complicated. This is a square combat team. The diagram I posted. Mic check. Am I still here?
Yep.
Yeah. So the square combat team is where it would fit into. This is the actual unit that make up the battle groups that make up the brigades that are fighting. So if you want a good idea, it's this thing that's moving against Russian positions right now. Now, it doesn't mean all those tanks, that armored squadron, are hanging out with all the tank friends. They're doing different things, right? They're traveling with the armored vehicles, and then all those Esh vehicles, they're in the rear. They're not near the battle because they're soft skinned. They're gonna get hurt. But the things that are doing the fighting is the armored squadron, the infantry company, and you have the command team headquarters there. You have 1-9er, that's the squadron commander, and so the head of all the tanks there is going to be the battle captain, and the lab captain is the head of in charge of all the infantry fighting vehicles and the people in them. So they work. And how do they work, you say? Well, it depends. Every situation is different. The person in charge is the one who decides how those assets will be used to fight the mission they're fighting. So when one of those things rolls up on you pretty fast, and you're basically a platoon or even a company, like let's say you're a company minus, that thing rolls up on you. Well, let's say you're a platoon. Just make it easier. If you're a Russian platoon in a defensive battle position in the middle of the field, and this comes at you, you're dead. You're pretty dead, because the amount of fires that the tanks alone, right? You split it up into a half squadron and a squadron plus, squadron minus, and a squadron rather, and you put half of them in your fire base. You put your Zulu labs. Maybe 2 platoons. You're going to dismount, and the other one you're gonna put those 2 Zulu labs into the fire base, and the other ones in the tanks are going to go break things and kill things on the objective. So that's literally how we fight. And in this case, when they're done fighting, they go and get back in their labs and consolidate further past the objective, and they get into a defensive position, and the tanks get prepared to fight the Russians who might kind of want to do a counter move and attack you. I hope that's helpful. That picture is actually from probably Jason Giroux's class. So hope that helps. A little bit of a personal touch.
Yeah, I think this is all great. I'm trying to get for our audience, who might not have a lot of military experience. As you said, this might be second nature to a lot of people in the military who kind of basically commit the stuff to muscle memory. But I think for a lot of us, just these basic mechanics of it all and how it works, it's kind of, it's good to understand it more carefully and more granularly. So yeah, I think it's been a great discussion. I know Robert's been extremely patient. Robert, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Hey, thanks for letting me know. I'm actually going to backtrack to the first question, which is kind of the infantry platoon told to go into the woods after the bad guy. and I was actually Corps of Engineers, but I did go through Ranger School. And parenthetically, the Ranger platoon had a weapons squad that carried a 60 millimeter mortar and a light machine gun. So that answers that question. And we carried them. The idea in for Rangers is the movement to contact is something where you want to see the enemy before the enemy sees you. So stealth is an important part of that type of light infantry action. And then once you see the enemy, then you do what all the other guys do. You get your fire support in place, which includes the machine gun, the mortar, and the grenade launchers. That way, you then do the same thing. Set up your assault element and your backup element, and you try and initiate the attack and execute it before they even know you're there. Then the trick is coordinating, and this is where all that training comes in. The trick is coordinating the assaults such that your fire support lifts just as you are on top of the position that you're about to take. So that's about the only stuff I would add on the light infantry context. And the key thing is to see them before they see you. Surprise is critical.
That doesn't really happen for the most part. Usually, everyone knows where they are, right? Like the enemy, unless they're sleeping. If you're within small arms range, and the enemy hasn't seen you, it's
well, that's why you're a ranger. So I found this group yesterday, and it was really good for me because it's cathartic. I'm married to a Nikolaev woman. Her mother's still in Nikolaev, supporting the army. Her family's up in Bestanka. If you haven't read about the Battle of Bestanka, maybe that would be worthwhile in terms of the efforts that stopped that thrust to try and bypass Nikolaev to the north. I've been to Snigorovka. I've been to Kherson. And one of the comments yesterday was that area is ideal tank country. And I would just point out that there are a lot of interruptions of sight lines that with all the trees that are lining the fields. And one of the thoughts that I've had all along is that it would be pretty easy because the front is so big and they really don't have that many people there that the Ukrainians could actually walk into Kherson, and maybe that's what they've already done. And maybe that's why we're not hearing as much, is because they're still walking into Kherson and getting into positions to do whatever they're going to do to really lower the boom on the Russians. And I had one other comment yesterday about the people who were fired after the Israeli comms support. And that could be innocent. The Russians could be calling them and talking to them and trying to get them to go over, and they could be saying no and being loyal and not reporting the conversations. But so it could be innocent. These guys could be loyal, but they could have been fingered just by the comms analysis that says the Russians are calling them or they're calling the Russians or something like that. That's all I have. It's great to be here. Yesterday was really emotional for me, and it was great to be able to just sit here and listen to you guys.
Great to have you, Robert. Thanks for being here. All right, let's go over to George.
Hey, Yehuda, you mentioned a little earlier before you guys went into depth on what infantry squad does, and whether it's mechanized or not, and how.
Did you catch that? Yeah, maybe we lost Yehuda.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, so I think George had a question for you.
I didn't hear all of it. He cut off for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, sorry. I heard him ask you a question.
You went to school, and that's right. Something about infantry school.
Gotcha. Okay, I dropped him down. Georgia, please come back up and you can finish your question. Yeah, sorry, I didn't understand. He dropped off there. If anyone does want to come up and ask a question, please do press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We're getting George back up. And then maybe after that, we can talk a little bit about this offensive in Kherson that's going on right now, at least what we can talk about. Just one sec.
Did I drop down again?
Nope, you're good, George. Okay, so go ahead and ask your question. Sorry, you said when you were in school, Yehuda.
No. I was saying that when because Yehuda mentioned, you guys were just talking, but in the beginning he mentioned about the Russians. They're getting barely any training. These soldiers, they don't even know how to use their personal weapon. I mean, how much training are they getting, Yehuda? These guys that are getting thrown into battle.
Listen, we've heard numbers as low as 2 weeks, but you could teach a monkey how to fire a rifle, probably really a monkey, if in a day. I mean, it takes 2 weeks if you're going to really beat it to death. Weapons handling for like your service rifle, we use a C7, whatever you call it, I don't know. But that's not the point. You're not fighting the war by yourself. You're in a section, you're in a platoon, you're in a company.
That's what I'm getting at.
if you don't know battle drills, they don't have that. They don't have that.
Well,
I mean,
sorry,
yeah.
even in 2 weeks, right? Even in 2 weeks, you might be able to point the rifle and shoot it, right? But there's certain things that happen with rifles, right? You get jams, you get different issues with it, and they probably don't even know how to service their own goddamn weapon. But like you said, they can't even get past. Forget, you're talking about tactics on a company level. They haven't even learned. 2 weeks, you don't have time to even learn what the guy next to you or knows about a squad level.
Yeah, no, we've got that. Yeah, they don't have section battle drills. They've not learned any of that. I agree. They have a rifle? They're filling a hole.
And did they get to fire that rifle?
Yeah, in 2 weeks, I'm sure they're firing rifles. They don't have a problem with the small arms ammunition if they're training them somewhere near Moscow. But the point is, even if they are, they're throwing them into a company or a platoon with people that don't know them. They don't know. They're probably told, just stay in this position. You fire at everything, and you don't give up. That's literally stuff they're told, right?
Yes. Well, if you give up, somebody in the back shoots you in the back, right?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, guys. So yeah, I think now that we've maybe got sort of a broad understanding of like how infantry combat works, right? How sort of NATO style or Western style army organizes an offensive action, right, at an operational level. Maybe we could talk a little bit about what's going on the ground in the south of Ukraine right now in the Kherson front line. Again, we understand obviously that operational security is a big issue, but we're just talking about stuff that's already public on the internet. None of us has access to any privileged information. We're not talking to any Ukrainian soldiers on the ground about this specific stuff. So yeah, just I guess based on what we've seen, I think maybe CJ, you tend to kind of watch some videos about what's going on there. Is there anything you wanted to say? And then maybe we'll go to Yehuda for maybe a more strategic level analysis of that. CJ, any thoughts on what's going on right now in the last 48 hours?
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of videos of both, Ukrainian artillery firing in Kherson, and a lot of videos of Ukrainian, both tanks and armored personnel carriers firing. And really, to take it up to the next level, of course, we have to talk about my favorite subject, which is the echelonment of fires, right? So it's basically the sort of the space and time where the longest range infantry weapons, whether it be your rifles or your machine guns, meet your shortest range artillery, right, which is generally your mortars, and then so on and so forth. So if you can think about either a bunch of range rings or a continuum, in order to have an offensive that's successful, you need to be firing the whole time. You start out with your longest range weapons, and as you get closer and closer to your target with the infantry, you at some point in time switch over, right? You switch from going to artillery to your machine guns, and then once you're done with your machine guns, you move all the way to the final point, which is of course your rifles and anything else. And so this spectrum is generally called the echelonment of fires, and doing it is quite complicated because you have to talk to aircraft on a radio, you have to talk to artillery on a radio, you have to talk to mortars on a radio, you have to coordinate with tanks using your radio or signals, and it gets really, really important that you do this right. In Afghanistan and the GWAT, this was important to a degree, but the reality is, so many of the fights were happening in either urban areas or areas at least with some sort of very serious civilian concerns. And so you really couldn't exercise this very well to a large degree, because the reality is if you had a large enough enemy force that was, basically insurgents, you would just use airdrop bombs and that would be the end of the story. But in this situation, of course, Ukraine has a lot of firepower, but they need to use that whole spectrum. And really that intersection, that was my job. That's why I'm so passionate about it, right? A fire support officer, someone who plans and executes, both artillery and mortar fire in support of infantry. And so being able to get that timing right is definitely both a science and an art. And as we've seen, just generally speaking, Ukraine can do this quite well. And Russia should be able to do this quite well because they have a lot of artillery and a lot of machine guns. But if you don't close that gap and keep them both going for a long period of time together and synchronized, then you sort of lose the effects that you have by having that many weapons.
And then I'll add to this. So in a perfect world, if CJ and I were serving together, and let's say I was the lab captain and he was my foo, he would be, even if he would be my best friend. He'd be someone that he would be the one making sure that I get fires where I need them, and he'd have his own lab. He'd have his own armored vehicle, and he'd be a driver, and he'd be going around the battle space and letting me know where and when I can get certain fires that I want. He would suggest, I would say, what can I get? He'd let me know. And he'd let me know the effects, or I'd tell him what effect I want, and he would produce it. Right. That's how we operate. So I, as an infantry commander, I'm not, is the wind blowing? Do I want smoke? I want illumination. I want this. I want that. He's the one dialed into. He might say, "Yeah, I can get you smoke. It's going to last you 20 minutes. Forget it. Not even that." Like, that's something that he knows, because he's trained to study the factors that would affect what I'm asking for. And same with the gun, with the guns. He's my link to the guns. I don't have someone, I'm not like, I don't pick up a phone. Hey Bob, I need Artie right here. He's the one organizing it. I create the plan. If it's a hasty or even it's a deliberate, and I want guns on there at a certain point, and then I have another, assault element flying up to where they'll step off, and then they'll make their assault, and then that's when the guns stop, and then the assault element does the attack. It's like a symphony, right? Of moving parts, and it probably sounds pretty simple, but I would say 100%. And I'm not blowing smoke up his bum. His job, he is far more important to me. A foo is the last person in my square combat team that I want to lose. A foo is the last person I want to lose. I need him. Maybe not him personally, but someone who does the job. No, him. I'll take him. Go ahead, CJ.
I know that was hard for you. Go ahead, CJ.
No. I mean, it's so true though. It's not just about the company commander or the artillery person being good at their jobs. It's about how well they work together as a team, which is the most important aspect.
We lose CJ.
Yeah. See, I told you, if I lose him, I'm
Okay.
screwed. So now I'm screwed. That relationship is super important, and it's not like, even if I'm a major and he's a captain, I'm like, hey, foo, I need you. I need this. Get over to my tactical CP, and he flies over to where I'm hanging out, and he's like, okay, what are we doing? I'm like, this, and this, right? And then he, and if I ask for things I can't get, it's not like I'm his boss. He's tack on to me. He's tactical command to me, or tactical control to the combat team. But he's not a wizard, right? He has his own understanding of what their capabilities are in the artillery side. So his job is to be the liaison, is to make the artillery. His job is he's actually the link in the combined arms portion of infantry to artillery. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you're saying makes total sense. And like, this is the difference between the Russian and this new Ukrainian army, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to drive home at. Sorry, CJ, we lost you. Go ahead.
So on the flip side, and I'll sort of talk about Kherson more specifically from the Russian point of view, of course, because that's what we're doing here. Basically in Novakhovka and all these other places across Kherson, Russia brought a lot of ammo forward and said, all right, guys, use this ammo to achieve your goals, right? Not really how NATO does it, which is you have the infantry and then you request artillery to support your goals, right? So the ammo showed up and they said, achieve your goals, Russia. And well, what happened? Well, the ammo started going up in flames due to HIMARS and all other types of things. And so now they're stuck without a plan or a way to execute a plan, even if they had one. And so what we saw yesterday and the day before with the beginning of the offensive that was so key was, Russian infantry unsupported in a retreat. They basically said, hey, we requested for artillery and we requested for aircraft and nothing came, because they're thinking about it backwards, right? They said, well, we brought you that ammo. Why are you in that situation? And the reality is, if you haven't planned ahead like that and put infantry first, the artillery is not going to be there when you need it, like the Russians need it right now so desperately on the retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I just want to try to hammer home, right? The fact that Ukraine is able to do this type of a counteroffensive, it's a real achievement. It's an organizational achievement. It's an achievement that they've been building towards for months and months. And you know,
No,
I mean,
I gotta
oh, go
stop.
ahead.
I gotta stop you. It's years. They didn't just start learning how to do this. They've been. This is a strength they've trained in. This is a skill that they've been learning how how we operate. So it's not. And it's not that everyone involved in this fight was trained years ago, but it's not new. It's not 6 months in, right? Like they've been. They're doing it. Well, they're executing it and they're conducting these operations. And that's a big trial by fire. But I just want you to know that they are amazing. I'm not taking away from what CJ said about how amazing they're rolling out their forces here, but it's something that they have proven this for years. This isn't new. They've been doing this since like 2015, 2016. It didn't happen overnight. As I said, I met a Ukrainian officer 2010 or something, and he was like a Soviet officer. Just horrible, didn't understand how we did business because the Ukrainian army was still very much a Soviet army, right? But in the last 8 years, they've come a huge and now if they didn't get it before, gosh, they got it now because they're doing it on the battle in the battle, right? In the battle space, they are doing the things they need to do, and they're working combined arms. If you look at that picture I posted in the nest, I really want you to look at it, and you look at the tanks. The tanks don't operate just because the picture shows them like grouped together and infantry grouped together. You take as CJ said, a year plus more. You're gonna get run over by a tank. You figure your labs are operating. Everyone knows who's who. Everyone knows where everyone is. Everyone knows who your engineers are. You have to have that cohesion. That cohesion. You have to have that synergy. I hate that word, but you have to have it, or else you're going to kill each other. And that's what the Ukrainians are doing. So they could have learned these and done these as live fire exercises. This is the first time they've ever done it in battle, and they're nailing it. So that's to CJ's point, right? Like it's one thing to do these live fire exercises. Even let's say it took them a few years to get there. And let's say in 2020 they started becoming more proficient at it. It's still one thing to be proficient in a training area versus actually fighting, supposedly the world's second best army and kicking their ass. And that's what the Ukrainians are doing. They're if you look at that combat team picture again, imagine that interspersed. Take away the echelons and put them in the rear, and then those tanks, they're rolling in a certain, could be an open box, could be, and then the labs. There are many ways in which you can drive these vehicles, and it's all terrain and mission specific. But the bottom line is, when they see an enemy, the first, just to really dumb it down is, commander's gonna make a fire base. He's gonna decide who's gonna be in the fire base. So those tanks and those labs with the coax, they're gonna be in a certain place where they've got cover. They're gonna be able to provide fire when the commander says, H hour, and then those tanks, everyone in indirect fire, and you have your weapons, your heavy weapons dead. Sorry. Hello? Sorry.
I tried you.
Very briefly, just like 1 second ago.
So what happens is you have the
You muted?
And then he got another call.
No, it's fine. Sorry about that. So what happens is at that point you would have what did I say, firebase. So then when the firebase is fixing this objective, you have, so imagine all of those tanks and all of those labs split up into two. So you don't split your armor more than once. So you split up the tanks. You want tanks in your assault element, and you have the labs, and you have dismounted, and they're somewhere usually 90 degrees. This is just textbook stuff. 90 degrees to where you're firing, and then as they step off, the assault element attacks a position, the firebase stops. Why? Because you don't want to shoot your friends, and then the assault element, destroys the enemy objective. And then at that point, once it's consolidated, the firebase moves up quickly. They go past the objective to provide cover. In the meantime, you're doing casualties, you're rebombing, you're securing prisoners of war, and then and then you do that same thing again 10 kilometers in or 5 kilometers later. And that's how you conduct this type of offensive. That's what literally the Ukrainians would be doing and have probably been doing in the last 24 hours, but take that and multiply it by 9 in one area. Does that make sense? CJ, does that sound about right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think one thing that all militaries could learn after this war is, not only how you do force generation under conflict such as this, but also how you execute a training plan. And I think, for better or worse, it's going to basically show NATO that they can do a lot more things in a lot less time, which might produce more of a headache for staff planning. But you know what? It's clear it's possible.
Yeah, and I think thanks for that context, Yuta. I think you're absolutely right? The change in military culture in Ukraine took years. And I mean, just the fact that it didn't take generations is really an achievement already. The fact that the transformation happened so quickly over those years. But then, of course, at this scale, this as CJ pointed out, the standing up of men, and women in wartime. And then on top of that, creating this plan with the tools they're given and then executing it. I mean, yeah, as you guys have been explaining, this is not simple stuff. This is very complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. The level of training, to get this stuff right is immense, because once it goes into action, I mean, as you guys say, it looks like chaos to anyone who isn't well trained. It looks like complete chaos. And the Russians have basically said, sod it, right? We're not going to deal with any of this. We're just going to smash it all with artillery. So it's such a important distinction to make between the Ukrainian and Russian militaries. It's very important to talk about the achievements that Ukraine has managed over the last 8 years, and of course over the last 6 months, in terms of changing their military culture and then scaling up these operations. And now we're seeing for the first time real evidence that they're able to operate in these large scale offensives using this style of command structure and this style of approach. And it's really I think we're going to be seeing some really impressive results in the next 72 hours or so. So yeah, anything you want to add, CJ? Sorry, we lost you there.
No, I just think we just, as I said sort of earlier today, we're not going to see a lot of videos of a lot of successes necessarily immediately. But if you're going to watch anything, look at what Russia's saying and doing. Right, they're trying to amplify all these stories, whether it's the NPP being hit with their own artillery, whether it's civilian deaths. They will do anything to try and distract right now, because Ukraine is not saying anything about the level of success. But if you know, if you look how far back they've pulled, if you want to open up firms, the NASA satellite that collects data in terms of where fires are, and you look at Kherson, you can just see pretty clearly and pretty plainly that as of right now, 95% of the artillery strikes happening in that battlefield and explosions are on the Russian side, not on the Ukrainian side. And that's it. That's all you need to do.
Not a good week to be a Russian conscript.
I don't think any week was, Ryan, but maybe this one less than others.
It's conscript, Wagner, anyone, doesn't matter. VDV.
It's not a good week to be a Russian.
Artillery doesn't discriminate.
It's an equal opportunity weapon, you could say.
That's true. Yeah, and so just so you know, just to get a better idea, actually looking at that combat team, Joe or Ryan, how big do you think those would be a raid? How much space do you think they would take if that combat team was on the battlefield? I just want to ask Joe and Ryan.
You guys talk about grid squares, which is like a kilometer. So I'm guessing like a grid square, but I don't know.
So really, if you're doing it right, it's probably closer to 3.
I see. Okay, so maybe three by 1, or like nine grid squares, or 3.
It's 3 kilometers. So those vehicles are not. You're not looking at them together. You understand they're not leaving themselves up to be targets like that. So company size frontage could be, anywhere between 2 to 3 kilometers, right?
I got you. Yeah, so like a 3 by 1 frontage. I understand.
Yeah, well, don't worry about the by 1. It's just the frontage, right? Because they're usually an extended line. So just to give you an idea, and so a brigade can go up to 12, 15 kilometers in frontage. So a brigade can, when the Russians sees it, they don't see, what do you call it? They're not seeing like 100 tanks in front of them, right? They're seeing elements of the brigade or elements of the combat team. So just so you know, and so that's how the Ukrainians are able to take that terrain. And so, here's the rub: if a combat team frontage is 3 kilometers, and they come into, and then it's one part of that team sees a Russian CDET come to detachment, and it's got a kilometer front, or it's got a 500 meter to kilometer frontage. Guess what? Not even. Usually wouldn't be that wide. It would be much more condensed, because it'd have side like flanking defensive positions. Then all of a sudden, that formation, which is in 3 kilometers, can it groups up itself to create a fire base and then an assault team. So a huge amount of force from all over. If you're in that Russian position as a company, as a CDET, you're gonna see a lot of artillery. You're gonna see a lot of armor and infantry vehicles coming up on you, and then they're gonna call in. Then I'm gonna speak to a guy like CJ, and CJ is gonna make sure a lot of arty comes down in that position and bombs the crap out of them. And then my own fire team, my own fire base is gonna open up on them, and then my assault team is gonna go. So they're getting pounded after pounded after pounding, and at the end, if there's anyone still left alive, and they're firing at us, they get shot. To see, like, it's kind of like a finely tuned machine. Anyway,
Yeah, it makes sense.
I hope that helps.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely. So I think, I don't know, the Twitter pox is really hitting us hard. We've lost CJ. It's just you and me, I think, and Robert at this point, Yehuda. So I don't know. If anyone does want to come up, please feel free to press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Inviting, is it?
I'm glad. I'm really glad Yehuda shed some light on Canadian small arms tactics, because I was still fully convinced that they wore cute wigs and lined up shoulder to shoulder.
I'm so sorry, Ren. I legit don't see you on my screen. Go ahead, Yehuda.
That's fine. I didn't understand this comment, but okay.
It's my Oklahoma accent.
Welcome up, Daryl. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just updated my iOS. So if I didn't see it yesterday, but the new iOS came out today for the iPhones, and so we'll see how this works out.
Thanks for the news. I may need a system update.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think you can take over for a second, Ryan? I'm going to restart just because I can't really see anything. Daryl's still requesting you don't exist. This doesn't look good.
What? I'm already here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to restart. So I can take over,
Yeah,
Ryan?
I got it for a minute, at least as long.
All right, thank you.
Microphone hangs in there, or my audio.
Yehuda, every time I get on here and you start talking, I get a phone call. So it's bad luck when I ask you a question.
Fair enough. All right. I'll go offline for a bit and come back.
Yeah, I mean, I asked that question earlier today, and as soon as I did, I got a phone call in. I didn't hear anything about after a certain point.
Oh yeah, and I was answering it the whole time. I thought you were there. I'm like, "Where's Daryl?" Like, well, he's gone. I'm like, "Oh crap."
Yeah, it never seems to fail.
No worries, brother. You can always you call me or text me or whatever. I'm gonna have to run for a bit myself to put some kids to bed. But if you want to wait, I'll be back.
We'll be here. We've been here 24/7 since February 23rd or 24th, but I think you're keenly aware of that. So take care of the kiddos. Edward has joined us, and I presume he probably had a question for Yehuda and not me. So impeccable timing, Edward.
Yeah, or maybe CJ. My question was about in the last announcement for German equipment that was sent along with like the Gepard guns and that they had mentioned volcano rounds, which sounded similar to the Excalibur rounds, 155 millimeter, and in some cases they could be equipped with laser, with the capability to be laser designated, with an error of like said like within a meter or 3 meters or something along those lines. And I just wondered if anyone knew what type of rounds that Ukraine was getting, because it didn't specify. And you could either get ones with GPS or ones without, an extended range versus non. And I just wondered what kind was in, if anyone knew.
I know absolutely nothing about the volcano rounds, but the U.S. manufactures a number of different type of 155 artillery shells. Yes, they have the rocket assist projectile rounds, which are called RAP rounds, and they have digital timers that can be added to just a standard 155 artillery shell to program it for.
All right, thanks. I just wondered if that was something anyone had previously discussed, knew any details on. Thank you.
Ryan, did we lose you? I hope y'all not expecting me to sing right now because I don't see anybody talking. And I'm a bad singer. Well, it is getting ready to be the beginning of the month out. And this is the time a lot of folks kind of plan out.
Oh my goodness gracious, Twitter, what are you doing? You know. Well, guys, this is maybe just a good time for some general announcements. Just a little palate cleanser here while we work on some technical Twitter issues. So yeah, everyone, you're listening to, of course, the Maria Report. We're a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to get you guys subject matter experts. Of course, in the last 48 hours or so, there's been a big offensive in the south of Ukraine. So we've mostly been talking to our military regulars about kind of what could be going on down there without trying to breach any sort of operational security, of course. So, we try to get experts on that. But of course, we also have experts on, economic, political, cultural issues. And of course, we do our best to bring you guys guest speakers from Ukraine who are, on the ground that can give us some good information about what's going on there specifically. So that's what we do here, of course. We're run completely by volunteers. We are doing our best to just sort of keep Ukraine in the discussion, as other news emerges in the world and other people kind of get distracted. And of course, we do our best to support MryiaAid.org, which is a separate organization, but they are a charity. And just like us, they're run completely by volunteers. And they're focused on getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine, things like hemostatic bandages, tourniquets, drones, body armor, night vision, thermal vision, bomb disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, things like that, that Ukrainian soldiers and civilians need on the ground right now to help fight the Russian invasion. So we definitely support what they do over at Maria Aid. They're kind of run by people who were involved in Operation Unifier, which was Canada's effort to help train up the Ukrainian military, after 2014. So those guys have a lot of experience with military procurement. They have a lot of connections to Ukrainian units on the ground fighting right now, and they're able to get that stuff at very low cost because everyone's volunteers. So that means that every penny of every donation goes directly to procuring the equipment and sending it directly to Ukraine. So, if you're able to, please do go to MryiaAid.org, check out what they do. And if you're so inclined and you're definitely financially able, please consider giving to MryiaAid.org. Of course, we do love it when you guys do join the discussion. I'm all alone up here. I'm not even a co-host yet. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, we're doing our best down here. So if you could, please do press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and do join us up here for our panel discussion. And yeah, thanks, guys. Let's see. I'm a co-host now. That's good. So yeah, I'm gonna take a look and see about some headlines. But yeah, I guess when I had a panel, I wanted to talk about what's been going on in Belgorod. I really haven't been able to follow it in detail, but I mean, so from what I can tell, there have basically been a bunch of mysterious things flying into Belgorod and exploding. And at this point, I mean, I saw some video of like the Belgorod train station, and it looked like total chaos. Like everyone was just trying to get out of the city. So yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering if anyone had any like more information about like what has happened in Belgorod in the last 72 hours. Is there anything we can confirm? Is it like drone attacks, do we suspect, or do we just not know? Mockers, welcome. Go ahead.
Reading through some deciphered telegram, there was air defense, and 2 of the air defense rockets actually didn't go anywhere. They fell back to the ground, and apparently that might have been it. That seems to be what the Russians are saying anyway.
So the official Russian explanation is their air defense fired at nothing, or what do they say they fired at?
Well, there was definitely sound of something in the air. It sounded like an aircraft, but of course it could have been a drone or something like that, There are just sort of some dark videos with this sound, and it does sound a bit like some sort of aircraft. So possibly they were shooting at a drone.
Yeah, that seems like the most likely explanation to me is that they're sending drones. They're like probably just reconnaissance drones, I would imagine. Maybe they have some kind of payload, small payload, but then they're just relying on that Russian reaction, which is just this over-the-top crazy air defense, barrage where half the missiles fail and they fall and they hit the ground, and they look incompetent basically. That seems to be like, do you think that, if you had to guess what's going on in Belgorod, would you say that, or is it something more like strategic that Ukraine's doing in terms of what they're hitting? I don't know what the targets have been. Do you?
Well, something was actually hit in Belgorod yesterday, or at least exploded in Belgorod yesterday. I can't say it was hit because we just don't know. But it certainly blew up, and that's what caused an awful lot of people to dash off to the train station and try and get out of there. So I think they're all on a hair trigger now, and I suppose any little provocation is going to set them off.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, those were such delicious videos of the crowd at the Belgorod train station. I mean, we saw something similar at the Crimea or the Kerch Bridge. I mean, very similar story here. Just people sort of lined up, packed to the rafters, trying to get out. And I mean, I've got to wonder. I mean, I assume they're all like residents of Belgorod. Like, it's not like Crimea that's sort of a vacation town. I imagine a lot of those people were either, people that have been there since maybe 2014, that are, maybe connected to the regime in some way, that were brought there as like FSB families or whatever. A lot of those people I'm sure were leaving, but I'm sure a lot of it was just vacationers who were, like, okay, I guess vacation's over. But I have to imagine those were like, long-term residents of Belgorod, not like, just tourists or maybe they were people connected to the military or like military families. I don't know. But you have to wonder, like, I mean, where are they just going to stay with family? I guess they're going just further into the interior. I mean, I wonder, what do you think, Mockers?
Well, I would imagine that there are quite a lot of people connected to the military there, because there are quite a few military facilities, storage areas there. So, I mean, they've got to have people, haven't they, to maintain a lot of that. But of course, there has been quite a few bits and bobs happening in Belgorod, mainly because they've been firing into Ukraine from there. And when it comes to it, you've got to defend yourself, haven't you? So tough shit, mates. But I mean, the very fact that Ukraine have only gone after military targets there, but I think the people have started to realise that it's actually their own military that's putting them in danger. Because, for starters, they're storing loads of ammo nearby to people, and also they're firing rockets up into the air that are coming straight back down and landing on houses and shit. I'd be out of there too, to be honest.
Oh, hang on, Marcus. We've got Amnesty International coming up to talk. Oh, wait, no, they're not coming up. I don't know. That's weird.
I don't know. I would have thought they'd be right on it.
Yeah, I thought they'd be right up here to talk about, militaries embedding, critical infrastructure right on civilian areas. But I guess they only do that when they need to make a point about something in Ukraine, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot of military families there. I'm sure a lot of them just sort of got told, maybe because they have people who know things. Hey, maybe it's not a good idea to stay there. But yeah, I think a lot of them just have decided that their own basically their own air defense is. A lot of these missiles are fail. I mean, we sort of suspected this early on, but I think we've seen enough evidence of this now to point to there are a lot of failures of their air defense systems, and that basically involves either the rocket going down and exploding like into a residential area, or just failing and maybe not exploding and just dudding into a residential area, or looping back around and hitting itself. I mean, they do all sorts of crazy stuff. And as Mocker said, it seems like it's just becoming a big problem. Ryan, did you have something you want to add? Go ahead.
Well, they also have issues with the guy wires and just deflating because the little air compressor at the base runs out of fuel.
Yeah, that's right. You got to keep that pump plugged in. Sometimes you turn off. You try to turn off the switch that's like the light outside, but you turn off the air pump, and then it just deflates, and then all of a sudden your air defense doesn't work, right?
They don't operate very well in high winds, I've been told. Probably that substandard Chinese vinyl.
Right, but yeah. So I think. Mockers, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I hear the wooden HIMARS are doing well, though.
I know, right? It's just like a tale of two memes, right? The inflatable S-300 and the wooden HIMARS. So if people don't know, allegedly, I don't know if this was confirmed. I think someone in the actual Ukrainian Ministry of Defense said something that basically they've been using like they've been painting wooden models of HIMARS and putting them out, and then sort of letting Russia destroy them. And this kind of tracks, just because we've heard Russia keeps bragging about destroying HIMARS, and like, I mean, even for Russia, it almost seems unreasonable. They're like, we got 9 HIMARS, guys, or something like that. And I mean, even for Russia, you're just like, wouldn't they normally just say like 3 or something? But it seems like that was because Ukraine was like giving them, free wooden HIMARS as I assume, a way to figure out where they're shooting from, right? That was the idea, was to like put the wooden HIMARS decoy out. Some type of Russian artillery, maybe rocket artillery, fires at it. Then you go, okay, that's where the rocket artillery is. Counter battery, go, and then they shoot back at it, right? So that's probably what was going on with those wooden HIMARS. And of course, it just makes for a great meme, right? That Russians have been wasting millions of dollars of cruise missiles and advanced weapons to try to hit a piece of wood. And that pretty much sums up the Russian army's efforts in Ukraine, I think, Mockers.
Yeah, and there's quite a lot of talk now of because they've been in more intensive battles, that their barrels and all their guns are starting to wear out. CJ posted earlier about that some of the barrels were red hot, apparently, because they've been used that much. And then there were photos of like them looking pretty knackered. And I found I sent it to CJ, actually. He's not here now, is he? But I sent him a DM about a tank that is literally completely blown the end of its barrel off. And it looks like a cartoon, like where it all just like strips back in, all like a crown almost. Honestly, it looks like a cartoon picture. I'll send it you.
Yeah, I've talked to CJ about that. So as far as I understand, when it looks like a cartoon like that, CJ mentioned, I think, two possibilities, but probably the most likely is what's called a double load. And that's when you put one shell in and then you forget, you go make a cup of tea and you come back and you forgot you put your shell in, and then you put another shell in and then you fire it. And it's not good. Anyone involved at the end of that gun, not going to have a good day. As far as I understand, the NATO systems, the more modern artillery systems, do have certain safety measures to prevent double loading. But of course, it's a big part of training. That's one of the most important things you learn as an artilleryman. Don't double load. And of course, in the older Russian and Soviet systems, this is not a safety precaution. I don't know if you guys have seen Russian playgrounds, but safety precaution is not their middle name. So yeah, there's no such double loading precaution. It's very likely that a lot of these guys don't have a lot of training, and it wouldn't surprise me if once in a while they get a double load, and that's the end result, is a gun that looks like it's cartoonishly exploded. The cannon's like shredded into 6 parts that go out like a flower, sort of. Is that right, Mockers?
Yeah, perfect. Just like that. I was a bit surprised. Just thought, how on earth did you manage to do that? Just how?
Well, when one artillery shell loves another artillery shell in a barrel very much, that's the end result, I guess, is the end of that story. But yeah, it's but as you point out, another thing that's happening is they're just firing so many shells that the gun barrels themselves are just getting really hot. I mean, we're kind of familiar with this with a shooting gun, right? Like if you shoot an M16 for 1,000 rounds, continuously. Eventually the barrel will just start to melt because there's so much heat energy that can't be dissipated quickly enough that the barrel will start heating up and getting red hot, and then eventually it'll just melt. So yeah, the same thing will happen to an artillery gun, right? You just keep shooting it over and over. There's residual heat that builds up because when you're causing a chemical reaction of that much strength, that's the result. And if you are shooting it too quickly and not giving it time to rest and recover, then you could cause serious damage to your equipment because you're overheating it effectively, sort of melting the more delicate parts, right? So this is a big issue. Russian stuff's built pretty solid, and so the fact that they're burning out their artillery to that extent implies A, they don't have enough artillery, and B, they're very they're real spooked, right? They wouldn't risk damaging their guns to that degree unless they felt they had to. And this sort of comports also with some other statements we're getting that certain Russian units are trying to retreat. So for example, we saw in a place like Kyiv where they retreated. The Russian doctrine for retreating involves shooting artillery, right? They basically shoot the artillery kind of in front of them, then they use that artillery barrage as like a cover to get away. And some units have requested that. They said, hey, we're pulling back, we need artillery support in order to cover our retreat. and they've been denied that. And maybe that's the Russians just saying, no, you don't retreat. We're not covering a retreat that we don't want to happen. But more likely is just the artillery that's available isn't, it's busy, right? They have a more important target, and they've just decided, you, Ivan, you're not, of the targets we have, you're pretty low on the list. So no artillery cover for you, right? And so that does seem to comport with, we're getting kind of, I don't like to take Russian information at its word, but if we get kind of multiple attestations from different sources of a similar trend, that I think would sort of start to track. And that's sort of what we're hearing, is the Russians seem to be very low on guns. They seem to have maybe enough ammo to shoot the guns they have, but they're quite low on guns if they're having to expose them to this level of wear and tear. Mockers, go ahead.
I just had to comment about how funny when you started talking, then you said, yeah, it's like this gun that, when you shoot 1,000 rounds. No, babe, I don't know. I'm British. I've seen them on films. I know what they look like, but no.
Well, Mockers, do yourself a favor. Go onto YouTube. There's plenty of good old American boys from basically anywhere in the South that have they basically ask the question, how many rounds do I have to put through an M16 before the barrel will melt? And yeah, they've done lots of experiments on AKs and M16s and things. But yeah, that's sort of that's a thing that can happen if you fire a gun too much. I mean, that's just common sense, right? I mean, it's basically like a little like rocket, shooting out of the gun. So there's like super hot gas that's being ejected from the gun, and when the chemical reaction happens, when the ignition of the bullet happens, so the cap that pushes the gas, that causes the gas to expand, that propels it forward, this slowly heats up the metal. And of course, modern firearms are built to try to dissipate that heat as best they can, but you're unleashing a lot of chemical energy with every bullet that you're shooting. A lot of it gets ejected with the brass cartridge. As the brass cartridge gets ejected, it's really hot, it's full of heat, so that's another good way to dissipate that heat. But if you're just sitting there blasting it all day long, eventually that barrel is going to get hot to the touch, to the point where it burns your hand. Then it's going to start getting like red hot, and that's pretty much when you're supposed to stop. But if you keep going, eventually, I mean, it'll literally start damaging it, and then eventually it'll melt. It'll start damaging, there's a very delicate rifling inside the barrel that causes the bullet to spin. That'll start getting damaged, and then eventually it'll just start straight up melting if you fire it for forever and ever. So yeah, that's just like a broad like thing that does happen. So yeah, maybe with that, we'll go to Prince. Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, man, you've never been burned until you've been burned by a shell that flies out while you're firing and hits you. Man, that just, I mean, I've only shot at I've shot firing range and out in the boonies, but yeah, yeah. Anyway, I sent this to Mockers, and I know she's busy talking, but I wanted to come out and say this. Those wooden HIMARS, what cracks me up the most about it, and Language Learner posted about this 10 hours ago, and Washington Post actually did an article on it. Not that the Post is my favorite, but still. Evidently, they have been using Caliber cruise missiles fired from the Black Sea to take out these HIMARS. So yeah, at least 10 Caliber cruise missiles launched from the Black Sea to take out the wooden HIMARS, which makes me laugh even more, because what it's doing is depleting their stock or inventory of whatever they have for their cruise missiles, which, people have speculated that they've got to be starting to get low on. So they've wasted this expensive ammo to blow up a wooden decoy, which I absolutely love. So yeah, that was my little piece of something humorous to add to the conversation, because what is one of those Caliber cruise missiles, like hundreds of thousands of dollars? So they're wasting a lot of money.
Yeah, I forget the exact cost. I know an S300 is a cool mill, so I imagine somewhere in that range. There, yeah, a few, at least a few $100,000, probably more. So yeah, as you said, it's just a huge waste. It's almost perplexing, the things that Russia decides to do with these caliber missiles. A lot of them have been fired. I mean, one has to imagine, just because of the sheer cost, that some of them they genuinely do think are military targets and they're just mistaken. Of course, there have been deliberate, efforts to target city centers because they're just not particularly accurate. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly perplexing, the choices that they've made in terms of their target list. And I think part of me just has to wonder, does it come I think it comes down to someone told someone else, you need to destroy, like, they need to go to their boss and say 8 targets destroyed, right? And whether or not those targets are like actually doing, like, real, I think is kind of, secondary to the goal here, right? It's to put on a piece of paper, we hit 8 targets, and then the guy above him goes, okay, good, and then he can go to the guy above him and say, see, we hit 8 targets, and then the guy above him goes, and it all goes up to Vladimir Putin to try to justify and say, see, everything's working great, it's going fine, look how many targets we destroyed, right? And I mean, we see this in the actual Russian, MOD statements. They'll say we destroyed 1,000, blah 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 targets and so forth. So that's like the only way I can sort of process like why they do it in my mind. I think there are sometimes where they have deliberately done terror attacks. For example, I think in Mykolaiv and Kharkiv, I think it's pretty evident they're just sort of shelling to see, just to sort of terrorize the population, because they're doing it every day. I can't imagine they're finding like a good juicy military target every day. And then of course there have been deliberate terror attacks, like the one at the Venezia Mall, and of course a few others, or I shouldn't even say a few, many others, where they are deliberately targeting civilians. But it's a very perplexing phenomenon what they've chosen to target with their very expensive, relatively sophisticated missiles. Mockers, go ahead.
I was just wondering about all these new military people that he's thinking that he's going to be adding to the ranks. I'm just wondering where they're going to get them from. Are they going to start raiding nursing homes?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, so we've seen. I think Ryan, are you hot, Mike?
I was just going to do an audio check to see if my audio sounds as weird as yours does.
Yep, you're coming beautiful, Ryan.
Excellent. I can stick around then.
Yeah, a little quiet, but I don't know.
I think they would need to go and dig up some of those Russian military managers out of a field outside of Kyiv. If I'm not mistaken, quite a few of them were shot down in the opening days of the war.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we've seen. I don't know, Ryan. Can you mute? Oh, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, so we've seen, real. Well, so of course, Victory Day was the first day where everyone went, oh, like today's the day. Putin's going to make a big speech, right? And he's going to mobilize the country, and they're going to get serious now. And then it came and went. Nothing much happened. Then, of course, we waited because there was going to be like a special session of the Duma or whatever. I don't remember the exact thing. I try not to really pay that much attention to Russia's internal situation anymore. It's kind of a waste of time, because this is what always happens, right? Oh, there's going to be a big decision. There's going to be a big thing. Oh, Putin's being rushed to the Kremlin because something big's going to happen. I think this is all designed just to get the Western media, titillated. And eventually, of course, it was announced, as Marcus pointed out, the Russian military will be expanding. I forget the exact number, but it's like 200,000 men or something. It's like 20%, or, and so they have this new target. And quite frankly, even as what's his name? I forget the guy's name. Oh my God, he came on the Kaufman. Yes, thank. Ryan, yes, Michael Kaufman. Even as Michael Kaufman pointed out, who's, I wouldn't exactly say he's like he's certainly not pro-Russian or anything, but he tends to give the Russians the benefit of the doubt when it comes to their military capability. I'll put it that way. Even he says, like, this isn't this doesn't have really any direct bearing on the invasion of Ukraine, right? This is like a long-term plan that would take years and years to meet the targets that are being discussed, right? This this is like saying, like an announcement by the U.S. military that like by 2030 we want to beef up the U.S. military by 20% or something. It's okay. That's a target. It's impressive, I guess, in the long term, but like it's not something that in right now in the impending invasion of Ukraine, or like the actual urgent situation that they're faced with militarily in terms of their manpower, it wouldn't benefit them directly. So the Russians face two like really fundamental problems when it comes to training new soldiers, right? The first problem, of course, is a political problem. They're pulling all these people from basically their ethnic provinces. The people who are not ethnic Russian are dying at a rate something like 5 times what the ethnic Russians are dying, at least earlier in the war. This has been clearly a deliberate policy by the Kremlin. It's even been discussed or spoken on the record by a few of them that this is an effort to try to, keep those provinces from resisting in the future, right? They don't want a bunch of, able-bodied young men running around those provinces, really. And then the second problem they face is a problem of training, right? Unlike, a NATO army that can, like the UK, that can train 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers, pretty much no problem because they're not engaged in a war right now. The Russian military has, and Ukraine has to make this choice too. They have to choose, okay, I've got a great NCO here. I've got my best sergeant, right? Do I want him on the front line doing what he does best, which is be a sergeant, or do I want him in the back training my guys, right? And same, I've got 5 HIMARS operators. Okay, 4 of them I can use on the front line, but 1 of them I've got to keep back training, right? So your best guy, it's a trade-off, right? Your best guys should probably be in the back training the new guys, but when you have everyone training, you don't have any guys up front, or the guys up front aren't the best. So it's a real trade-off, and it's something that this is the reason Russia can't just call up 1 million guys, right? And even if they could find 1 million willing guys, because it would be a huge issue. And I know William, I think, could speak to this point. William, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me okay? The Twitter pox is doing a lot of crazy things today.
Yep, go ahead, William.
This is actually a really interesting conversation. I actually had looked up some numbers around this the other day, just trying to, take a look at it. And again, I always, whenever I mention the Iraq War, it's a very different conflict, but I think there's a lot of good lessons learned. Between 2001 to 2011, when the bulk of the fighting in the global war on terror was happening, we only increased our military size, and we were doing a lot of recruitment efforts by 75,000 troops when it came to overall size. And I mean, we were pushing it. And when you think about a lot of the places where we recruit our soldiers from, not always that, we're targeting certain demographics, etc. But when you think about a war that was going on that long, and it took that long, and you could see like an incremental raise, but it took that long, and it really only expanded between 2001 to 2011 about 75,000, and that's just a U.S. Army. That's Army specifically. What that makes me, you got to think about other things, right? So there's a lot of conscripts, right, that only have a short-term contract. You've got a lot of soldiers that probably have contracts that are coming up that have been seeing combat, and they're not wanting to get out of it. They want to get out of it. So it's really interesting to hear when he says that, but it just seems like just the biggest pie in the sky, just another talking point coming out of Vlad's mouth that's just complete BS. Because again, it's going to take a lot to maintain the force they have, I think, especially with the losses, and then also with contracts coming up, because there is a turnover in the military. You can only fight for so long usually, and people try to get out. Now they can do things like the U.S. military did, where we stop lost folks, wouldn't let them get out for an extra 6 months or something. But I will tell you that does not do a great deal to helping create good morale in your troops, especially if you've already got bad morale already. So I think it's a giant pipe dream. I just don't see how they're going to do it at all quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, right, I think it may be early on in the war, maybe in March or April, if they had really done a serious mobilization effort like Ukraine did. I mean, we would basically, as we're seeing now in Ukraine, those troops who were trained seriously coming online, right? And this is part of the reason we're seeing the Southern Offensive that connected back to what's happening on the ground in Ukraine, right? But what instead we're seeing is Russia basically tried for too long to basically pretend and not take this seriously. And as a result, they sort of trickled in with this, you know, quote unquote shadow mobilization or covert mobilization. You know, they've been promising everyone the moon, saying, oh, you know, you'll get a 1,000,000 ruble bonus. You'll be in the back line. You'll never see, you know, anything bad. It'll be a cakewalk, you know, just it'll be great. Just join. You know, then the minute they sign the paper, of course, they're just a piece of meat they're using as a glorified artillery spotter by being thrown forward and getting shot at. You know, because they don't want to pay out in these benefits. So yeah, it's like a combination of that, like covert mobilization and their inability to deal with the political fallout of like declaring a war and mobilizing fully, and then the fact that they'd have to train all these guys, and that takes time and effort and energy. And I don't. At this point, I think that the best Russia could do with any mobilization effort, even if tomorrow they announced, at least at a manpower level, we're going to get as many men as we can. We're going to just start dragging people off the streets, willing or not. They can like help stymie their losses. Like it's like they're like an ice cube melting. They can like cover it in hay, right, by doing this stuff. But they're never going to be able to stop it from slowly melting. Their forces slowly degrading and falling apart. And it's not just about having enough men, it's about having the training. And, you know, Yehuda has already pointed this out. I mean, a battle group or these different operational units, a platoon and so forth, they have to know how to work together. They have to be able to be effective militarily. They have to be able to communicate and have a permeable, lines of communication that allow them to get their job done. And the idea that Russia is just taking 2 half-dead battle groups that were just slaughtered in Kharkiv or whatever, and just smashing them together and going, okay, you new battle group now. That's the kind of that's the level of mind boggle that people with NATO military experience have to deal with when we're talking about these units. So I don't know, just very, very interesting stuff, like in terms of what Russia can actually accomplish by mobilizing. We've heard, basically since day one of the war, these various efforts, right? They've tried to bring in Syrian mercenaries. They've tried to have these covert mobilizations. They've tried to have these so-called volunteer battalions from various, provinces in Russia. And quite frankly, none of it has been all too impressive. And all of it has at most just helped them to contain their problem of military losses. It hasn't given them any new military capability. Their military hasn't gotten stronger or more capable since February 24th. It's only gotten less and less capable. And this has slowed that process down of degradation, but it hasn't stopped it. So that's where I'll leave it. So I got to go run some errands. So I'm going to put Ryan as master of ceremonies here. Ryan, welcome. You come through okay?
Mic check real quick before you leave us.
Loud and clear, Ryan. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Thanks, Joseph. And I would just reiterate, to dovetail on the end of what Joseph was saying, we've had people with far more military expertise than myself in here, like Colonel Spencer and Major Giroux and Yehuda, who have, opined for minutes, if not hours on end, stating that Russia's military issues are
Did we just lose Ryan?
I think we just lost Ryan. I was coming over to say that. Hey,
Oh,
Mock,
well.
did you see? I just saw Misfit posted something that for like 20 minutes ago, Belgorod region, some bangs and pops were heard again. The local Telegram channels are reporting that 2 rockets fired towards Kharkov. I think that's Kharkiv, I think is what he's meaning. Or Kherson. What? No, it has to be Kharkiv. And fell near the city of. So basically what it means is that once again, Russia went and fired off some missiles, and they went and decided not to go anywhere and fell on their own land.
Yeah, I guess Russia is bombing Russia after all, eh?
It cracks me up, Joseph was talking about what the Russian Ministry of Defense puts out every day as far as how many hits they have and what they've accomplished during the day, just like other places do. And I was just wondering if they include hits on their own people where they have a misfire or the rocket turns around and explodes themselves.
I'm going to say they probably don't count those ones. While I'm here, I don't know if you've looked recently at Special Hairson Cat. He's been doing a thread on all the bridges, just very handy. And there's now some satellite footage available of Darivsky Bridge. Let's just say I said that correctly. And it's got a big hole in it. It's got a great big hole in it. So if you want to go and see some of the Ukrainian work, you can go and spot that there. Special Hairson Cats popped it up in a nice thread. And also, while I'm here, there was, let me find it. Oh, it'll take me a minute now. Oh, I'm being asked to hold the fort. I'm holding the fort. I don't know if this was mentioned, but it was released information by the South military, Ukrainian military, so it's okay to read it out. According to the confirmed results of firing missions. Now, I'm looking at this number and I'm like, what? It says here 117 rocket launchers and more than 30 pieces of equipment were taken from the enemy army. Now, I'm thinking maybe 17. I don't know. I don't know how many they have, but 117 sounds a lot, doesn't it? Anyway, 9 T-72 tanks, 3 Grad rocket launchers, a Hyacinth self-propelled gun, a Mr. self-propelled howitzer, 18 units of armoured vehicles, 4 ammunition depots in, now then, this is going to be fun, Bashtan, Berislav, Kakhovsky and Kherson districts. So that's a statement that's been released. And hi, Ryan. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me. I think I cut out mid-sentence. Thankfully, we have somebody who runs in the background and is able to moderate the host space and at least yank me off the stage when my audio drops. I did catch a portion of the list of inventory you were running through, and it sounds like the Russians will soon be the largest contributor of military equipment to the Ukraine's war effort in no time. I'm sure they'll love reporting that one up to Putin.
Yeah, it sure does sound like they've taken a heck of a spanking.
Well, they've been very naughty boys. Now we're going to take their toys.
Well, and didn't I hear at some point that the Ukrainians have actually captured more Russian tanks than tanks that they actually have? I would have to look for a source on that, but I swear I heard one of the military guys say that recently.
I think we should start another fundraising drive to see if we can up the bounty for Russian airframes that are delivered over to the Ukrainians. I know that they were, at least Bellingcat was attempting, or maybe the Ukrainian Defense Ministry was attempting that, and Bellingcat just got involved with it for journalistic reasons. Bellingcat put out a story that the Ukrainian Defense Ministry was working on something to that end, but I think it it kind of evaporated because it became a cat and mouse game between the security services before any aircraft were delivered. But if we could help increase the bounty and maybe offer, $1 million of donor money and $1 million of Ukrainian money, I think that would be a huge win in the psychological warfare arena for the Russians to know that their own pilots were delivering over aircraft to Ukraine.
We can always try.
The Ukrainians did. Unfortunately, I think the FSB got involved before it went too far, but some of the Russian pilots went so far as to go out and draw a specific number on a business card and hold it in front of the aircraft that they had access to, so as to establish their bona fides and try and negotiate, some kind of terms of surrender. I think the gig was up when the Ukrainians realized that the FSB was sending in advance teams to try and get a hold of these people that were negotiating the handover. It was an interesting thread. I don't know if Bellingcat has a longer form write-up on it, but if I can find it, I would love to read it again.
Yeah, I read the tweet thread on that actually, and I think the Ukrainians have done some crazy but fabulous things. I think we might have lost Ryan again. Have we lost you, Ryan?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah,
don't scare me like that.
Sorry. Just some of the ingenuity and taking the mickey out of them as well, because all the psyops, I suppose, it, even though it's like getting at them, it's all very good natured, it's funny, it's fun, I just think that the whole attitude is incredible.
Couldn't agree more. And I was thrilled to know that
Ryan, are you there?
There he goes again, eh? Poor Ryan. It's not working out tonight, is it?
This has been me all day. That's why I'm not dropping back down to listener, because I've had the bad pox all day, and this is the first time I've been able to stay up. But I took a look at that bridge, and it's a proper hole right in the middle of that bridge. So they do some really good. I'm telling you, they're doing a really good job of bridges out. And I bet you, Mockers, I was thinking about this earlier today. I bet you that they're not taking those bridges out or making them impassable without already having a plan in their heads and in place to be able to overcome that bridge not being there. I'm betting that Ukrainians have already planned how they are going to cross these rivers and have it all ready to go, so that when it's time for them to cross the rivers, it's not a fiasco of them trying to get across the rivers. They've already got something set up to go in place, so that they don't have the same bridge problem that the Russians have had.
Oh, I know for a fact that they've got it all planned out. I'm certain of it, because if you look how they've shaped the battlefield before this offensive, strategically taking out points where they would be storing ammo or transferring, train lines, crossing points, all those sorts of things that they've been. You basically, if you looked at the map, you go X, I want rid of that, I want rid of that, I want rid of that. And that's what they've done. They've gone through the map and just taken out anything that could possibly be a problem for them. And I'm enjoying the beams.
They meticulously set the table, and now they're dining on a succulent Russian bear.
Yeah, you're right on that. They have meticulously picked out targets, and of course, all the while there's partisan action bubbling away as well because vive la resistance.
I actually am just looking at something from Euromaidan Press saying partisans destroyed Russian military base and ammunition dump in Zaporizhia. So, the resistance is doing a whole lot to help the army, and they are doing really well. And by the way, also the resistance blew up a hotel in occupied Melitopol where Russian FSB officers were having dinner. Mayor Ivan Fedorov informed. So, give it to the partisans for helping out in a big, big way.
Oh, that's a shame. I wonder what they were having for dessert.
Atacam's brand cigarettes.
Yeah.
Nothing better than a good cigarette after dinner.
I'm sure our good friend Finance can help them with an express delivery. Let's see if we can add someone to the speaker panel without me crashing off the back end.
Good luck, my man.
I'm going to need it. If I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all. Jerome, go ahead.
Good evening. And I was just wondering, I read on, I think it was one of CJ's posts, I think it was CJ who posted some, I guess they're transcripts from Telegram conversations that said that I just noticed that in one of the conversations he mentioned, a Russian soldier mentioned they had gotten support from the Black Sea. So I'm guessing these are from submarines and whatnot. I'm just wondering, it seems like an extreme measure to fire from there. I don't know, maybe that's a usual method. I know it's not that far, I guess, from the Black Sea to there, but I'm just wondering why there wasn't more local support, or is that the way they operate? And it seems like they wouldn't have quite the accuracy capabilities from there, although maybe one of the toys that still does work is the Navy. I don't know. So I'm just wondering about the whole naval aspect. I wonder if Gunny's around or anybody to speak to what's going on, how they kind of support the land operation.
If I'm not mistaken, it's about 3:30 in the morning Gunny time, maybe 2:30, but
that's prime
we
time.
might get him in fine form if it's.
Did we lose Ryan, or was that me?
Yeah, I don't.
No, that was wrong.
I don't hear him. I think I cut him off, and that maybe threw him off.
He's got the Twitter.
No, I think he's just got the pox. I liked how Joseph waited until he was stable. As soon as Joseph disappeared. Sorry to laugh at you, Ryan. It's funny though.
Now my audio's starting to go to crap.
I've always wanted to be a host, so now.
Now's your chance, Jerome.
No, I always have like 10 minutes. I could never.
No, you're fine. I appreciate you guys carrying the conversation while I yo-yo up and down from the listener's spot.
So I don't know, maybe I should repeat. I was just wondering about the Black Sea naval aspect of supporting.
Nope, I caught that and I was responding to it. It's probably some of the most eloquent speech you've ever heard from an Oklahoman, but unfortunately, it's lost on my dog. So all I was saying was that the Russians have been known to use or fire cruise missiles in places as far away as Kharkiv, which is the opposite side of Ukraine. But as I understand it, those were targeted strikes, not supporting fires trying to defend Russians who were facing imminent death from Ukrainian attack. So I would find that unusual if they were receiving supporting fires like that. Again, I don't know for certain, and if CJ can join us later in the evening, or if I get a chance to go and review the Telegram post that he shared, I would welcome some input from him. I know the U.S. military certainly has the capability and the accuracy to support our troops in theater with shipborne missiles and artillery fire, but I damn sure wouldn't want to be a Russian calling in for supporting fires from a distance like that, because their equipment has shown itself to be notoriously inaccurate. Either that or they just willingly firebomb apartment complexes, and I'm not sure which is worse. Audio check.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I kind of, that's what made me think. I remember hearing, the U.S. using ships for missiles, but it and maybe I'm completely wrong, but it usually seemed like when maybe some troops were in a remote location and it didn't seem, I don't know, again, I could be completely wrong, but just in a dense situation like that, you would think, or I would think, they would have something closer. But maybe that speaks to some logistical issue they have where they can't. So
well,
I think that may have actually said that in that same post. So
if there are nearby artillery emplacements of the Russians, they are probably shaking in their boots as much as the guy that's calling for supporting fires, knowing that there's a wave of angry Ukrainians coming for them as well. So if they were to fire their artillery in support, it will probably get picked up by counter battery radar that we or other NATO allies have provided to the Ukrainians, and they would quickly become mincemeat themselves.
yeah, a fellow in here the other day was saying, I think it was 1776 or something, about
Thanos.
Yeah, I think he was saying that they were afraid to turn on their radars. Sometimes they were not really answering the call to turn the radars, just for what you said. So, and I'll be quiet with that. Thank you.
Yeah, quite a few of us were pretty surprised, including Battle Moose, to see the HARMS missiles showed up in Ukraine. As Battle Moose educated myself and some others, I guess the U.S. military has not even shared HARMS missiles with our Canadian friends up north. That's how close we play that technology to the vest. So the fact that we have either relinquished some of our inventory to the Ukrainians, or allowed them to be utilized in theater there, is remarkable all by itself. And I would think any Russian who knows a lot more about anti-radiation missiles than I do would probably be terrified if his job was to operate a radar system, because those HARMS missiles fly at radar systems like moths to a flame. Looks like somebody's off of maple syrup reserve protection duty.
Yeah, for a little bit, anyways. I just wanted to mention, because I heard my name. They were flashing the moose into the night sky there, so I came. And in regards to the HARM missile, the Air Force of Ukraine has put out a video, and in the video they fire a HARM missile. from the MiG-29, and they have it on the video. And of course, all us open source nerds, we slowed that down frame by frame, and we're like, oh yeah, that's a harm. That's the big boy there.
Yeah, things just get worse and worse for anybody serving in the Russian military who happens to be not in Russia at the moment.
Well, yeah, absolutely, especially with the Ukrainian Air Force skulking about almost unopposed. I wouldn't say they have air superiority, but there's definitely something around air parity. There goes Ryan. Bye, Ryan. Miss you. You still with us, Mockers?
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry, I couldn't. I couldn't approve Ryan. I was
This is
like,
so much fun.
approve, damn it.
I noticed Moose's audio was off mute, so I turned my captions on feverishly and then realized I needed to demote myself.
Last night, there's some crazy stuff going on with Twitter last night. My captions just came on out of nowhere. And when you're hosting, the captions are right where the approve button pops up. So when somebody wants to come up and you need to approve them, you can't hit it because the captions are in front of it, and it's like the captions are kind of translucent. Everybody's seen them, and I couldn't turn them off. No matter what I did, I ended up uninstalling and reinstalling the app. But yeah, if you're having weird Twitter troubles, we suggest restarting your phone. If you have an Android, clear the cache. I cleared the cache and the data out of storage, and it seems to be working stable now.
I'm working for the moment, but every time I say something like that, I jinx it. Darth, I think you...
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just going to run to a better spot in the mansion here.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Can you hear me?
I can. You have quite a bit of background
Okay.
noise, but we can hear you fine.
Oh, yeah, that's the Jalabo. Let me step outside real quick. That should be better.
Twitter translated that as jalapeno, so I'm not sure if you're working on a jalapeno or a jalapeno, but go ahead.
Jalabo. It's a brand of chillers for industrial use.
Gotcha.
Anyway, I forgot who it was mentioned the Black Sea Fleet support for the wrong people in Kherson. I read that CJ's thread on those, and it seemed like they were referring to like the Black Sea Naval Infantry was the only infantry that stood and fought alongside like the Wagner and the contract soldiers. And that was kind of my takeaway from it. Do we know anything about where the Black Sea Naval Infantry is fighting? Because last time I heard they were up in Izium.
I don't. The only known location of Black Sea Naval enlisted or officers that I'm aware of are currently trying to find Nemo somewhere between Snake Island and...
Perfect. Okay, that was what I thought when they mentioned, the Black Sea Fleet helped us in our retreat. So that was one take I had, and thought I'd just throw that out there. Anyway, I hope it sounds like we're going to hear a lot of really good things over this weekend when the media blackout goes out. So here's hoping it's less than good for Russia and excellent for Ukraine.
I have strong optimism that we will hear very good news when the media blackout is dropped or the curtain is dropped on that. But I would also caution everyone that the last time the Russians were getting their asses handed to them in Ukraine was when they were forced to withdraw from their advance toward Kyiv, and they committed some particularly heinous acts. So I would expect more of the same from them in this situation, and I'm not looking forward to that news.
Absolutely not. But I would counter with armed partisans are a lot easier or a lot harder to do that to than, say, grandma and grandpa.
Absolutely. Yeah. And folks in and around Kherson are well aware of the atrocities that were committed in other places in Ukraine. So, I think, or I hope they will put up as much of a fight as they can if they're facing, genocide and massacres.
Let's just hope the Russians are too busy running for their lives to do anything terrible.
I think that's exactly what the Ukrainian Defense Ministry was hoping for, or gunning for, I should say.
Excellent. Well, you know it all by now. Long live Ukraine and glory to the heroes. I'm going to go back to listening.
Thank you, sir. Let me see if I can turn the captions off on this thing for a second so I can see any speaker requests. Co-hosting is a bit of a juggling act at times. Mockers, I can see that there are 2 requests, but unfortunately I do not have, I don't have the buttons to add them because I'm not a co-host.
And I can't see any requests at all, so that's fun.
Let me go fix that. You know what? I'm just going to go and sit in the host for a bit.
Welcome, Raver.
Hello, everyone.
I want to assume you came up because you had something to talk about, because I think Ryan's gone again. So feel free.
I was going to ask him about some videos I saw and see if what he was perceiving was the same as what I was perceiving. I guess I'll wait for him to reconnect.
Okay, in the meantime, I don't know. Hang on. I can mute everybody. I like this power stuff. It's all gone to my head now. Welcome back, Ryan.
I'll be here for the next 30 seconds, maybe 60 if we're lucky. Raver, were you asking, I hope you weren't asking me a question, but.
Is he gone already?
No, I'm here, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. So I've seen some videos that the Russians are floating out supposedly of them repelling Ukrainians, claiming that they're PG-91s, and they don't look like PG-91s to me. And I'm wondering if you've seen those same videos and come to the same conclusions.
I have not, but let me go check and look and see, or if you have a link to those videos, DM it to me.
I'm driving to a quick type app. I can't actually post a link.
Nope, you're fine. Somebody sent me a handy dandy vehicle identification manual that I could probably use to try and prove up the video versus the imagery that I've
Do you
got to
not follow me? I can't DM you.
I do follow you. Hang on. That's unusual. We have DM'd before in the past. You're already in my DMs, Raver.
That's what I thought, but when I tried to go over to your profile, it won't let me DM.
Unusual. Maybe I'll have to change some settings. I had to delete and reinstall the app, and it, I believe, messed with some of my settings.
If you go to your DM list, oh, excuse me, it's getting a bit late here, I'm losing my voice. If you go to your DM list and find them in the list, then you can DM them. But it's just, for some reason, the thingy doesn't show up here sometimes.
Well, I thought I had adjusted my DMs so I could receive DMs from people that I already followed or that I had DM'd in the past, but maybe something's wrong with the settings. I'll have to adjust that.
So anyway, when I'm looking at these videos, the Twardy is famous because its ERA is absolutely conformal to it. There's not the big gaps that you saw in Soviet and Russian era explosive reactive armor. And the videos I'm seeing show those gaps. I don't think they're PT-91s. Plus, the block count is wrong on the turret.
Well, I would trust your identification much more than mine. It sounds like you already know what you're looking for. And I would essentially just be playing which one of these things does not look like the other. Which my eyes are still fine, even though my follicles are challenged, but Prince, go ahead.
Well, let's see. See, I turn on the captions every time I come up here, so that way I know if I lose audio or not. Anyway, I just came upon an article on Michael Weiss's Twitter page, or it was anyway. I came upon this article. It's a report on drunk Russian soldiers in Kherson firing assault rifles at FSB officers in a deadly incident. So people might want to go and look at that just for entertainment purposes, because it doesn't surprise me that drunk Russian soldiers fired at FSB officers, but it's a little amusing. So, you know, I come across these random things, and sometimes I just like to share the highlights and encourage people to go and read them.
That is splendid news.
I actually DM'd it to you, Ryan.
I always love to hear about Russian fratricide. So thank you for the DM. I will read that one eagerly.
Was that supposedly today?
I don't think so. I don't know for sure. But it says that he obtained a Russian investigative committee criminal case file. So somehow he obtained that file and wrote this article on it for Yahoo News, of which is a news source that I don't typically follow a whole lot. But I would venture to bet that it was not. I would venture to bet it was not today, since it was a investigative report that he got a hold of.
Yeah, I bet that would have been from a while ago. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, because I was just asking because some of the videos coming out of Kherson today included a video that had definite small arms fire going off. So I didn't know what was going on, if there was fratricide, partisans, Ukrainians, who knows, you know, drunk Russians. Could have been anything, but there was definitely some pretty heavy small arms fire in Kherson earlier today.
No, but whatever's going on in Kherson, the Russians are having an emotional day.
You seen the video, or the close video of the ammo depot going up with the two big booms, and the dude just starts screaming?
Is that the one where shatters the window and the dude runs away and crying?
Yeah.
I think that's the one in Zaporizhia that I was talking about, that was done by partisans. Which is
Whoever
still,
did it, it was glorious.
yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I just am scanning here. That incident happened on June 19th. 3 Russian soldiers were shot and killed, and 2 others were wounded in a gun battle with officers of the Federal Security Service, the FSB, and I'm sorry, I'm laughing too hard, and the soldiers at a bar in Kherson City on the banks of the Dnieper River.
I love it when unit cohesion starts falling apart like that, and you know, it's one thing to turn on your regimental brothers, which in the West would probably never happen. Like, we would go fisticuffs long before we got lethal. But you know, the overseers, or the commissars, as they used to be called in days of yore. I can't imagine there'd be a lot of love for them amongst the troops, and because essentially the FSB, they'll be the ones with the Makarovs pointed at the back of your head saying, "Get back in that trench." You know, pick up the rifle. You know, the person behind you is going to have 3 rounds. That type of stuff. You know, go to Mockers. I just want to say thank you very much, Mockers. I know it's late for you and you got to go to bed, so we got Ghost to swap you out with non-existent Ryan.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't actually have work tomorrow, but I'm not going to be very useful in another half an hour. I was just going to say that there was some other partisan action that I came across a story of, which was against 2 collaborators, 2 brothers, who were apparently running a brothel for the Russian soldiers. And there was a small explosion at the door of the place, and people jumped out windows half naked and ran off down the street. And the 2 collaborators obviously came to the building to check upon it, and were blown up while they were there. So I just thought that was a bit of just desserts delivered.
Good for them. Good on them. Raver.
Yeah, I had a different comment, but she brings up an interesting point. And historically speaking, if you want to find partisans, look for who's sleeping with, feeding, or cleaning for the enemy. And there's no better way to gather intel going all the way back to Joshua trying to take Jericho.
Now, Raver. Don't interrupt the enemy when they're making mistakes. But then again, brothels, like, to a soldier, brothels are a pretty lucrative driver in the grand scheme of things. That and alcohol.
Especially if you're a Russian.
Yeah, they bring that to a whole new level. Sorry, I'm trying to eat dinner here, and I don't want to be chewing while I'm on air. If you'd like to speak, request speak, come on up. And if Twitter allows us to keep you up here long enough, you can make a comment, ask a question. Please put your hand up, and we answer in order. With that, we're going to go oh, look at that, Reaver. Reaver's got his hand up. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I'm just going to fill airtime until somebody else can put their hand up. So some of the big news of the day that's not under OPSEC is NAFO conquered the Ukrainian Minister of Defense. He joined NAFO, and now there's an organized effort getting started to recruit Finland's PM as the next member of NAFO. And a bunch of us are pledging donations if she'll adopt a fella as her avatar.
Is that the lady that had the little dancing video?
Yes, and she really needs a dancing avatar, just my opinion.
Oh, I think she's my spirit animal. Okay, kill some time there, Raver, while I try to bring Ryan up.
Will do. So yeah, she's quite the PM. I don't know enough about Finnish politics to say whether or not she's a good PM. But given that in America we get old crusties, it's neat to see somebody that's younger, hopefully fresher ideas, maybe knows how to dance a little bit. I don't think there's a whole lot of dancing going on in DC.
Who said they were going to get a fella avatar?
So there's a big movement to recruit Saren as a member of NAFO. A bunch of us are pledging donations if she'll get a fella.
I'm with it. I wasn't sure if you were talking about the Finnish prime minister or a U.S. congressperson.
No, we already got Adam. No, this was the Finnish PM.
Well, I noticed an American congresswoman. She's part of the squad, as they're referred to, depending on which side of the aisle you sit in the U.S. But a number of different female public officials or politicians have expressed some support for the Finnish prime minister and her dancing. I noticed Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had popped up in support of her, so I wasn't sure if you were talking about AOC wanting to join the fellas or if you were talking about the Finnish prime minister. But I think we'll take all the help we can get as far as fellas and fellettes are concerned.
Absolutely.
Mockers, go ahead.
Hillary Clinton did a supportive post for her as well, showing a picture of her dancing, waving a handbag in the air at some occasion.
Yeah, if we can get Hillary and AOC to join the fellas, I'm all for it. You know, the more the merrier. Just like here on the MryiaReport, we're nonpartisan in our support of Ukraine. So I don't care if you're registered R or D. Happy to have you.
Speaking of United States politicians, real quick, sorry if I interrupted there for a second, Raver. Amy Klobuchar and Rob Portman were in Kyiv Oblast today, taking a look at things. They visited Bucha, Irpin, and Hostomel.
Thank you for the news. If I'm not mistaken, Klobuchar has been a long-time supporter of Ukraine, going back to at least 14.
Very, very long time supporter of Ukraine.
She went there years ago, I believe, after the 2014 invasion with a bipartisan group of legislators. So,
yes.
Yeah, I think she would happily join NAFO.
Yes, that is very true. She has been a very long time supporter of Ukraine, as have some other politicians that I would prefer not to talk about, but I cannot argue with the fact that they have been very, very avid and long-term supporters of Ukraine.
So going back to the Finnish PM, I never understood the faux outrage over her dancing. But then again, I'm a raver. Dancing is what I do, or did before my knees got bad. I find dancing to be a sign of just basic goodness.
I don't have the knees for that stuff. I'll let you do the wiggling, Raver.
Yeah, you know what? I tend to agree with Raver. Like I've seen the whole video, you know, and you know, couple drinks were had, you know, some libations were had, but you know, everybody in the video looked like they're having fun. You know, nobody was, you know, flashing body parts or anything like that. they should be proud that they have a leader that's willing to put it, put themselves out there and show themselves in a casual environment. And apparently, this happens with her all the time. Like she's constantly like posting pics of her at parties or out and about, and I guess her Instagram's quite hot, but like I thought, like here in Canada, that when Justin Trudeau and his wife dressed up like Han and Leia and their kids as little Wookiees, I thought that was great and cutting edge. But they're Europe's taking it to a whole other level. Spindrift, how are you doing this evening?
Good. Thanks for letting me speak. It didn't work earlier. I've had the Twitter pox. So let me get two questions out. First of all, this morning it was discussed that the only option for Russians is to withdraw or resupply. And since we have some military experts up in the panel, I want to ask how they could possibly resupply. And then the second question was about the water supply. Johnny said this morning that the water is caustic and he was asking for help getting filtration systems. And I'm just kind of curious why the water is caustic, if anybody knows. Thank you.
Not entirely sure. It's been a hot minute since Ryan Raver and I have been sitting at the on the banks of the Dnipro drinking the water out of it. I can imagine it's either it could be it's probably highly ferric, so that means there's a lot of iron in the water. Depends, like up here, the Mackenzie, so you hear about the northern Alberta tar sands. Well, the Mackenzie River cuts through the tar sands. So it cuts through these bitumen deposits. So, the stuff downstream tends to be, I'd say, a little caustic. So it's got some pretty nasty molecules in the water. But that being said, I don't know. Like I drank water out of the Mackenzie. I'm still here. If you're thirsty enough, you'll drink puddle water. It's better to and this is old survival thing. It's better to drink the water and survive another day and maybe get Giardia or some kind of stomach bug, or like in a battlefield, ingest something that's radioactive, than to, die of thirst, because that will happen in 3 days.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I mean, I know there are some actually primitive ways to filter water, and I think those would be available everywhere. I just didn't know if there were I guess radioactive. That's kind of where my question was headed. But yeah, resupply. I mean, I'm not a military expert whatsoever, and I know we're not really talking about Kherson, but if anybody has any insight on the Russian state of affairs, I guess, so that would be great. Thank you.
Well, anywhere but Kherson, where the Ukrainians have systematically cut out all avenues of escape. They even hit that little barge that was floating back and forth across the Dnipro. Resupplying is quite easy for them. Other than the lack of vehicles. Give me a second. I got to bring Ryan back up. They got a problem with vehicles. They got a problem with logistics. They got problems all around. But in Kherson, that's a different critter altogether. They were basically shaping the battlefield so to make sure that the Russians didn't have easy access to to any of their logistical lines.
So when are they going to withdraw? Sorry, because they can't resupply, right?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russian commanders that.
When they're hungry and thirsty and tired of getting their asses handed to them.
Before winter?
Can I jump in?
They can go for a nice swim.
Sure, Raver, go ahead.
Okay, so the Russians probably have some tracked ferries and swimming trucks to move a small amount of supplies over, but not enough to supply, 25,000 troops and their guns. The guns are going to be the big one because ammo's heavy. They could probably fly some in on Mi-8s and some of their heavy lift helicopters, but that's going to be limited. Without a functioning rail or highway bridge, they're always going to be in a deficit, even if they had functioning ferries and pontoon bridges, which they don't anymore. So what they're getting is maybe 1%. I think that's probably at this point being generous. And so they're going to burn through what they have, and then they're going to get hungry. The guns are going to get hungry, and hungry soldiers become scared soldiers, and pretty soon they're going to start piling up on the banks of the Dnieper looking for a way across, because they are not there to die. That's not what they signed up for. Did I lose audio?
Nope, we can hear you.
No, you're good.
Thank you, Raver. Was trying to go out and do some co-hosting from my backyard, but apparently I need a beekeeper's uniform in order to keep the hummingbird-sized mosquitoes away. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, all of this talk of the Finnish PM, I guess, or the minister. I was just wondering, what's the average age of Finland? Because if they are, it may, from what I heard, it's some of the older members of the government that just felt that she was a little.
Audio check. Please tell me we lost Daryl.
You're good there, Ryan.
Yeah, I think we lost Daryl.
Moose, you will have to drop Daryl so he doesn't think he's talking to us. Daryl, we lost your audio mid-sentence. Better you than me.
Yeah, the space is starting to get the spooky boos here because I'm still like I dropped Daryl, but I'm still showing him there.
He shows listener on my end. I went ahead and restarted my router and my phone and the app and my phone again. And hopefully that will help some of my stability issues.
I suspect it's a Twitter thing because it's happening to multiple people. Yehuda was mentioning earlier that there was a Twitter update about 4 days ago, and it's causing conflicts.
Well, I have double, triple checked, and all of my app updates are installed and functioning, as are the latest iOS updates. So I'm not the one that's behind the curve. I'll blame the Canadians. That's what you guys are up there for.
Hey, be nice to America's hat.
Well, we still need the maple syrup, so. Moose isn't even going to touch that one.
Canada remains the only country to ever truly beat the U.S. in a stand-up fight.
Don't pour gas on their fire. They don't need any more help. You're going to summon Yehuda if you keep talking about the War of 1812. That was the last time.
I'm sorry. Where was British and Canadian lines at the end of the War 1812? Oh yes, New Orleans. Yeah. So we walked from Toronto to New Orleans uncontested.
You guys could have just.
Well, you walked the decks of a ship to get there, but no, I mean I was actually giving praise to Canada on that one. Another little weird Canadian fact, since I love history, is the Sherman tank is basically a copy of the Canadian Ram.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole, because I'm pretty sure the Soviets based their tank designs off of some American engineering that didn't play so well here in the U.S.
Yeah, that was Christie and his BT tanks.
Well, the Russian, or I should say the Soviets, the early Soviet tanks like the T-34 and whatnot were good tanks. Like they were comparable to anything the Germans had. They're small, low profile, fast, really simple to operate, and I guess they just kept that mantra, for generations, and almost maybe the same chassis and the same loading system, and definitely the same caliber. They haven't changed the caliber in a couple of generations. But I didn't know that about the Ram. So that's pretty cool.
So real quick, history rundown of Soviet tanks. A lot of the early Soviet tanks were basic copies or inspired by British designs. Most famously, the T-26, which is basically a copy of the Vickers 6-ton. It was a good tank for its time. It was way out of date by the time the Panzers rolled across the frontier. And then the other big Soviet tank influence was Walter Christie, who sold his torsion bar design to the Soviets, who then made the BT-1, 3, 5, and 7 as cavalry tanks, which are absolutely designed for offensive operations in Europe. Never got the chance, but that's what they were designed for. Stalin had his eyes on the prize. He just kind of got preempted by other things. And then that same suspension system was adapted for what was supposed to be both a heavy universal tank, the T-34, and also an infantry tank called the T-50. By 43, 44, it was obvious that the T-34 had reached the end of its design potential with the adoption of the T-34-85, and the Soviets began design on what would become the T-44. When they rearmed the T-44 with a 100 millimeter gun, they named it the T-54, and that becomes the foundational design of all follow-on Soviet-era tanks up through the T-90, with the only big change being the move from a 4-man to a 3-man crew because of manning costs that the Red Army was dealing with in the 1950s and 60s.
Very cool. I knew a little bit about the history of tanks, but not a whole lot. To be honest, even in the artillery, I didn't really follow the history of howitzers and whatnot. My family came from aviation background, so I was always interested in fighters and interceptors and bombers and whatnot. We'll go with Michael and then Baza.
Hey there, Battle Moose. I'll probably date myself, but I remember from a very, very young age, I think like the first time I knew there was this thing called a Canadian Prime Minister, but it was when Brian Mulroney was there, and he talked about how the Canadians took Detroit. And I remember from a very young age thinking, and you gave it back, but that's for another day. But I think at that time, Toronto was still called York, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that front. Going back.
Yeah, it was York.
Gotcha.
And it's funny because I was born in Sault Ste. Marie, where the assault on Detroit was launched.
Okay, gotcha.
Wow. And I was attached to a reserve unit there, and one of the COs wanted to reenact the assault on Mackinac Island, and from the Sioux, which is probably 120 miles, across open water. And he wanted to do this in like canoes, and we're like, okay, first off, we're not open water trained, and second off, I don't think you're going to get the buy-in from higher on this.
Maybe that reenactment wouldn't go as good as it did the first time around.
I think, well, first of all, I think half of the troops would have probably shown up hungover and, threw up most of the way because once you start tossing and turning around well, it'd be at the apex of Lake Huron in Lake Michigan. So, and those waters get brutal. Like, I've been out there in 30-foot boats that I was unnerved. I've been out in Lake Superior where I thought I was going to die. I have a healthy respect for the Navy and the Coast Guard. You guys go out there and you play in the water and whatnot. I have a deep-seated fear of the abyss, and I want to die on dry land. It could be a little bit rainy. That's fine, but dry land. Baza.
Greetings from down under. I just wanted to highlight that I'm not quite sure where Zelensky gets the energy from, but he did a Q&A session for every major university in Australia, most probably about 3 weeks ago. So the guy's a genius when it comes to using the media and making sure that he crosses the boundary between age groups and ensuring that there's a level of information out there for everybody.
Yeah, he's a pretty remarkable fella. He did the same thing with Canadian universities, and I think it might have been Victoria that informed me. Victoria Verlaine, that said, it was the commencement speeches for all the Canadian universities, and they they poked me and said, he's doing a YouTube live with all these universities, and I thought, well, he's probably doing the the University of Toronto or Queens or something like that, because they're the premier universities in Canada. I mean, no, he did all of them. They were all in the audience. I was going, good on you, sir. That's incredible. And there's a couple other speaking engagements he's done. He's just knocked it out of the park. He's got very, very good speech. I imagine he writes his own speeches because he's a former actor and comedian. So he's very adept at being in front of the camera, right?
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to mention with Putin sacking Shoigu, and considering Putin's almost 70 years of age, if he goes for an afternoon nap, who runs the Russian military?
Now, we talked about that earlier, and I might bring in Raver on this because did Putin actually sack Shoigu? Because it was my understanding that he wasn't sacked; he just went around him. And he went around him and did the Hitler thing where he's just controlling he's in touch with the commanding officers all on the frontline units.
So what I heard, sidelined, not sacked. So I don't know what to read in that. I haven't dug into it that deeply. I did hear a joke earlier that he was seen at the top of the Kremlin on a ledge, and the Kremlin's crisis team was trying to talk him off, but nobody was sure which side.
Well, I think that's going to keep us amused for a while.
I was mentioning either this morning or last night because it's all kind of rolling into one great big timeline. I'm trying to bring you up, Ryan, and every time I attempt it, you just go back to requested. Yeah, I was joking that if you haven't seen the movie Downfall, that scene where Hitler is at the table and the Russians are like knocking at the door, and he still thinks there's hope, and he's pounding the table about this great pincer maneuver of this general that died like 3 weeks ago, and I have this vision of Putin, pounding the table, niet, 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 and his generals just kind of rolling their eyes, checking their watches and whatnot, or what generals are left. They're all probably corporals up and promoted to chief of staff now, because I don't think he's got too many officers yet. The Ukrainians have been pretty effective at taking them out. Go ahead, Michael.
Go red.
Battle Moose, I just want to say thank you for that story. I'm going to have to go listen to The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald by Gordon Lightfoot because of you now. I got that in my head. But I did want to real quickly comment about the Finnish Prime Minister, about Sanna Marin. I just want to say she's not even 40 years old, and she's responsible for the single most impactful foreign policy decision in the history of her country. I think, frankly, that's pretty significant in terms of, she can dance all she wants to, being before the age of 40, done what she did in terms of getting her country to NATO and to basically abandon over 100 years of foreign policy. So, good on her. And if there's people like that under the age of 40 that do consequential good things like that, I'd love to see them dance too.
Young minds, bright ideas, Pitant. Look at that. Did somebody mention the devil's name and he appeared?
You are. I realized what you are. What I need to call you.
What's that?
Battle hoser.
Take off, eh?
Take off, eh?
It's funny. I was at the flea market a couple days ago, and there's a bunch of stubby bottles, and I thought of you.
Very cute. Battle Moose has probably the most quintessential average run-of-the-mill Canadian accent. Like, it's just so Canadian. I think it's clear to everyone I do not sound like you whatsoever.
No, you sound. You don't even sound Toronto. You sound a little maritimey, with hobo mixed in.
That's because I had to live in Oromocto for too long.
That'll do it.
I think the ultimate litmus test for accents was our special guest, the fireman Roman from Kharkiv, and he agreed that you do have a Canadian accent, and it is unintelligible, Yehuda.
All right. He did not say that. But Battle Moose is definitely a central Canadian accent. Maybe sometimes the East Coast. I don't know. Comes out in my speech.
I have very much I kind of Persian. That's from 18 years living out here in Alberta, but I very much had a Northern Ontario accent. And I can go there to the front room and sit on the Chesterfield and
I didn't even know Canadians had regional dialects. I thought it was just French Canadian and flyover Canadian.
Dude, we need to find a Newfie co-host, and it's just going to be 2 hours of some dude or dudette speaking unintelligibly.
So we're nice here. Colonel Lee's from Newfoundland. I'd be very careful.
It sounds like a Canadian Fargo movie.
Oh, they're far worse. They're far worse. Like on a radio net, we don't even encrypt the Newfies because nobody can understand them anyways.
Like the Navajo code talkers.
Oh, they are.
I lived in Halifax as well for a while, so I can't count. Maybe 6 months? Maybe I spent probably a year in New Brunswick in total, but not that long. Anyway, all right, let's move on. So what are we talking about here? We've have we been discussing? I guess all the news that's leaking out. That's pretty open source now, aren't we?
We've been it's been pretty much a potpourri. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know, we're discussing the revolution of the foreign policy by the young prime minister in Finland, and the national acceptance to apply for NATO and to get into NATO. What else we talk about? We talked about the history of tanks. Raver walked us through. Did you know the Sherman was based on a Canadian design? I never knew that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I'm about to lose you guys. I'm heading into the hills, but yeah, look at the Canadian Ram tank. It's definitely the genesis of the Sherman. And don't forget that we're also trying to recruit the Finnish PM to NAFO.
Y'all are just excited about her because she's hot.
I'm not going to disagree with that statement, but I didn't make that remark.
I have the ultimate respect for the Finnish head of state, so I will not remark on that.
She can party as much as she wants to, as far as I care.
I came up because I was dying laughing at Battle Hoser.
Listen here, Prince. Don't make me come over there. Oh, look at that. We lost Raver, lost Ryan, lost Yehuda. Who's here? Party time with Battle Hoser. You can't say that. Ricardo, how are you stable? Do you got a stable connection, buddy?
Of course I do.
Fantastic. You know what? It occurs to me that it's all these people with iPhones that keep on dropping, and Axel's on my case is relentlessly after me. You need to get an iPhone. You need to get an iPhone because they're so secure and so stable. Well, who's stable now?
I have a different theory because every time people say things I don't want to hear, they get blocked.
You didn't like? Are you going to block me now because I was mentioning us trash talking iPhones?
No, you've never been blocked on my end, but I think that you know, like the gods are saying, "Hey, I don't want to hear this," and so you know, I don't hear it.
Strangely enough, as a little inside tidbit for all the listeners, none of the co-hosts at MryiaReport are allowed to have anybody on their block list. You know, because it's us trying to be open and transparent and allow everybody in. You may come up and be a potato, and we just won't answer your questions again, but everybody's in, everybody's welcome. And if you're unable to get up or get in or come up as a speaker, I dare say that's probably tech issues with Twitter, and go open a service
You see
complaint
what
with
I mean?
them.
He got blocked.
Axel, what are you doing awake? Oh, Bushy Manali. Prince, go ahead.
I was just saying, go to bed, Axel. I see him there. Go to bed.
Oh, for all we know, it could be one of his dogs nuzzling his phone. Michael, welcome back.
Sorry, I keep dropping too, Battle Moose. I do have an iPhone, but I'll use BlueStacks on a PC to get the Android emulation. Then that usually gives me a good indication whether or not it's a Twitter or network issue, or if it's my phone, and it's typically I have problems on both. But I did want to say I've seen two female prime ministers in my lifetime dance. I saw Theresa May dance to Dancing Queen a few years ago, and I've seen the current Finnish prime minister. And I'll just say that the Finnish prime minister outranked Theresa May. No offense to the British, I'm sure you're very proud of the second female prime minister, but she wasn't a particularly good dancer. Sorry.
Somebody needs to take that dancing video and dub Ukrainian techno music to it. Oh, I keep losing speakers here. Ricardo, what's going on today? Ryan, can you take over while I try to bring some people up?
Absolutely. I was just trying to bring Ricardo up.
See, that proved my point. I had something stupid to say and I got knocked off.
Well, if that's how it worked, I'd never get up here. Maybe that's my problem this evening. Mic check.
You're good.
You're good.
Oh, thank the Lord. That's the other thing we forgot to mention to Yehuda in our situation update was that we're pretty much entertaining people here while I play musical chairs.
Yeah, and it's I apologize to everybody listening. It's difficult to get into a deep conversation where we're having these tech issues. So I appreciate everybody's everybody's patience. We have we have a pretty loyal and solid core listeners, and we appreciate every single one of you because essentially. You're listening to like journalistic wise, we're a bunch of amateurs, and nobody here has gone to school for journalism or how to talk on a radio. Actually, I know how to talk on military radio, but if I started a voice procedure on here, it'd get really dull really quick. I think we lost Ryan again.
No, I'm still here for the moment.
Oh, you're just going to keep the PTT switch on, so you don't drop.
Absolutely. I know how to be quiet, and it's just me and the dog for the next day or two. So as long as she doesn't smell a cat, I think we're okay.
Fantastic. I believe we had Chris and then back to Michael.
Yeah, just listening to the infighting between the Americans and the Canadians. I just caution everybody that's what the Russians want. So enjoy your maple syrup down there, but let's keep it cordial. But all jokes aside, I wonder the idea of Russia being the issue with Twitter here. Everybody blames Twitter and Twitter pox, but Russia's been known to hack a few high-profile places. I'm sure Twitter wouldn't be too difficult. So I wonder if there's not some kind of trolling the space and hacking and making it difficult for us to speak. Just an idea.
Well, they can't even do a bombing campaign, and I'm not sure how they would. If they're actually going to mess up with Twitter. I mean, I don't know. That's just me.
I imagine they could, and I'm sure it's been attempted before. They definitely like the Chinese like hack sites all the time, like high profile stuff all the time. You have to be careful. You can't allow that to be traced back to your country of origin, or let it be seen as state sponsored, because that is cyber attack is considered an act of war. If it's from one state to another, yeah, that's an act of war, and because we're NATO, that's Article 5, baby.
Yeah, I just suggest that you're right. Whoever was saying that their bombing campaigns are shoddy at best, but their hacking is probably one of their best attributes, unfortunately. But throughout the last few years, you hear a lot of trouble they've caused. I'm sure they're not worried about causing
I
any
think they
troubles.
outsourced it to Syria or North Korea because I don't think, I don't really think Russia has anybody intelligent enough to do anything. They just outsource everything they do.
Oh, they've got the whole Cozy Bear network, but right at the moment, Twitter might have more IT resources than the Russians do.
I think we have more IT resources in this room right now than possibly the Russians can spare. Although I imagine with all the washing machines they have pilfered from Ukraine, that the mighty Roscoff Moskva supercomputer they have built out of them, out of daisy chaining all those logic boards together, is cracking encryptions worldwide now.
Given the rampant corruption that we've seen all over Russia, they're probably using that to mine crypto coins instead of creating some kind of spam bot to hack Twitter.
It's hosting their version of OnlyFans.
I just don't have any much confidence in anybody that doesn't know how to use a toilet. I mean, that's just me.
Nevertheless, we'll carry on. Jens, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Jen's had a particularly memorable experience when they got off the space today. Someone pointed it out to me, so I would love for them to regale their unfortunate incident here for the rest of the listeners.
Well, apparently I handled the media blackout, the no news from the Southern Front poorly. So I decided to take a stroll and, get my mind of things. And I just happened to have a pigeon drop a gimlet on my head. So I guess 7 years of luck for me today.
I didn't know that pigeon poop and broken mirrors worked in the same way, but I learned something new on the Maria Report today.
Well, apparently in Denmark it's good luck, although it just felt, I don't know, embarrassing.
Doesn't sound like good luck to me.
On the main stretch with an audience. So I went to Starbucks and tried to clean myself up, and then I washed my hands like 5 times.
Well, I'm sorry about your misfortune, but I'm glad to hear you got everything taken care of. Next time you think about logging off from the Maria Report, I hope you'll think twice.
Yeah, I think I learned my lesson. People have suggested that I listen to it while I walk, but I think if the walk is to take my mind off it, then maybe it's counterproductive. I don't know.
Yeah, it's good to get fresh air from time to time. Maybe you want to DM our sometimes contributor War Pigeon and see if they can put in a good word for you.
But I figured that since we were talking about dancing, I could tell my pigeon story.
Yeah, I enjoyed your pigeon story. Thank you for sharing that in a tweet.
Yeah, thank you. We do enjoy a little bit of levity here. Like I said, it's a little difficult to stay on topic, especially with the rampant technical issues in the last 2 days have been awful. And who was up mentioning about the Russian hackers there? I pause for a bit and often wonder, like with some of the problems we're having, it's not lost on me when you say that it could be them. I'm not adept enough at programming
to know if the spaces are hackable at that level. So I don't know, but like I said, it's not lost on me. If you would like to, just for a little social experiment, I'm going to kind of look at the audience here. If you've been trying to get up and can't, and we can't see you, give me a wave. Go to the little heart symbol with a plus, and there's a little wave icon, and just give me a little wave there, and show me if you're trying to get up, and because I'm suspicious. Yeah, we see you there, Ricardo. You're actually up. Look at that. And now Ryan's gone. Oh, so sad. It was it was especially sad this morning when we had the renegade relief crew on, and they kept cutting in and out. What's up there, Ricardo?
Oh, nothing. That was a test wave. I'm actually looking for some things to talk about. So,
Okay, yeah, no problem. So we have John up here, and I've never seen you here before. How are you this evening?
Oh, hi, I'm fine. I didn't get a chance to put my hand up. I just wanted to thank you for keeping us amused. I think you're really funny, by the way. That almost. That's what all I
I
wanted
did
to
share
say.
something in the nest.
Well, it seems to me like people are mostly getting dropped when they're just about to make their point. And they're speaking about something that is very interesting. And I always notice that I never get dropped. So I don't know.
Ricardo, do me a favor and entertain everybody. And I just gotta do check a couple things in the background here.
I'll try my best, but okay. So if you want 100 followers, don't come here. No, well, wait a minute. That was the other space. No, seriously, we have a lot of people that do work in the background, and I'm not one of those. I'm just here to entertain, as he said. But does anybody want to have anything to say? Like, I don't know why he has me up here. I'm not a host.
No, you're not, but you're a trusted friend of the space.
Oh, and I will try to be serious. Seriously, though, that we do have a lot of people like Victoria, and I see some other people in the space. Um, there's a lot of people that do work in the background, and they do work very hard. And we try to get guests here. And if you have anybody in mind that you would like to hear from, or suggestions you would have, please like DM any of us. We're always looking for people that could offer information or just knowledge. Um, I'm not sure what I'm talking about right now, but sorry, my mic went blank. But the other thing is to one of the things we want to do is to promote Myriad. Why am I here?
You were doing fine there, brother. Thanks a lot. I just had to consult with some of our people in the back end. And again, thank you very much. Ricardo does help out around here in the back end as well. Like he was saying, we are here 24/7. We will be here till the last Russian has been sent back to Russia, back home.
And every single Ukrainian that has been scurried away from their country and air quoted hosted in Russia is returned, and all the children are returned to their homeland, and the war criminals in the Kremlin answer to their war crimes, and maybe some war reparations. Right? Maybe we'll get some war reparations, but we'll continue going till then. And we're also here. We're here to support MryiaAid. MryiaAid is a Canadian nonprofit organization. They were established by the officers and troops of Op Unifier, which was the last training mission, the Canadian training mission to Ukraine to train them in NATO standards, battlecraft, fieldcraft, op orders, and the like, and to bring them up to a general NATO standard, unlike the Warsaw Pact standard that they formerly had. And as you see now, it seemed to have worked. Like, we weren't the only ones there. There were British, there were Americans, but in total, I think combined, we trained something on the order nearly 200,000 troops. So it was a monumentous effort. Been there since 2015, and got out right before the last invasion. The MryiaAid provides non-lethal aid to the people and forces of Ukraine. So if you can find in your heart, please donate to MryiaAid.
Yeah, and if I could be serious for a minute, I was kind of distracted. I'm trying to put my mom to bed. And that's the thing that, most of us, like Yehuda, he's got to deal with his kids or finance or any of the co-hosts up here. I mean, we do have lives that live, and I was totally distracted and trying to be funny because I had my mom trying to put her to bed, and that's what we do. I mean, we're giving of our time, and
We were getting deep with Ricardo and we lost him. No, but that's a good point. All the co-hosts that you see here, every single one of them, we're all volunteers. Everybody in the back end, all the IT, all the audio. We got a guy, Ghost and Adrian. They do monumentous audio video work in the background. So everything you see on Spotify, everything you see on YouTube, everything I'm reposting on the MryiaReport Facebook, that's all rendered by them. And it's, I take my hat off. They work ungodly hours and carrying on regular jobs, and they have families on top of this. We're sacrificing, quite a bit of our time. Mostly our families hate us, I think. At least mine does. So, if you can maybe offset that and, give to MryiaAid and buy the Ukrainians a drone. Nancy, how are you this evening?
I'm doing good, thanks. I figured I had some news that I've collected over the last couple of days, which is way less entertaining than some, but just if anyone was interested in a snapshot of what's happening in the Sumy district from a non-military perspective, I'm happy to share a few tidbits.
Okay, go on. If you can cite your sources.
Yep. Primarily, I've been following the local Sumy newspapers. Well, they're online versions of them since the beginning of the war, and found a few interesting news citations there. One of them was directly related to the rail system. I found it interesting that while Alexander Commission is as close as I can get to properly pronouncing his name, but the CEO of the Ukrainian Railways, when he spoke to us on Sunday, talk about a group that does focus on serving their populations versus bragging about it. While he was talking with us, they were actually initiating expanding their service, not just restoring service, but expanding service. And they've added high-speed electric rail from Kiev to Shastka. So I thought that was interesting. You know, it's not the kind of thing that he's going to brag about. It's just part of the service they do. And it was actually starting up that day, which reduces the round trip time between those two locations to about 3 hours and 44 minutes is what they say. So, and as he told us, the trains run on time. So I look at a time like that and I go, okay, yeah, if I look at US Amtrak, if it's 3 hours and 44 minutes, could be anywhere between 4 hours and, 12, depending on the day. So I thought that was pretty interesting that they were not just, that this wasn't a service restoration, this was actually a service expansion and continuing to improve the services that they provide from the rail system to the public. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Did you hear the interview we had with the CEO of the Ukrainian
Yes.
rail system?
Yep.
That was a pretty remarkable interview.
Yeah, it was absolutely inspiring. And that's actually what made this one to me even more noteworthy is, he could have sat there and said, here's all the cool things we've done in the last few days. In fact, even today we did this, and he doesn't. It's just business as usual for him. It's just part of his, commitment to his public, I think, that he doesn't toot their horn unnecessarily, but to me, it's really impressive that they're improving services, not just restoring back to a pre-invasion position. So that was good to see. One of the other things that those local news sources cite as happening now is that they've restored the first of their bridges that were destroyed during the invasion. So that was good news. The Sumi is now able to start connecting their key city connectors that are dependent on bridges. They lost, their news said 15 bridges in the Oblast were destroyed, and they've restored one of them fully, and they're working on several others. And again, it's a fairly rural area, so those are community to community distances. So that's significant both for their economies as well as for their farming and getting their collected grain from the fields to the processing and storage facilities in the region as well. So, and there was one other tidbit of news that if I can, I'll post it in the nest, and I've cross-referenced this one from multiple local news sources within Sumi, as well as a Ukrainian news site that published an interview. They had, and that's not a rich district, but they had an 85-year-old pensioner. He'd worked for the local factory in Sumi for, I think it said 40 plus years. It was close to 50 years. 85 years old. He lost his wife and his son earlier this year, and he sold an apartment and a plot of land and donated the proceeds of those sales to the armed forces of Ukraine. He said he has a pension that pays him enough per month that this is where he wants the rest of those funds to go. And when you see just such an indomitable spirit from people like that across all age groups, it's not just the young kids, it's not just the middle-aged folks, it's everybody of all ages. I mean, at 85, he could be kicking back and, just trying to continue with the rest of his life and try and live it in peace and quiet. And he's like, nope, selling everything that I can, leave myself a place to live on my monthly pension, and the rest of it goes to the armed forces of Ukraine. And I thought that was pretty impressive. And I'll try and post that interview up in the nest as well. or it's not an interview, it's more just a cover story, but it shows him, it
Well,
was
I
pretty
would
cool.
invite you. Maybe you can post it on your timeline because
I'll repost it.
we're trying to keep the nest clean here because that a crowded nest, and I just tried to delete a bunch of stuff and it doesn't look like it happened. A crowded nest adds to instability, so yeah, we're trying to keep things as stable as we can here. Got a couple new speakers that came up. So we have 404 and oh, the other one dropped. Error 404. Go ahead. You have a comment or a question? Okay, we'll come back to you. Rana 123. Do you have a comment or a question? Mic check.
You're good.
Okay, well, can't have people coming up to speaker and just sitting there, so. Chris, welcome back.
Hey, Bellamus. Yeah, I just want to run back off this theory of the Russian hacks. Mentioned trying to get up. I often have a really tough time getting up. Sometimes it takes an hour, 2 hours, logging off, logging on, trying to get somebody to see my request. So, yeah, definitely I have an issue with it. But I also have an iPhone, so yeah, interesting. But I was just gonna say maybe there's maybe some people in here, or somebody has been on other spaces that isn't related to Russia, Ukraine, and can relay some kind of information as far as whether they have the same kind of issues or is it just specific to this space, and that might help give some insight.
No, it is Twitter issues. I jest about the Russians hacking us, but I can probably guarantee they have somebody listening. Other than that, it's you got to remember Twitter Spaces is still in its beta, and when they were going through that possible hostile takeover debacle, there was no there was a pause on all designing and I almost said DLCs, but any further work on any of the projects. So there was a pause on all that. I see that we have JT up here. Welcome. Good evening.
Thanks, Badamus. Yeah, and I would just add real quick, the one thing that is specific to our space is we keep this thing up for a really long time. We're really pushing the technology to the limit, right? Most Twitter spaces aren't going to be up for 72 hours straight or using multiple host phones to, keep the whole thing going and stable. So I think that's part of it too. Is like I think a lot of people do. They run a Twitter space for an hour on one phone, and there's 10 people in there, and they go, "Oh, this is stable. What are they talking about?" But we run this thing. Some of the spaces last as long as 96 hours until they finally crash, and we run it with multiple accounts, and then there's or multiple phones, I should say, and then there's lots and lots of people cycling up and down. So I think it's kind of just part of comes with the territory, I guess. We're as Battle Moose said, it's kind of a new technology to begin with, and we're really kind of pushing it beyond its intended specs, I would say. Yeah, back to you, Battle Moose.
I was kind of hoping you would keep going because I was typing in the background there. Ricardo, what's up?
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering. We've been so focused on Kherson and some of the areas. I'm just kind of worried. I mean, not worried, but I'm kind of wondering is the word I'm looking for. And I noticed that Axel's down there. What are the surrounding countries thinking about this, like Belarus, Turkey, Moldova? I haven't really heard too much about their reactions, and I think their reactions may be indicative of where we're moving sometimes. for these leaders and their actions, and their movements. And Axel, I know you probably don't want to get up right now, but even Joseph, I mean, where are we at right now? What are these other leaders thinking about right now, as far as the way that Ukraine is moving so positively forward and moving on these areas? So what I'm saying is we're talking a lot about the military aspect of it, but what about the political landscape of what's going on?
Yeah, it's a great question, Ricardo. So personally, I'll be honest, I can't really say that I know a ton about this, really even much specific about it. But I think that you're probably right that there's going to be some reaction. You know, we do have Vic, who is a regular listener. He comes up to talk to us about Moldova. He lives there, who maybe could give us some insight. I haven't been able to talk to him for a while because I haven't been on that late. But yeah, so maybe we can get Vic on to talk about what's going on in the reaction in Moldova. But I have to imagine that I'm not sure that I actually haven't been following the mainstream coverage of this, but my gut instinct is they're waiting for results. I think that the real broad reaction from the public will come when the end of this happens, like either be it the liberation of Kherson, or even if it's just to see a real big change on the map of captured Ukrainian territory. I think that's at the end of the operation when we see the result. That's when everyone will kind of weigh in. But I think that ultimately, if Ukraine manages to take the city of Kherson, it's going to be even harder for the current, the so-called peaceniks, the people who keep talking about this so-called peace that Russia's apparently willing to give, which of course they aren't. But it's going to be so much more difficult for them to talk about this in the terms that they want to, which is, this war's, it's a stalemate. The only people who want to continue it is Ukraine, and they're never going to accomplish anything. So why don't we just end this and make a deal, right? That seems to be the the best argument that the Russian lobby can throw right now, is to try to get the democratic countries to get less interested in this. And I think if it's demonstrated definitively that Ukraine is actively taking territory, and specifically if they take a key city like Kherson, that this is all ridiculous. That the idea that we need to negotiate with Russia to solve this problem that Russia's created, it becomes even less tenable, because it's apparent that just giving Ukraine the right tools for the job, and letting them prosecute this war as they see fit, is achieving the quicker and more effective results than bargaining with Russia ever has been. Because we've been trying to bargain with Russia for decades about this garbage, and it's never worked. It's made the situation worse. They've used it to their advantage. You can still hear a bunch of brain dead Vatniks or tankies talking about the Minsk agreements as if Ukraine violated them somehow. I mean, it's so absurd. So I mean, I think that as you pointed out, the military, the military events on the ground do have political implications, and I think that's broadly the political implication here. That there's no reason for a need for Ukraine to negotiate anything here. It's pretty clear that once Ukraine is ready, and they've got their plan in place, they've done the shaping that they need to do, they've done the strategic strikes they need to do on Russian logistics. Once they snap the trap shut, Russia can't stop them. I mean, that should be obvious to anyone who's been paying attention. So there's no need to negotiate. It won't achieve any result anyway. It's just a waste of time. It always has been. If you look back at any negotiation we've had with Russia on this specific issue, or quite frankly any issue really, in the last couple decades, the last decade at least, it's been a waste of time. So I think that this shows results on the ground, and it would be the first real demonstration that the weapons that the U.S. and other countries, allied countries, are giving are having a real, a real tangible result and impact on the political nature of the war, I guess, or how the stakes of the war, right? This isn't just about Ukraine stopping the Russian invasion anymore. This is about them completely liberating their territory. And as soon as Kherson is recaptured, I think that becomes the the new baseline from which to move forward, right? They're going to start capturing more of their territory after that. So I hope that's maybe a long-winded way of my explanation of it. I'm sure other people have a different take, but Ricardo, any thoughts?
He may or may not be there. They've been
No, I'm here.
jumping up and
Yeah, no, I'm here. I just was trying to, like everybody else on the DM. No, I don't have really thoughts on that. I mean, I guess yeah, sort of. I just keep thinking that there's no movement from Georgia or Belarus or in these. They're not really. We're not hearing anything at all from them, and I just keep wondering to myself. I think that. Well, I don't like to speculate, but they're not doing anything, and if they're not doing anything, I think they're backing down. I think they realize this war is over, and I think they're choosing their sides. I guess that's where I was going.
Yeah, I mean, we got that curious congratulations from Lukashenko on Ukrainian Independence Day, right? I mean, that was kind of a weird, like if we're looking for signals, that seems like a signal, right? Of something. I genuinely don't really know, what that was or what it was about, but to me, that does indicate something in Belarus. I don't know what. Maybe I'm misreading it. What do you think?
Well, I don't know, but I just feel. I mean, there's just a feeling that the hammer's about to come down on Russia, and it's going to come down hard. And I think the world is, they're not going to put up with this. And Russia's not getting that much support. Yeah, maybe Iran, but the Baltic states, I really feel that whole area there realizes that they're going to be safe, that the world is with them. And I know Axel talks about this a lot. I think the world is with Ukraine and they feel secure. And I would too. I mean, if I was there and I'm not, I just feel like there's going to be a turn of the tide. And it's just my feeling. I just don't hear this rhetoric out of any of the countries that surround Russia or any of the countries that feel like they wanted to stay on the fence. I just think the fence it's about to be torn down, and I think Ukraine has torn it down. That's just my feeling.
Yeah, I think it's definitely true that, Russia's clearly made a lot of, enemies over the last, I mean, centuries really, but I mean, particularly over the last 20 years or so, this increasingly militant and expansionist and revanchist and, I mean, crazy. I mean, we've all seen Russian TV. I mean, they're crazy. They're talking about Kazakhstan's full of Nazis and that sound, you want to laugh, but then they justify, sending soldiers and committing acts of, unspeakable acts of against humanity. So, all this crazy does eventually add up to real, tangible, criminality on the ground and terror on the ground. And so, it's definitely, I don't know. I kind of lost my train of thought a bit, but I guess, I guess the broader point I'm trying to make is that there's become a time now where all these countries around Russia that were, as you said, I mean, I don't want to say they were cowering, but they were definitely concerned and nervous about this increasingly militant posture from Russia. And I mean, it looked like Europe was largely ignoring it until, I guess the sanctions to some degree, but they were building a military machine with, some technology from the West to some degree, right? So that was happening. And that I'm sure if I was a, small Baltic nation, I would have been concerned, right? That, what if Russia invades my country? And what if, NATO decides, it's not really worth it. They're new members anyway. And obviously we in the, in the US and other countries, we know that that's crazy, but, there was, I think, a concern there that the strategic alliance of NATO was maybe, people had grown, I keep saying, sorry. People had grown a little bit, I don't know what the word I'm looking. They took NATO for granted. They took the structure of it for granted. It wasn't really even necessary anymore. Something like that, right? They saw it as the vestigial Cold War institution, and there was, I think, some fear that Russia would potentially invade one of these countries, and maybe nothing would be done about it, or would invade other countries like Georgia, which they did. And again, Russia's been basically accepted in the international system with a sort of privileged status, right? They're allowed to sort of break the rules of the international system and not be held accountable to it. But at the same time, they get to enjoy all the benefits of it, right? When we're dealing with Russia, they expect every deference paid to them as a player in the international system, as a member of it. They expect every rule to be obeyed, every T to be crossed, and every I to be dotted. But of course, they expect to be able to sort of flaunt the international system at every turn when it's to their disadvantage. So, they've been basically given a special kind of deference, sort of as a result of their legacy as a major, military and nuclear power. The United States has sort of given them a wide berth in the international system, for lack of a better word. And I think that did make other countries nervous. But now, as Ricardo said, I think the shoe's really dropped here, right? The big, scary Russians don't look so big and scary anymore. NATO clearly looks very strong. It looks very relevant. It looks very robust compared to this Russian military machine, which looks decrepit and outdated and basically falling apart at the seams. It's old and rusty and falling apart at the seams. And so, yeah, it really, and then of course, all these countries that Russia's been bullying systematically for the past 20 to 30 years, Chechnya, Belarus, Georgia, various countries in Central Asia like Kazakhstan and other places are looking at this situation and going, hey, like, now's our chance to really, make a change here, to really stand up to Russia and make, and in this dynamic of them constantly pushing us. And so I think that the shoes kind of finally dropped, right? There has been this elephant in the room in the international order of Russia, where they've been subverting it at every turn, and being given kind of a wide berth. And no one's willing to do that anymore. Everyone understands Russia themselves had just spit in the face or attempted to murder really the international system itself, right? So any idea that we should pay any special deference to them within that system is now considered, I would say, rightfully crazy. So yeah, I think that as Ricardo pointed out, that's broadly what's happening. I think it's going to take a while for some of the most trapped or hostage, of the Russian state, like a country like Belarus. It's going to take a while for them to be able to really divorce from Russia meaningfully. But I think it's happening. It's in the works. It's just going to, it's going to take a while. But that's my broad thoughts. I've been talking for too long. Craig, please go ahead.
No, I actually think that you're onto something there, and I think that speaks, I think it speaks volumes, right? That Russia has spent. Let's put a time on this, right? So, 1998, Russia defaults on internal debt. So, 1996 and 1998 was the real low point of Russia, right? In terms of the Federation, forget about the Soviet Union. That was the real low point. So Yeltsin steps down, Putin steps in, right? When Putin steps in, they kind of get on this oil track, right? They start getting a lot of money. Their balance of payments is pretty positive, as a matter of fact. It's not all that bad, right? Well, first of all, it's Russia, so it is bad, right? So it's not great, but it wasn't as bad as it was in the mid to late 90s. So keep on going down that track. Russia starts for lack of a better phrase, a rearmament program, right? Starts refurbishing, starts cleaning, starts mothballing a lot of old tanks, T-70s, T-80s, right, et cetera, and it starts bringing on new stuff, right? Mobile howitzers, right? We see the parades every year in Red Square of what Russia has. So you can actually see this time lag of when Russia started to rearm from probably 2002, 2003, started to rearm, invaded Georgia in 2008, and then invaded Crimea and Ukraine in 2014, and then launched the second invasion of Ukraine. It's a continuation of the first invasion, so they didn't reinvade it. They just kept on invading for 8 years, right? But the point I'm trying to make here is that in those 15 years, what we're seeing is the end product of that rearmament program. And where I'm going with this is that it took them 15 years to get them to the point where they are now, right? So I want people to remember that, right? There's a lot of parallels between them and Nazi Germany, what the Germans did, etc. Right? Hitler did it in 6 years. Putin did it in 8. Right, when he started to invade Georgia. The point I'm trying to get at is that if you look at that time frame, the Russian army didn't get any better. It might have had a better Cadillac, but the guy was still drunk behind the wheel. Right. So you're driving a Rolls Royce, supposedly, right? It's corruption isn't involved, but the guy who's driving the thing can't get it halfway around the block before he runs into the fire hydrant. Right. And so
We lose Craig? Mic check.
You're loud and clear. I think we lost Craig.
Okay, I bumped Craig down. We will get Craig
Yeah,
back
Craig,
up.
I'm going to cycle you down, buddy.
Actually, I will invite Craig back up because he says that works a little better. So I just wanted to make a quick announcement that Language Learner is going to give an update in about 90 minutes. So thank you, Language. And yeah, we'll add Craig back. We'll get Craig back here. Okay, Craig. So yeah, sorry, we just lost you for maybe about 4 seconds.
no, that's
Go ahead.
okay. No, all I wanted to say was that the mask has been revealed because in that area, they didn't invade Georgia all the way. They took a relatively small province in relation to the size of the rest of Georgia, South Ossetia, right? They didn't go all the way to the capital and annex the entire country. When they did Crimea, they did the exact same thing in the Donbass as well. Now what you're seeing is the culmination of 15 years of rearmament, right? This is the culmination point where everything is supposed to be ready to go. The troops are trained, the officers are ready to go, and it just falls apart within a matter of hours, quite literally 72 hours, right? It all falls to absolute pieces. And it's this, and again, I have to keep saying this because I think it's instructive when we look at the longer view of where this war goes. That invasion that we saw, the way that they invaded was not the way a military is supposed to invade. That's not the way you really do it, right? When we invaded Iraq and in other areas, it wasn't across the entire length of Iraq trying to sweep in. It was 2 main prongs that went straight towards Baghdad and pincered, right? On the east of the Euphrates, and then to the west, the United States, and then our British allies on the other side. And then we just kind of went up parallel and we just went straight forward, and it was an unstoppable force. Forget about air power and the rest. What Russia was doing was a political move. That was a political invasion. And I know that sounds somewhat strange, but what they were counting on was that because of this gray area that they had lived in with politics and corruption and poisoning people with Novichok, and like Joseph said, he's absolutely 100% correct when he says that Russia, was given these special rules and nobody said, that's a bridge too far, but they were still allowed to trade with them, right? They always were just kind of kept in the community of nations, if you will. And what this invasion represented to me wasn't a military attack. Yes, it was a military. Don't get me wrong. This was a military action, but this was an army designed to fill a vacuum, not an army designed to destroy Ukrainian units in the field with an organized, tactical, operational, and strategic plan, right? Their goal was not to destroy the Ukrainian military the way you're actually supposed to do it, right? Once you engage, your object is to destroy the enemy's ability to defend themselves, which is to conduct warfare, kinetic strikes, and destroy their ability to do it. Their mindset was so internalized, it was so Russianized, that they thought all you had to do is just walk across the border and the whole thing's going to fall in, and my army's not really going to have to do anything. It's just going to occupy some cities, have a couple of parades, have a couple of this. Putin gets to visit Kiev. He gets to reinstate the president, right? Blah, blah, blah. And then maybe 5 years from now, they talk about actually annexing all of Ukraine, like they're going to probably do to Belarus, right? And so, right, because Ukraine's the ultimate feint to what they were actually trying to do, which is to annex Belarus, right? This is the ultimate feint. We just don't see it, right? Because we're so stupid here in the West. And so I think Russia kind of was drinking its own Kool-Aid, right? It was kind of drinking its own Kool-Aid that this was an army meant to fill a vacuum, not an army meant to actually engage in real operational planning. And where you get this idea from is what it did for 14 years prior to it invaded Crimea. Constant political meddling, constant corruption, constant living on the gray area, constant doing this. And then it just, not only did their military supposedly culminate in that time when they rearmed, but I think that their political ideas culminated in the invasion of Ukraine. And I don't mean that ideologically. I mean that their ultimate political goal was to fill this vacuum that was left because Zelensky is going to cut and run, and the Ukrainians aren't going to stand and fight. Right. That's kind of the way that I see it. Right. It's a mixture of both. Right. In warfare, you can't dictate politics until you win. That's the rule. Right. When you're engaged in war, you can't dictate anything until the battle has been won. Once the battle's won, you can dictate politics. They tried to dictate politics prior to the military invasion, and the military invasion was just like an extension of that. And I understand the phrase, right? All politics is war, etc. But the golden rule is, if you don't win, then you lose, and you don't get to do anything, right? So that's where it probably all got confused in the Russians' mind. They just didn't understand that salient fact. But that's just my hypothesis.
Yeah, no, I think excellent points, Craig. I think you're right. I mean, what we saw, it was so bizarre. I mean, if you've ever served in an actual Western military, we've asked all of them, right? I mean, it was so bizarre. As you said, it can't be understood as a real military maneuver. I think, as you said, it's better understood as some type of a political maneuver, right? I think you correctly pointed out that like the Russians see Ukraine as like a rebellious province, right? That's sort of how they see it. And that the Zelensky government, or they call it the Kyiv regime or whatever when they talk about it, right? They don't ever say.
Boys, I'm just going to interrupt here for a second. We're going to do a space restart at quarter after. So when we do that, I invite everybody, all the listeners and all the speakers to oh, look at that, we lost Craig. I invite everybody to restart their phones. If you have an Android, maybe clear the cache and the data on the Twitter app on your phone, and we'll see if we can clear up some of these problems, because it's getting persistent. I literally had about 40 DMs from listeners saying they can either not enter the space, or they're getting dropped from the space. So maybe we'll see what we can do. We'll get Ghost is in the back end. He's going to work his black magic and voodoo, and make sure that this thing runs like a well-oiled machine. So when we come back, we ask that you please retweet the space, and go grab a friend, go grab a libation, go grab a friend, and in about 80 minutes we're going to have Language Learner here with his military update.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Sorry, just to clarify, is that going to be now the restart or
quarter after?
Okay,
One
gotcha.
more
Thank you.
minute.
Ryan, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think some of our stability issues might be because Moose is co-hosting on his Cricket Wireless account.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, thanks, guys. So, yeah, just to conclude my thoughts, like they see Ukraine as sort of a rebellious province. As Craig said, I think they thought that you send the scary Russian army in, they would run away, right? And the Zelensky government, the Kyiv regime, this is the Russian mind, right? They would all run away, and then, as Craig said, they just have to fill that vacuum. That's all that they would need to do is fill the vacuum. And obviously, it worked out so antithetically to how they thought it would work out that we're now seeing the end result, and it's all the things we've seen. But anyways, I want to give Onda the floor. You got about a minute apparently, Onda. So obviously, if you want to wait, we can do that, or we can continue after we restart. Go ahead.
Usually after I start talking, it drops, so it's gonna be fast. What I wanted to say, two things actually, is that I agree with Craig. Just not exactly on the timeline, but on the way they think. Not on the timeline, because for Moldavia, for example, they started in 1991. So they have problems in Transnistria just after the moment they separated. And I think that everything is like, a hostile takeover in economic medium, where you gain some small package at first to.
Did we
lose
just lose
Onda?
Onda's audio? Yeah. We didn't even crash the space on her. She was mid-sentence and we lost her. So
I thought we crashed the space on her. Okay, well, we'll get Onda back when we restart, and we'll let her finish her explanation.
Ghost is getting ready to restart it like as we speak.
Yep. Thanks, Zonda. Sorry about that. Yeah, but hopefully with the restart, there'll be a little bit more stability in the space, and we can get more people up, and yeah, it'll all go a little smoother. Because yeah, everyone's having props, even on our side of things. So
trying to co-host
Yeah,
this evening has
especially on our side.
made me consider self-harm. And please, nobody report me. I don't need all the self-help messages from Twitter bots.
Oh, you need as many hugs as you can get.